The story opens with a man kneeling on the ground, carefully drawing a summoning circle as he prays for a great being to answer him. He asks for everything: fame, fortune, power, wealth. Not out of greed, but desperation. It's the only way he can save his dying mother, pay off crushing debts, and escape the life slowly burying him alive. Then his phone buzzes. 3 notifications, one after another. His loan application, rejected. His current balance, $110,000 due in 1 day. Total debt, an absurd $131,031,891,200 when, with a 5% increase if unpaid. And finally, a message from someone furious, demanding to know where he is. Cornered from every direction, the man begs the great being for mercy. He offers everything, his body, his soul, just for a chance to survive. He pleads for one thing above all: to become someone important. A star. Then, lightning crashes down. It slams into the ground and sends him flying onto his back. A moment later, he regains consciousness. His head throbs. His thoughts are a mess. Just seconds ago, he was in the office working on a project like any normal day. So why is he here? Instinct kicks in. He scrambles up, thinking about the work he hasn't finished yet, but then he freezes when he catches his reflection in a puddle. That face isn't his. He stares, confused, trying to understand why he looks completely different. But before he can process it, his eyes lift forward, and he sees something that makes his breath stop. A massive, almost transparent magical tree towers in front of him. He has no idea where he is anymore. Then suddenly, someone speaks. A voice congratulates him. His eyes widened instantly. The great being tells him his summon was successful, and as a reward, he can make 3 wishes. Anything he wants. But when he looks around to find the speaker, he sees it. A floating, talking book. He shouts in disbelief. Something like that shouldn't even exist. And just like that, it clicks. This isn't Earth anymore. He really transmigrated. And just like in those stories, this must be his cheat. But something feels off. Only 3 wishes? That's way too low compared to what he's seen before. So without hesitation, he makes his first move. He asks for 10 more wishes. The book pauses, then lets out a low, amused reaction. Dark energy begins to seep out of it as it mutters that it thought there was an issue with the contract. But now, it realizes that's not the case. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The man looks up and freezes. Something massive looms over him now. The book was never just a book. The great being reveals its true form, a towering, monstrous entity that radiates pure terror. It stares down at him and immediately notices something wrong. There's a new soul inside this body. The man's face turns pale as he stumbles back, asking what it is and what it means. The creature doesn't bother explaining itself fully. It simply tells him he isn't worthy of knowing its identity. All he needs to understand is this: the original owner of this body already made a deal. He offered his soul and his body. The soul has already been taken, so the body should belong to the great being. But now, another soul is inside it, and that leads to only one conclusion. That soul belongs to it too. Unfortunately for him, this deal was never meant for a second occupant. He immediately realized how bad his situation was. This wasn't a blessing, it was a trap. What he thought was his cheat, the thing that was supposed to save him, was actually something trying to claim him instead, and that was enough. He turned and tried to run, but before he could get far, the great being spoke again. It calmly warned him, once a contract is formed, even the slightest intent to break it would bring unbearable punishment. The next second, he screamed. Flames burst out and swallowed his entire body. The pain was instant, violent, like his soul itself was being burned alive. The great being watched, unimpressed. It muttered that this soul was weak, disappointing. It almost sounded bored, as if it just wanted him to die already and be done with it. But then, the man spoke. Through the pain, barely holding on, he started talking about the contract. He argued that if a breach was caused by force majeure, then the other party couldn't be held responsible. And if he couldn't fulfill the contract because of the great being's own interference, then the fault would fall on it instead. Meaning, it couldn't kill him for breach of contract. The flames continued to rage, but the great being froze for a second. A mortal, talking about rules, negotiating, that alone was already insane. But the man wasn't done. He forced himself to think. A being this powerful could have killed him instantly. But it didn't. That meant something. This wasn't random. This was a test. A test to see if he was worth something. So he took the gamble. He looked straight at the creature and asked if he qualified to sign a new contract. For a brief moment, silence. Then, the great being burst out laughing. Not anger, not rage, genuine amusement. This was the first time a human had dared to negotiate with it like this. And just like that, the situation flipped. Because now, he was interested. Since the boy caught its attention, the great being made a new offer. It would grant him one wish. In exchange, it would give him a new life. But of course, there was a catch. Its condition was 999 wishes. The man twitched. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This thing really just copied his idea. Shameless. The great being didn't care. It simply reminded him he had 1 minute left before he lost consciousness and died. No time to think, no time to plan. Then it asked him one last time, "What's your answer?" The man already knew. There was no other choice. He accepted. A contract formed instantly. A soul-bound agreement. It stated that the contractor would pledge absolute loyalty and fulfill 999 conditions set by the contract holder. In return, rewards could be granted along the way. And just like that, it was signed by Joe Chen. Later that night, Chen finally made it back home. His clothes were torn, dirty. He looked like he had just crawled out of a disaster zone. He quietly hoped no one saw him like that. That bastard boss really just dumped him here without a care. Earlier it told him it would come find him when needed. Until then, he could do whatever he wanted. Not that it mattered. Deep down, he already knew. When that time came, he'd be worked like a slave. But complaining now was pointless. So he pushed the thought aside. One step at a time, he reached the door and unlocked it. It creaked open slowly. Inside, darkness. He stepped in and looked around. No lights, no sound, no one home. And just from that, he could already tell. This family situation was worse than he expected. But what he doesn't realize yet, this new life he just accepted might be even worse than the last. To his surprise, a blood loan collateral from Zoomel showed up all at once. It made him curious about what was going on with that family. Suddenly someone yelled, "Hey, you brat!" Then a pipe slammed into his head. The man demanded to know where he had been all this time. He was furious that the brat ignored all his calls. The man had 2 lackeys with him. He raged about how the brat dared complain about being tired of living. The man on his left told him not to beat the kid to death. The other one said it was fine since the kid was tough as nails. Chen asked them who they were. The man kept beating him while asking if he had already forgotten the loan from last week. Then he demanded to know why the woman hadn't shown up to sell blood to pay the debt. He even wondered out loud if she died somewhere. Then he mocked the brat's mom, calling her a moron for risking her life with high-interest loans for trash like him. He kept drilling it in. Trash will always be trash. He pointed out how someone born talentless kept dreaming of turning things around, yet all that debt barely pushed him to the lowest profit rank. He said the brat and the old hag weren't even worthy to carry his shoes. There was a time when he was asked if he wanted to give up being a prophet. He told his mother yes because he didn't want her to suffer anymore. He said he had a nightmare last night where his mom worked every day until she collapsed from exhaustion and never got up again. He didn't want his mom to end up like that. He was scared she might never wake up one day, and that he might never become a prophet. But his mother told him it would be okay. She promised that even if the sky fell, she would hold it up. Then she told him all he needed was to believe in himself more. After remembering that, his eyes began to glow. The man snapped at him to get his attention. He demanded to know why he wasn't saying anything. Then suddenly, his face met the brat's fist. The punch sent him flying across the room. The other man, who had his back turned, told him to stop before the kid died. But to their shock, it was the man who flew past them. After that hit, the man lost most of his teeth and passed out. His friends froze in confusion. That was supposed to be the kid's condition. Something was clearly wrong. Then they saw the aura around him and they couldn't believe it. He had broken through to star level. Chen asked them what was wrong with rising from the bottom. Then he told them to shut up because they were getting really annoying, especially with all that whining. The men were annoyed by his arrogant behavior, even though he was only in E-class stage 2. The other man told him to teach the brat a lesson. They talked about crippling one of the brat's limbs. Chen wondered if the oracle in E-class stage 2 they mentioned referred to the power inside him. From how they acted, he guessed their level was higher than his. The man charged at him, but Chen could clearly see all their movements. The man tried to hit him, but his weapon only slammed into the floor, leaving a dent. He froze for a second, confused about where Chen went. To his surprise, Chen appeared right behind him and kicked him hard to the ground. The other man couldn't believe it. How could someone at E-class, stage 2, move like that? He couldn't understand how Chen was that fast and strong. He slipped into Chen's blind spot, aiming to break his ribs, but Chen kicked backward and struck him clean in the chest. He staggered back in shock. Chen reacted without even looking. He couldn't understand how Chen had become this strong. When Chen stepped toward him, he quickly begged for mercy. He said they were only following Lin Yu's orders. They were just here to collect the debt. Chen asked about Lin Yu. He told the man to inform Yu that he would pay back the debt. Then he ordered them to take the others and leave immediately. The man rushed to usher them out. Chen watched them leave. He already knew the boss had been watching the entire time. Out of nowhere, the book appeared. The boss was impressed that Chen could sense his presence with such sharp instincts. Chen said he felt a strange power inside him, so he guessed the boss had been helping him in secret. The boss confirmed it. He added that if he hadn't lent him power just now, Chen would have ended up as nothing more than a pile of meat. Chen was satisfied. So the boss really was his golden finger. He said that if he could borrow that power any time, he wouldn't fear anyone. The boss shut that down immediately. He said Chen was dreaming. That power wasn't something a normal person could handle. He explained that Chen only survived because he didn't cross the limit. If he had, he would have dropped dead before they even touched him. Chen frowned. So working with him didn't come with perks. He argued that if he became stronger, it would be easier to complete the boss's wishes. The boss said the contract still stood. He would give him a useful reward. He just hadn't decided what it would be yet. But if Chen was thinking about borrowing his power again, he should forget it, unless he wanted to die. Chen didn't like it, but he still agreed. Deep down, the boss admitted the kid exceeded his expectations. Not only did he draw more power than expected, he even controlled it well. That made him wonder. Could Chen be his fated point? Chen then asked if he had decided on his second wish. The boss paused, confused, so Chen reminded him that he said he would help fulfill his wishes. The boss replied that he still hadn't decided yet, but he said he already had many wishes, and when the time came, Chen would understand them. Chen asked what he was supposed to do now. The boss replied that he could do whatever he wanted. Chen felt frustrated with that answer, mainly because he knew nothing about this world and had too many things to figure out. He had hoped the boss would give him a wish, or at least some direction, but it was clear that wasn't going to happen. He checked the previous owner's phone, which he found on the rooftop. If he was going to live as that guy from now on, he needed to learn more about him. He saw that most of the messages were about debts and online purchases for things like supplements. It made him realize that being a prophet was expensive. He also noticed there wasn't a single message from family, until one message made his heart drop. It was from his big sister. She said their mother had fallen into a coma and was now hospitalized. She told him to go to Tianlan Hospital immediately. At Tianlan Hospital. He arrived, filled with worry. He saw a woman sitting at the foot of the bed. The atmosphere felt tense. He could tell something was off, but he understood. Anyone would be upset if something this serious was ignored. He guessed the woman sitting there with her shoulders slumped was his sister, Zhou Yueqing. And the person lying on the hospital bed was his mother. When he saw her, something felt different from his memories. He couldn't tell if it was because of time or because of him. He apologized to his sister for being late, then asked how their mother was doing. She asked him what his excuse was this time. Was it training? A breakthrough? Or was he busy summoning gods again? Her words left him speechless. She said their mother had worked herself to the bone just to pay off his debts, right up until the moment she collapsed. Her anger rose. He hadn't even come to see her once, even after everything she had given him. She shouted that their whole family had given him everything. She added that just to pay his debts, their mother couldn't even afford the ICU. She held on through sheer willpower and nearly died because of it. Tears streamed down her face. Then, with tired and heavy movements, she said that both she and their mother were exhausted. She handed him a card with 6 months' worth of living expenses. She told him that from now on, she would take care of their mother, and it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Then she told him to handle the rest of his debt on his own, because they were done helping him. He was surprised and a little uneasy about what it meant. Then his sister made it clear she was cutting ties with him. When he stepped outside the hospital, the boss said he could feel his anxiety. He asked if that woman's words had hit him hard, but he pointed out that the woman was basically a stranger to him and that none of this was really his fault. Chen said he didn't expect the boss to be the comforting type. Then he told him he was fine and that it only reminded him of his past. Back then, he was the same, wanting to speak, but unable to say a single word. The boss told him not to let this mess delay his wish. Chen asked if that meant if he proved his value, the boss would help him grow stronger, and as long as he became strong enough, he could make up for all of this. The boss promised him that, as long as he proved his worth. The boss quietly thought about him being his fated point. He just hoped the kid wouldn't drag him down. At Right City Yaoye Club, specifically in the presidential suite, someone stated that the profits they got weren't bad, so they will keep increasing investment. This was from a man wearing shades with a cigar on his mouth and girls on each of his arms. He also added to contact them and speed up the recovery progress because the higher-ups won't last long. His subordinate understood it and had one more thing to report. According to their investigation, someone from Area A's organization had trouble collecting rent and 3 people were injured by a student. The boss remembers that there's still time before debt collection starts over there. He assumed that those bastards were trying to pocket some extra cash. He complained that it's because of that self-serving trash that fewer and fewer people were coming to him for loans. He told his man to handle it according to rules. His subordinate agreed to punish them, but also stated that it was a special case, because among them were level 3 and level 2 apprentice class thieves. According to the report, the one who hurt them was just a student who just broke through apprentice level 2. The boss asked who it was, and he was given a document. It contained Chen's profile. He couldn't believe that a mere level 2 kid beat both level 3 and level 2. Even the weakest level 3 can handle 10 level 2 5s. He knew that the gap in levels can't be bridged by skill alone. He estimated that the kid's true strength might also be level 3. He finds him interesting for trying to hide his strength. He told his men to keep an eye on him since he doesn't want to waste a talent like that. The next day, Chen was jogging around the neighborhood when an old man noticed him. The old man was impressed that he had been up early these days. Chen greeted him back. Then the old man told him that he just got a few batches of A-grade beginner Starlight supplements, only for 400 per bottle. He asked if he wanted some. Chen refused, since he still had some, but he promised him that he would come to him once he ran out. The old man promised him a discount when he did. The old man noticed how he seemed more cheerful than before. He wondered if he got a girlfriend. After Chen left the hospital, he spent a few days getting used to the body and researching. With some of the original owner's memories fusing into his own, he gained a general understanding of that world's basics. People there took special supplements regularly to gain power, and these people are collectively called oracles. The medicine to become a speaker was extremely expensive, and that's the reason he ended up in such a massive debt. He doesn't know what the upper limit was, but he's certain on one thing, that even the lowest rank oracles are far stronger than normal people. After his workout, he muttered that if just taking medicine can make a person stronger, it was no wonder that people spent a fortune to become oracles. Back in his old life, he'd have had to train forever to get results like that. Suddenly, his phone rang. He wondered who could be calling that early. A loud voice blared through his oracles. It was the class rep, and he was reminded that his leave was over. The teacher asked the rep to tell him to come back to class. The rep called him last night too, so he hoped that he didn't forget. Chen replied that he didn't forget, but deep inside, he almost forgot about it. At Rightlawn High School. The teacher finished discussing the history of oracles, so now they would be talking about their impact on the economy. Chen took down notes. A speaker's status was determined by strength and ranked by title. There's grade E with ranks 1 to 6, grade D with ranks 1 to 8, grade B with ranks 1-12, grade A with ranks 1-14, and lastly, grade S. They must reach the highest level of the current title to break through the next. It was said that those who reached grade S were basically like gods. To match their power, the world was divided into 5 strata. Ordinary people in grade E oracles were in the 5th layer called the outer layer, the very bottom. The 4th layer and above make up the central city strata, symbolizing power and status. Only those grade D and up were allowed in. Chen was currently at the lowest, E grade. If he wanted better resources, he had to get into the central city strata. He made leveling up fast his top priority. Someone threw a pebble on him. He glanced behind him and the bullies were having fun teasing him. They challenged him if he thinks he's hot stuff just because he ranked high on the written test. The other bully replied that they were all at level 1, so it would be easy to knock him out with just a single punch. Chen could only think how there were people like that no matter where he went. The teacher reminded them that there's a fitness test in PE later, so they should change and go on the field. At Right Speaker High Field. In the speaker program, most of the day was just PE class. Chen thinks the curriculum was way too chill. Unexpectedly, someone called out to him. A student elbowed his friend and told him that a fight was about to break out. Seeing that it was those two again, they weren't surprised. The student asked if those bullies don't ever get tired because he had done that several times already, just for that month. His friend warned him not to speak anymore, otherwise he could be targeted next. The bully grabbed Chen's collar and asked him if he enjoys glaring. It had been a few days, and he was still acting tough. The bully told Chen that it didn't matter if his written test scores were good. He mocked him by asking if he's planning to talk to his opponents later. The bully reminded him that in the world of oracles, it was all about levels and powers, and based on his strength, he was just a level 1 piece of trash. Chen answered that by logic, the bully was a level 1 trash too. The bully was caught off guard. That response infuriated him. He was about to punch Chen while screaming that he's going to tear apart his mouth. Chen blocked his fist and asked him if he's done talking. The bully's eyes widened in shock. He was confused about Hat's going on, especially that he can't break free. He wondered if Chen had always been that tall. Chen reminded him of what he said. Everything is power. Then he stated that it's his time to tear his mouth apart now. The bully got scared. Chen released aura from his body as he towered over the bully. But Chen got distracted from an overwhelming pressure. Someone said that he got guts. The teacher asked him who gave them permission to make a scene in his class. This was their PE teacher, Tian Jijia, a grade D level 5. Jijia was annoyed with Chen because he just came back and was already causing trouble. Chen, however, calmly and maturely replied that they were just having a friendly spar. Then he lets the bully go. That was Jiha's first warning to him, and if he messes up again, he could expect him to be rude. Then he gathered everyone for the test. Jijia announced to everyone that they only have 3 months until the graduation exam, and the exchange tournament after graduation was even more important. If they do well in the exchange tournament, not only will they bring glory to the school, they will also get a chance to enter a prestigious academy. And to ensure a strong finish, he specially prepared imported grade A beginner supplements. He sold it for $6,000 so everyone could get a good result. Then they started training. A student did pull up, and at the 24 counts, he couldn't go on further, while the other one was so pumped up that he already reached 50. Chen was just watching, wondering if that was all Oracle's test all about. He thought it was something special. Someone approached him and asked if he's all right. It was the class rep. She was worried because he suddenly took several days off, so she thought something happened to him. She got embarrassed and clarified that she didn't mean to be nosy. It was just that she finds it strange to take a leave so close to graduation. Chen told her he's fine and thanked her for caring. Then she asked him if he wasn't buying the teacher's supplements. He replied that he's out of money. But in his head, he wonders if those expensive supplements were something everyone buys. He's curious if the only one broke in the class. She was worried that if he didn't buy it, it would have an effect on his test result. Suddenly, someone called out to her, Liu Tian. She said goodbye to him, and then she did the pull-ups. She had a really hard time and her body trembled badly. While she was doing that, Jijia was checking that 25 students bought 2 supplements. When Tian reached 35 pull-ups, he told her that she passed. Chen had observed that the students who bought such expensive supplements received special treatment from the teacher in return. With graduation near, it was understandable that they wanted better scores. But he knew that with his current ability, he probably doesn't need it, and he doesn't have any money left either. Then the last one was called Zhou Chen. The teacher saw that he didn't buy a single bottle of his supplement. He doubted that he would pass without his supplements. He decided to deduct some points to make him fail and use him as an example. Chen inspected the pull-up bar and wrist guards, and it looked normal. But he was cautious that there might be something different about the Oracle's test. He grabbed the bar, and to his surprise, his body suddenly got heavier, and the more strength he uses, the heavier it gets. He wondered if it was because of the crystal on the wrist. Just as he expected, the Oracle's test wasn't that simple. He could tell that the applied weight has a limit, and with his current strength, it was very easy to adapt. It was a rare opportunity, so he tested his limits. Everyone who saw him was shocked at how strong he was. He just did almost 100 in one go, when he barely managed to do 30 before. His current score would equate to a second rank. One student shared that when he saw the elite class second rank, it was basically like that. Chen was done, so he hopped down. His classmates surrounded him and expressed that he was amazing. They told him that with his scores he could join the elite class. They inquired when he ranked up to second and what was his supplement. The teacher was also curious on how he suddenly improved so much. He wondered if he used enhancers. But he knew enhancers were too expensive for normal people, and using one there would be too extravagant. He wondered if he really reached second rank in the last few days. He got worried that the students would find out that he ranked up without his help because he would no longer be able to sell them. He was resentful towards him since he would cut off his profits, and he wouldn't allow that. He was determined to teach him a valuable social lesson. Meanwhile, at the principal's office, someone was surprised to learn that the exchange meet had canceled the second rank matches. The principal was on the phone, and he expressed that for a school like theirs, that gets no support and has no resources, producing a third rank was so hard. The person on the other line empathized with him, but also explained that the government urgently needs more Oracle elites. That's why they decided to shift funding to the top-ranked schools. It was a decision from above that there was nothing they could do about. The principal tried to ask if there's another way, but the person already hung up. He slammed the phone back. It was such a headache for him because the elite class's drug supplies and equipment require massive funding, and their school barely has enough resources to maintain a second rank level. In addition, there were only 3 months left before the exchange, so he wondered where they would find a third rank student. He thought about pooling all their resources and gamble on one third rank, but that means expelling a bunch of average performing students. He looked at the crystal on the shelf and asked loudly from his senior what he should do. He was worried that the right Oracle Academy was going to fall during his term. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. It was Jijia. He invited him in. Jijia handed the results of the test to him. Jijia even expressed that the performance was excellent, and he believed that the class will produce outstanding oracles. When he saw the results, he questioned in his head why Jijia already called that excellent when it was only first rank. Those useless trash can't be sent to the field. Then Jijia mentioned that there's one exemption that he thinks wasn't fit to be an oracle. He asked who. Jijia replied that it was Chen. So Chen was called to the principal's office. The great being asked him what he did for the principal to call him. He replied that he had no idea. Our MC had heard that the principal's personality was strict, so he knew he wasn't called just for chit-chat. He just hoped that it wasn't that bad. When he touched the door, a small kindle of flame appeared. He was surprised to see it, but it looks like the boss was expecting it. He told Chen that it was the specific condition that triggered the wish that he talked about, which means something he wants was nearby, so Chen better find it. Chen asked why it had to show up now. The boss replied that the wish was triggered, so there's no choice. Unless he wants to get burned, he should do it quietly. The principal asked him why he's just standing there and urged him to come in. He entered and greeted the principal. The principal told him that his physical report wasn't bad. It was actually commendable since it was close to second rank. But as for skipping class, talking back to teachers, beating up his classmates, he could tell that Chen was young and hot-blooded. But that was all irrelevant. He asked Chen if he knew what's most important for an oracle. It was money. So he advised him to give up being an oracle. Chen turned pale. He clarified if the principal was saying that he wants him to drop out. The principal replied that he's right, and he should understand that the cost of being an oracle later would be extremely high, and given his family situation, he suggested that rather than pouring everything into something that might fail, it was better to cut his losses early. The principal knew that based on Chen's physical test results, he could get into the special class, but with the school on the brink of survival, instead of letting a mediocre student into a special class, it was better to focus on resources on nurturing valuable students. So he thought that if they can cultivate even one level 3 student before the exchange competition, there might still be hope. Then he told Chen that if he agrees, they can refund his tuition. He added that he doesn't even have to come tomorrow. He asked what he thought about it. While they were talking, the great being in a book form noticed something. It was the black crystal on the shelf. He told the kid that he found the target, so he should hurry up and get it for him. Chen replied that he's already struggling himself, and suggested that he grabs it then. The boss replied that if he could, he would have done it already, but the contract stipulates that it must completely belong to Chen for him to obtain it. Chen was in a troublesome situation. He had to go to the middle city to repay the debt, but going there requires D-level and also an Oracle graduation certificate. And that school was the only Oracle high school in the city. For the graduation certificate, and the crystal, he shouldn't be expelled. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew it wasn't a dead end yet. As far as he remembers, since the founding of Light Yuzue, students have only reached E2 level at most. That means to the school, a student above level 2 is without a doubt extremely valuable. So, if he's already at E2 level, he knew he could level up right away. He remembered that the boss said before that there was a reward that could help with his wish. He told the boss that if he hadn't decided yet, he could choose it himself instead. The boss replied yes. The boss had sensed what he wanted. The reward that he requested was borrowed power. The boss refused him because his body can't handle any more of his power. Chen just got lucky that he didn't explode before. Chen replied that he cannot afford to be expelled there, because if he gets expelled, it would be a long time for another chance to reach the middle city, and the boss's wish might not come true either. He told the boss to trust him. The boss was left speechless. Then he told him that whatever happens, it's not his problem. The contract appeared stating that the contractor grants the contractee the reward, which means the contractee can borrow from the contractor anytime, anywhere, and all consequences were borne by the contractee. Contractee accepted that. Given that he was just standing there, it prompted the principal to ask if he still needed something. He requested that the principal test his score again and then decide whether he gets to stay or leave. The principal accepted it and offered his hand. Through that handshake, the principal evaluated that he's level 2, higher than what the report suggested, but it was still far from enough. Meanwhile, Chen was thinking that he only had one chance, and he's uncertain on how far he could go. So he wanted to get as much power as possible. The aura around his hand brightened. The principal was surprised. The aura became overwhelming. Even the boss didn't expect that the kid's outburst would be much stronger than what he had given him. The principal was taken aback and curious on how his level suddenly soared. In an instant, he became a full level 4. Chen asked him what he thinks now. The principal realized that heaven never seals all paths. He requested Chen to represent their school in the district exchange competition. Chen was dumbfounded. They sat down for a chat. Basically, the principal wanted him to join the district exchange competition level 4 group to show results to the Ministry of Education. The principal explained that competing in the level group was the highest honor for all the Yuzhe high schools. Their school has been ranked at the bottom for years, and if they don't show some results soon, the ministry will cut funding, so they wanted to focus teacher resources on promising students, and that is why they misunderstood him. He hoped that he wasn't upset. Chen replied that he understands. The principal was happy to hear that. And to show their apologies, Chen's tuition fees will be waived. After transferring to the special class, his weekly supply of beginner star energy supplements will increase from 3 to 6. He asked Chen what he thinks of that, and if there's anything else that he needs, the school will try to meet them. He told Chen that as an outstanding student, he will be welcomed anywhere, but he still sincerely hoped he considers representing their school in the exchange competition. And not to exaggerate, but he told him that his decision would determine the survival of the school. Since the principal was offering that much, he realized that it must be important to him. Chen asked what he would do if he wanted the black crystal on the cabinet. The principal explained that it was crafted from a special star crystal the former principal brought back from the middle city. It doesn't have much use, but it symbolizes the school's spirit. But he knew that if the school was gone, the spirit would mean nothing. So if Chen could save the school, giving it to him was completely justified. Chen assured him that he will do his best in the exchange competition. With that, the deal was settled. However, the principal was curious on how his level rose so much so quickly. He replied that he was training to hide his power. He shared that it was sort of a special training technique, and he was still practicing it, so he hoped that the principal could keep his level a secret. The principal understood. It was because the principal knew that hiding one's level is a technique users use in battle to confuse opponents. He didn't expect such awareness from someone so young. He assured him that he won't tell anyone. He expressed how assured he was to leave the future in Chen's hands. Then a woman came in. He instructed her to take Chen to the special class at once and handle the supplements as he requested. She ushered Chen and explained that the entire second floor is for the special class. Next thing they would do is to register. Chen thanked the teacher. She was curious about his relationship with the principal because she had never seen him so happy. Chen simply replied that they just got along. Meanwhile, someone was running at full speed towards Chen. The man grabbed Che's arms and told him that he really tried his best to plead with the principal, but in the end, he couldn't change his mind. He argues that even if his grades were average, he still has the right to learn. He hoped that after Chen dropped out, he would keep working hard and not give up. The teacher asked him what he's talking about. She clarified that he's transferring to the special class tomorrow, and he was just about to take him to register. Then she told Jijia that the principal wanted to see him. She also shared that the principal was very angry. He knew he was screwed. Nighttime came. Chen was back in his room. He laid on the bed thinking that he had to go from level 2 to 4 in 3 months, and he had no idea how to do that. Even rich prodigies take tons of money and time to level up just once. A poor guy like him leveling up twice in 3 months seemed impossible. He asked the boss if there was a way he could level up all at once by himself. The boss asked him how there could be. And if he wanted his help again, he had to fulfill his wish first. He told him to blame himself for picking such a reward. Our boy replied that he had no choice because it was the only method he could think of at that time. The boss emphasized that he warned him already that he won't be able to use his power for long before it drains him away. Chen knew that. He's not dumb enough to rely on borrowed power to win the tournament, and he achieved great results. He wasn't expelled, and he can freeload supplements. It was better than where he first started. Then leveling up can come slowly. But his focus for now is the debt due in 5 days. He had to figure out how to make some money. At the school. Chen appeared to be disgusted. He also had no idea what was going on. It looked like an abandoned factory. Then someone approached him. The man waved at him and told him to come there. He noticed that Chen wasn't around during roll call, so he figured that he might have gotten lost. He was in charge of the whole class, and it was difficult to manage everything, so he apologized for the oversight. He introduced himself as Mr. Zhang, the elite class homeroom teacher. Chen expected the teacher of the elite class to be super strict, but he was surprisingly easygoing. He was curious if there were no other teachers in elite classes. He replied yes. They had 3 academic teachers, but he's the only one who handles training. He stated that student numbers were dropping, and students good enough to join the elite class were even fewer, so they haven't hired new instructors. He added that they usually use the innermost area for classes and training, and the outside has been idle for years and just fell apart. Chen realized that the school was in bad shape, so no wonder the principal was anxious. Mr. Zhang assured him of everything by saying that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. He had faith that the place wouldn't close down. They entered the training room. Mr. Zhang told him that they were currently having a free training session. He took him to meet the class. Chen now understood why they were called elite class and were leagues above the training yard. It was basically a high-end gym and the students seemed motivated. But he could sense that the atmosphere was a bit tense. Mr. Zhang gathered everyone to introduce their new classmate. He introduced Chen to them, and though he was a bit late, it was fine since the elite class always values strength above all, so he trusts that Chen must have some real skills to get in. He hoped that they all get along and do well in the upcoming exchange competition. One student from the back expressed that he doubted that it was because of skills. He was insinuating that he got through the back door. He added that he could just bring the whole elite class down. Mr. Zhang told this guy named Ma Wenhao to watch his words. He emphasized that Chen entered through proper procedures, so he better stop spreading rumors. Wenhao replied that whether it was a rumor or not, they will find out soon enough. He formally challenged Chen. The crowd was shocked because it has been ages since they had that. Unlike friendly sparring, a formal challenge was fought with full dignity on the line. They say that the loser has to serve the winner without complaint. And Wenhao's the strongest among them. They couldn't believe that he's bullying a newbie. A blonde guy nearby asked a pink-haired girl what the commotion was all about. The pink-haired girl replied that the transfer student was about to fight Ma Wenhao. He didn't know about the transfer student. Mr. Zhang replied that a formal challenge does not count unless the other side accepts. But to his surprise, Cheng accepted. He stated that if it was a friendly challenge and not life-threatening, then he'll accept the challenge. In his head, it was a good chance to test how he compares with the others and a perfect preparation for the exchange competition. The principal had heard about it. It was reported to him via phone call that Chen was going to fight someone. It was Mr. Zhang who reported. He explained that Wenhao issued a formal challenge and Chen accepted it. He was in panic, especially when neither of them would back down and the other students were crowding around cheering. It was getting out of hand. They urged Wenhao to show the newbie who's the boss. The principal thought about it, and since Chen was supposed to be practicing hidden-level training, it was a good chance to test his strength. So, he told Zhang to set up the arena as he approves the challenge. Mr. Zhang officiated the match, and since it was Chen's first time in that kind of match, he went over the rules briefly. The rules for a formal challenge are the same as the exchange competition, which means that the arena is for 2 people only and no help from spectators were allowed. Anyone who interferes will be expelled, and both must be of the same level and no cross-level challenges. Wen Hao noted that Chen was E rank 2. Mr. Zhang emphasized that it was just a friendly spar, and there shouldn't be any attacks on vulnerable parts of the body, and no killing moves were allowed, or private revenge afterward. A hit on the face or voluntary surrender equals defeat. And they began. Wen Hao charges in. His plan was to strike fast and catch him off guard. He wanted to win in one move. Chen expected him to charge right in. He blocked his arm, which surprised Wen Hao. He couldn't believe that he reacted that fast. He kept punching, but Chen skillfully evaded it. He was bothered that Chen evaded like a rat, so he planned on finding a way to restrict his movement. He moved at the speed of light. Chen was caught off guard and had been hit on his forearm. Wen Hao's hook and wind kick can shift mid-strike, so even if Chen blocked it, the impact will still knock him down. While Chen was on the ground, he attacked again. Chen glared at him. Then he released his aura and counterattacked with a fast and powerful kick. Wen Hao was taken aback that he could use combat techniques too. He willed himself to stay calm, and as long as he didn't get hit in the face, he knew he wouldn't lose. He thought he still had a chance, but Chen's fist gently hit his nose. Chen told him that a hit on the face counts. He was speechless. Mr. Zhang declared Chen the winner. Wen Hao couldn't believe that he lost. Even the other students thought the same, but they realized that the new guy was way too strong. In Chen's head, the match ended way quicker, but he got a feel of it. He asked Wen Hao if he no longer has complaints. Mr. Zhang was overwhelmed too. Wen Hao received professional training, but he didn't expect him to get crushed that badly from Chen, who has no formal training but his physical ability, and on-the-spot reflexes were excellent. He realized that he was a great combat-type prospect, so it was no wonder that the principal asked them to keep a close eye on him. Unexpectedly, the principal showed up. He called Chen for a moment since he had something to say to him. The pink-haired girl asked the blonde guy if he saw that. She couldn't believe that the newbie was pretty strong. The blonde guy stated that someone that strong has to become one of their underlings. The principal asked him how he was being in the elite class. He replied that it was pretty good, and his classmates were a bit too enthusiastic. The principal let out a small laugh and replied that powerful oracles always get more attention, so he'll get used to it. He told him that from then on he should focus on training, and if he needs anything, the school will help however they can. Since Chen could tell that the principal trusts him already, he now thinks it's time to ask about making money. So he asked the principal if students had a way to make money quickly. The principal told him that at his age, he shouldn't worry about that, and he should focus on his training. Instead, then he'll have chances to make big money in the future. And if his family was in trouble, the school would cover some expenses. He replied that he was just casually asking, but deep inside he knew he had to think of something else instead. Back at the training room. He was training lightly while thinking that taking out student loans gets heavily punished there, so he better be careful not to get caught. He kept thinking about how he could make money when someone approached him. It was the blonde guy. He wrapped his shoulder around Chen and told him that the match was awesome, and he even got to talk to the principal directly. It made him question who he truly was. Chen asked him the same question. Someone called the blonde guy Shen Jirui and told him that he was being rude. It was the pink-haired girl. She apologized for his behavior and clarified that he doesn't mean anything bad. She introduced herself as Su Xiaoxia, then she introduced Jirui. She told him that they are technically his seniors, so if he has questions, he could ask them. Jirui concluded that they were a 3-person team now, and as the leader, he will take good care of him. Deep inside, Chen was thinking that they're weird. Jirui asked him where he learned the move that he used earlier. Chen had no idea what he's talking about. The blonde boy was surprised that he didn't know what a combat technique was. What's more surprising is that the move that he used was just based on reflexes. He commented that it was brutal and Wen Hao would go nuts when he found out. He had been showing off that technique everywhere since he learned it, but turns out he was a poser. Xiaoxia volunteered to explain. She informed him that combat techniques were powerful special moves and prophets can learn them via scrolls or memory stones. Their effects and power varies depending on mastery. There were many kinds of combat techniques. Strong prophets tailor their technique sets to their combat style. The move Wen Hao used on him during the match was a D-rank technique called hook wind kick. After learning that, Chen wasn't surprised that he couldn't block it. He thought that if he has combat techniques too, he might have a better shot at the inter-class exchange match. He asked if combat techniques were rare. Jiaru replied it was pretty much like that. It was also ranked, and the stronger it was, the rarer it got. He explained that the school teaches basic ones, but for powerful techniques, they usually need to buy them or have a big shot to share one. The market price for an ordinary D-rank technique was around 500,000. Chen was shocked to hear that because that's several months of loan payment. Jiaru told him that he had some, too. They should spar next time so he could show him. Xiaoxia had one too. To Chen, it sounded like they casually have 500,000 tier stuff. He heard that joining the advanced class was super expensive, so the kids there must have been extremely rich. But a thought dawned on him. If they were from wealthy families, he could ask them about making money. He told them that he wanted to buy a technique but didn't have money, so he asked them if there was a way he could make quick money. Jiaru suggested robbing banks. He replied that, except for that. Talking about fast, high earning, and no rules, only Blackwater Zone Miracle Land comes to Jaru's mind. Xiaoxia bonked him and told him to stop misleading the guy, and if the teachers heard him, he'll be scolded. But Chen was intrigued. Jarui took back what he said because he heard all sorts of stuff happens there, and the school strictly forbids students from going. If he gets caught, he will be automatically expelled. He asked him how short he was for the technique. Chen replied that it's about 300,000. They were surprised to know that it was that much. They checked their bank accounts and they didn't have that much. Chen thought about it, and desperate times called for desperate measures, so he decided to check it out after school, at Blackwater Road. He checked his phone. The navigation says it was right there, but it was an empty street with eerie vibes. Though it wasn't far from his home, he changed out of his school uniform before leaving so no one would recognize him. He asked the boss what he thought of the place. There was no response, so he assumed that the boss wasn't there. He didn't bother much, and since the outer zone oracles aren't very high level, he knew he'd be fine alone. He's at tier 4 power, and even if something happens, he could escape. But he couldn't help but notice how the place looked abandoned ages ago. It made him doubt if there really was a miracle land. Then he noticed some footsteps, which means that someone has been walking around there recently. Then he saw the secret passage. He walked towards it. Unbeknownst to him, some man saw him head there. And they have murder gazes. His eyes widened when he stepped inside. It was a bright, bustling place. The streets were filthy. There were illegal trades happening. No wonder everyone avoids talking about that place. It was practically lawless. If there's profit, anything goes. But it also made him think that there's a way to make money before the due date. But before that... He looked behind him and asked how long they were going to follow him. Those men came out and commended his sharp instincts. They planned to knock him out and take him away, but since he noticed, they'll just have to rough him up a bit. Chen asked why. They thought he was pretending, but the man stated that he saw plenty of rich kids in disguise going there for the thrill, and if they kidnap him for ransom, they will be rich. That was so lame, and it showed in Chen's expression. The man placed an arm over his shoulder and slapped his cheek. He was happy that Chen froze from terror. He told him to cooperate, pay the ransom, and he'll consider letting him live. Chen told the guy that he was rude. Then in one smack at the back of the head, the man fell face down on the ground. Everyone was surprised that he got knocked out. The other two men took out their knives to teach him a lesson. They charged at him. 2 crate boxes came flying and hit them on the back of their heads. Chen was confused. Then someone appeared in front of him. His hand was grabbed. The woman under the hoodie told him to come with her. Then she dragged him away. They arrived at a certain place where she thought they would be safe. Chen thanked her for saving him, but deep inside, he actually has questions for those two. The woman knew him and asked why he's there. The woman forgot she had to stay undercover. Chen asked her if they knew each other. But to her surprise, he doesn't remember her, so she told him no. She just stated that she saw his name. It was on his collar. He was surprised to learn that it was there, but at the same time, he was also relieved that she didn't know him. She thanked him for telling him. She was thinking how she blew her cover and was glad that she played it off. She reminded him not to expose his info so casually in the Blackwater district because it's dangerous. She offered to guide him out, but he refused because he had urgent business. He knew that if she finds out that he's a student, he's doomed. The woman was certain that he's still Chen, even after all those years. She wondered if he really forgot about her, or if he was faking it. She knew he was a student, so it made her curious about what he's doing there. And the way he moved earlier, it made her wonder if he had become a thief too. Moments later, Chen bought a face mask for $10. He believed that it would keep him safe. He already walked around, and yet he had no clue how to make money. Someone approached him because he doesn't look like a local. He asked him who he was. The man introduced himself as a tour guide and boasted that he knew everything about the place, so he could ask him anything. So Chen asked if there was a palace nearby where he could get quick money. The man ushered him to the location. He was pretty happy too, because he had secured a head fee. They entered a dimmed building, and inside was an arena. The fighter punched the opponent, and the crowd went wild. Chen realized that it was an underground fight arena. The man told him that if he wanted to have fast cash, it was the right place. He also informed him that there's a special match that night, and the winner gets a bonus and part of the betting pool. Lots of Herald-level fighters showed up, and the matches were intense, and the bets were high, so it was the perfect time to join. Chen saw the guy in the ring, and he looked scary, but he's only at level 1. With the high winning prize, he thought about it. The man asked him if he wanted to play. If so, he could get him chips. Chen replied that he wanted the whole prize, so the man was left dumbfounded. The woman followed him inside the arena. The crowd couldn't believe that the kid was strong. She saw the arena, and was puzzled why he's there. His opponent told him not to get cocky just because he won 2 matches. This opponent boasted that he's the tournament's seeded player and his name was Yurif. He kept yapping, so Chen just punched him away, and in just 1 punch, the guy was knocked down. The crowd expressed that it gets boring since it only took those men a single punch to be defeated. Chen was aiming for that quick and clean victory, though. The next one looked smug, but before he could finish his sentence, he was out. The next one wanted to surrender, but Chen just sent him flying. The man in white suit behind the screen turned pale. They let him enter the match because he looked weak, but he didn't expect that outcome. A subordinate reported to this boss that the fighters they were going to sign all ran away, and the customers thought that they're rigging it and wanted refunds. If that keeps up, the arena will be in jeopardy. So no matter what, they couldn't let the kid walk off with the prize. He told his subordinate to bring out that guy. Chen tightened his fist and delivered the blow to the last challenger. Then he told the referee that he's going to claim the prize. The host insinuated that the crowd wants to see more. So, the management decided to give everyone what they truly wanted: a thrilling final match. Chen realized that they never intended to give him the money fairly. The final fighter was welcomed. Chen was surprised to see him. The man was restrained, and he was introduced as a mutant called Niflin. They brought out the monster that was restrained in a metallic plate, and they removed the restraints that kept it upright. The monster was laying flat on the ground, and they closed the arena again. Chen was confused on what's going on. There was something attached to the nape of the monster, and it released some air, and the capsule at the center of it was removed. The monster stood up. It looked creepy, like a skinny, tall goblin. A woman from the crowd hugged the man beside her because she was scared, while that man was relieved that he chose the back row because any closer and he would have peed on his pants. Though he still comforted the woman and uttered empty promises that he'll protect her. The woman who followed Chen was shocked to see that monster. In her head, she questioned why something like that was in there. She knew it was beyond Che's level, and with her ability, she could get him out safely, but it will expose her location and her plan would be discovered. She was facing a difficult dilemma. Chen was annoyed that the boss wasn't around for times like that. He could tell that the opponent was different from his previous opponents. In the first place, it doesn't look human, and being watched by it feels like a prey under a hunter's gaze, and just standing there was nerve-wracking. His instinct screamed that it was extremely dangerous. The monster's middle finger changed into a blade. It attacked him. It was fast that it had grazed him. Had he not dodged on reflex, he'd already be dead. It made him certain that it really wanted to kill him. So he knew he couldn't hold back. When it charged, he grabbed its arms and kept it away from his body. Still, he was being pushed back. He realized how strong and dangerous it was, so he needed to end the match quickly. He used borrowed power, so from E-2, he reached E-4 level. Because of that, he was able to push the monster backwards. He clasped his hands and raised it in the air, and hit the monster on the head. He checked if he was able to take it down. But to his surprise, the monster rose and attacked him. It scratched his shoulder. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack had no effect on it at all. Its skin is thick, and its claws were sharp, so close combat puts him at a disadvantage. He needed a weapon. The monster charged at him again. He broke the pointy finger to use that as his weapon. He gripped it tightly and slashed the monster using it. It was a scratch on the side of the neck. He was disappointed that it was too shallow, but he's glad to know that it feels pain. Chen also acknowledged that its strength doesn't match his, even after he increased level. If he could get close to it one more time, he knew he could finish it. Unexpectedly, the monster emitted smoke. He wondered if it was poisonous gas, but then he realized it was just regular mist. But to his surprise, he was scratched on the side of his torso out of the blue. He swung his weapon around, but no one was there. Then he got scratched on his back, but he couldn't see anything. The monster used the mist to wear him down. He knew it was scared that he'd find its weakness, so it's not making any big moves. And even if he survives the attack once, if the leverage time was up, he's still done for. That is why he couldn't let the match drag any longer. Our MC was determined to locate it. He willed himself to stay calm and focus on his senses. His eyes glowed brightly as he focused. He could see a faint green mist. That kept moving. Eventually, he found his target, and when it attacked him, he grabbed it. The monster was surprised. Chen cut off its arm. The monster bled a lot. He found his chance, so he stabbed it. But unexpectedly, his heart pulsed, and it gave him excruciating pain. He wondered if it was because he reached his limit. The monster saw the chance to swat away his weapon. Then it released its long tongue and hit him on the torso. Chen refused to give up, so he used the borrowed power again. He grabbed the tongue that had stuck on his torso and pulled the monster towards him. Then he opened his mouth using both hands. He spread it real wide. He gave all his force. The monster was in pain, until Chen broke the monster in half completely. The boss of the arena asked about the situation, but his subordinate couldn't see anything from the screen. Eventually, the fog cleared. The boss asked if the kid was dead, but when the boss saw the arena, he turned pale. The woman who stalked Chen wondered how it was possible. The crowd went wild as they cheered for the kid. Chen stood there holding the broken monster. Then he threw the corpse on the ground and glared at the guards in the arena. It spooked them. The boss of the arena asked how it was possible. He couldn't believe that the kid actually won, especially when he spent a fortune to buy that monster from the city. The host announced to congratulate the contestant for becoming the champion of the tournament. He was told to follow the staff to claim his prize money. He was ushered backstage and was given the prize money. The briefcase contained a total of 510,000 gold. He was about to grab it, but they closed it shut. The boss of the arena told him to wait. He told Chen that he changed his mind. Then he offered him to become their contracted fighter and compete according to his arrangements, and only then could he keep the 510,000 G, or he could take 110,000 G and leave. Chen glared at him and asked him what he meant by it. The boss complained that all his contracted fighters ran away and he killed his main event fighter. And he paid a fortune for that monster. He claimed that Chen broke the agreement, so he has to compensate him for his losses. Chen told him that he didn't stipulate any conditions for extra matches, and when he went up the stage, the boss of the arena told him something. That there should be no questions about identity, and going on stage means he automatically signs the life and death agreement. Thus, killing the opponent or being killed on stage carries no responsibility. This means that whether or not to kill the opponent is entirely up to the fighter. The boss of the arena was infuriated, so Chen made sure to claim 510,000 G and not a single coin less. The boss of the arena pointed a gun at him while telling him that he can't just walk out of there. Chen grabbed his hand and squeezed it, breaking the gun. He asked him if he really thinks he can stop him. The man yelled loudly because it left his fingers broken. He ordered his men to kill him. Several men in black suits surrounded Chen and pointed their guns at him. Chen sighed. The crowd heard the gunshots. The woman heard that it came from where Chen went. It was followed by a man being thrown out the window. The crowd was shocked. They asked if a movie was being filmed because it was over the top, jumping down from that height. The woman could already tell what's going on. Chen hit the man and made him lose a tooth. He faced them while holding the briefcase. Several gunshots were fired at him. He grabbed the head of the man who fired. Then he pushed him outside. After that, Chen escaped and the men chased after him. They sent people to block the back streets and exits. At this point, Chen's heart was hurting because he used too much borrowed power. Worst of all, the wounds on his body were worsening. To his surprise, someone grabbed him. It was the woman whom he met earlier. She covered his mouth while the men from the arena looked for him. They hid in a dark, narrow alleyway. When the men left, she let him go and told him that it was safe now. Chen remembered her. She told him to save his strength. She shared that she knew a secret passage where he can get out safely. She led him there and instructed him to go straight and he'll be out safely. She advised him to leave before they surrounded the whole area. He looked back at her, but she urged him to leave quickly. Chen thanked her. Then he started running. She made a call and got scolded that she went to the Blackwater district again. The person on the other line called her Lin N. She told her that she has something for Grandpa. She reported that she found something unusual. A few hours later, Chen arrived at his room. As soon as he's inside, he fell to his knees. He was in excruciating pain. He's already pale and sweating heavily. Then he fainted. His stats showed that he's at rank E level 2, with the ability Borrowed Force 1, and he still has 999 remaining wishes with 0 rewards. He has 510,000 to pay off his debt, which brings down the total debt to 99,808,912. There was a memory of someone in a hospital bed. This mother told his son that the illness might improve in 2 or 3 years, but she lied. Her illness won't get better in 2 or 3 years. And in fact, she only has 2 or 3 years at most left to live. She expressed that she really wants to see him again, to see him get married and have children, to slowly grow old, and to touch his face again. It was a video played on the cell phone. Then the mother apologized that she doesn't have any strength to stay with him any longer. She told him she loved him. The son cried on her side. The mother was already covered in blanket as the phrase, "especially loves you," echoes in the son's head. With that, Chen jerked his eyes open, tears streaming down his face. He was surprised, and when he looked out the window, the sun was already up. He recognized that it was Joe Chen's home, and he was still alive. It was thanks to that dream that he was able to wake up, even though so much time had passed. The boss asked him if he's already awake. He asked the boss where he had been the past few days. The boss replied that he has a lot of things to deal with in other places too. But when he came back, he found him passed out in there. He told him that he was in bad shape for 2 whole days, and he thought he wouldn't make it. He asked him to explain. The boss knew that he went to a place where people fight each other while he was away, and he used too much borrowed power to defeat a monster, almost getting a backlash from it. The boss scolded him since he already told him not to use his power excessively, and he used it recklessly while he was gone. He could have died. Chen reasoned that it wasn't reckless because it was out of necessity. He told him not to get too worked up. The boss asked him if he thinks that he could bring him back if he dies. It was impossible, because reviving him had already used up most of his power, and if he dies again, he won't be able to save him. He nagged at him that since he already experienced life and death, he should value the chance more. Chen was surprised that he'd say something like that, but he agreed with him that he should treasure the hard-won chance. The boss was glad that he understood. Then he mentioned that the half-human creatures that Chen mentioned doesn't sound like something from their world. Chen didn't bother about it because he's never going back to that hellish place again. He thought about the girl he met there but decided to forget about it because there was no one thinking about it. He decided to just focus on leveling up, and then he remembered the money. He opened the briefcase and was relieved to find the money still there. The boss asked him if that was the reason why he went to the arena. He explained that with that 510,000, he doesn't have to worry about paying his debt until the exchange meeting was over. That way, he can focus entirely on leveling up. And then, before he heads to school, he has to treat the wound on his abdomen. The small injuries healed on its own, but the one in the abdomen didn't. He needs to go to the hospital, then there's school training, and before all that, he had to go to the bank to deposit the money. He complained how busy he was, in the hospital. The doctor told him that it was nothing serious. Although it's a penetrating wound, it was healing well. He was told to keep it clean and not get hurt again. The doctor told him that healing that fast wasn't something normal people could do. So, the doctor asked if he was a prophet, and he replied yes. Then the doctor informed him that prophets get injured often and their hospital has a promotion. If he gets a card, he could enjoy discounts later. Chen refused it and expressed that he wanted the regular medicine. The doctor gave him a special anti-inflammatory. Chen was relieved that the monster's tongue wasn't poisonous. He felt relaxed, but his eyes itched. The doctor gave him the medicine and told him to just pay it outside. He saw that there's light in the bottle, so he asked about it, but the doctor told him that he doesn't see any lights and it was just a regular anti-inflammatory for prophets. He got confused because he could clearly see it, and it didn't seem like an illusion. He wondered if he's the only one who can see it. The doctor thinks he might be hallucinating from stress. He explained that it's normal for prophets to be stressed, then he tried to sell him a counseling program. After that, he exited the room. He could see medicines and people glowing. He wondered if it's because he's a prophet. The difference between ordinary people and prophets is whether they have been enhanced by star energy. He wondered if it was the light given off by the star energy. He wondered if it was because of the fight. If that was the case, it would be a huge deal since the key to a prophet's level up is how much star energy they can absorb. And if he can really sense star energy, it would be much easier to absorb it. Someone caught his attention. The man passes by. This person's star energy was extraordinary. The man glanced back because he felt that he was observed, but he knew there weren't any strong people there. This man answered a call, and the person on the other line asked him why he's in the hospital. He was reminded of their mission, which is to find the alien star. The long green-haired man replied that he rarely travels, so he would stay in that country for a while and catch up with their little princess. The person on the line liked that, because according to their boss's prophecy, the alien star is a key point in changing history. Before they knew whether it was an enemy or ally, he was told to contact them first and act accordingly. The man commented that his boss worries too much. He stated that if the alien star was really an enemy, he'd personally destroy it. This person was Amir, an A-rank thief, at the academy. The principal talked to Chen because just a few days after entering the special class, he didn't answer calls, didn't reply to any messages, and skipped classes. In Chen's head, he just got back and yet he's already caught. The principal was well informed. He apologized and explained that something urgent came up at home, so he wasn't able to inform the school in time. He expressed that he was willing to accept any punishment. The principal clarified that it wasn't what he meant. He just wanted to ask if nothing bad happened to him. Chen replied that there was nothing like that. He asked if he's worried that he'd back out of the exchange match. The principal firmly replied no because he trusted him regarding that. He's more concerned that Chen was hiding some kind of hardship that he doesn't dare to speak of. He told him that since he's a good prophet, even if he hadn't agreed to the match, the school would still do its best to support him. He told him that the purpose of the academy is to nurture excellent prophets, and that will never change. Chen nodded and assured him that he's fine. He promised to give his all in the exchange match and win honor for the school. Since that was all, the principal told him to return to class. He also informed him that his friend was so worried about him that they even came to his office. Chen was confused, though. At class. Jaru placed his arm around Chen's shoulder and asked him where he went. Xiaoxia added that even the teachers don't know what happened. They were all worried about him. He replied that things were busy at home. Jaru brought up the topic about combat techniques he mentioned before. He gave him a card while telling him that he and Xiaoxia scraped together 300,000 for him to use first, then he can just pay them back once he has the money later. Chen was surprised. He just casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect them to take it seriously. He told them that he found the technique wasn't worth it, so he decided not to buy it. He thanked them anyway. Jaru told him that he'd find something better. Unexpectedly, someone called out to Chen. Wenhao was blushing when he approached him. He admitted that he overheard them say that he was short on money, so he gave him his card, which has 50,000 savings. He hoped that he didn't mind that it wasn't much. Then, about him losing the match, he told Chen that if there's something he wants him to do, he could just say it. Chen told him that there's no need to act like a servant or anything. Xiaoxia scolded him for butting in their team's business. She asked if he's scheming something. He replied that there's nothing like that. He just wanted to apologize to Chen before since he thought he got into the special class through connections, and afterward Mr. Zhang explained his situation. With that, he admits his loss wholeheartedly. He stated that Chen made him realize the gap between them, so he wanted to be friends. Xiaoxia whispered in Chen's ear that he was the first to defeat Wenhao. She asked if they should let him join. He replied that he doesn't mind. Xiaoxia told Wenhao that if he's willing to be the fourth member, then they will accept him. He replied that ranking doesn't matter to him. Jaru stated that to celebrate their new teammate, Wenhao should pour him a glass of water. Wenhao replied that if there's anyone who gets water, it should be Chen, since Jaru lost to him anyways. Jaru couldn't believe that he just joined and yet he's already acting like a boss. Chen watched them while thinking that they're all such good teammates. He felt lucky to still be alive otherwise. He would have never met them. At the treadmill machine, Chen trained hard. In his head, the leveling system was simple. The body just needs to absorb the star energy, and the more star energy absorbed, the higher the level. High-intensity exercise increases absorption efficiency, and that's why most prophets were always doing PE classes. But the absorption rate was trickier than he expected. He already wore equipment to maximize training intensity, but his absorption rate was still low. If the star energy in the body wasn't absorbed in time, it will slowly leak out and be wasted. It is no wonder some people stay level 1 their whole lives. At that rate, he'll never reach level 4 before the competition. He knew he needed a way to boost his absorption rate. Jaru approached him and expressed that free training was getting boring. He invited Chen to spar to make things exciting. Chen had an AHA moment. He recalled that during the match, it was only because he had to fight that monster that he accidentally forced himself to grasp star energy observation. He told Jiaru that if they're going to spar, he has an idea that will need everyone's help. The center light was turned on. Xiaoxia used Izumo Palm, while Jiaru used Rending Fist. They fought Chen together. Chen liked how they sync. After that, it left those two exhausted. They have been at it for almost an hour, so they suggested that they rest. Xiaoxia expressed that when he first said 1 versus 2, she thought that he was joking. She didn't expect that he meant it. Jiaru claimed that the method was amazing. Without worrying about winning or losing, he could throw himself completely in battle, and he even dared to try new moves. Next round was Wenhao's turn. Chen realized that he was right. That kind of all-out battle increases absorption rate, and with their good foundations, once the absorption rate increases, they would level up quickly. He thought of trying a new method while his rate was already high. To ensure safety for ordinary people, the star energy in normal supplements was diluted. If the physical quality was average and absorption was low, even drinking thousands of bottles won't raise a level. But from his observation, borrowed star energy was 100 times more concentrated than supplements. With his current ability, absorbing it directly would definitely make his body explode. But if control the flow that he could absorb, he thought that he could make the borrowed star energy permanent. To level up quickly, he thinks it was worth a try. He used borrowing power. He didn't realize until then how absurd the amount he could borrow. But it made sense since it leveled him up twice in a row. He slowly controlled the flow and compressed it as small as possible. Then he absorbed it. The energy was all gathered in his heart. He didn't expect even a small amount to be so overwhelming. His whole body was filled up instantly. Even restraining it desperately, he still had absorbed too much. At that rate, his body will burst. So he had to release it. When he did, everyone was shocked. At first, they thought it was an earthquake, but soon after, they realized it was him. Their jaws dropped when they saw that his star energy suddenly skyrocketed. The boss appeared and asked him what was happening. He couldn't believe that he absorbed his energy. Chen expressed that he tried to control the amount he gave him down to what he could handle, and luckily, it worked. The boss was in disbelief that he absorbed the star energy and didn't die. It made him think that he truly is his destiny point. A brief description about star energy supplements. It is made from materials containing star energy such as star grass, star crystals, etc., with various magical effects such as replenishing star energy, enhancing physical strength, and healing injuries. Chen asked him if he said something. The boss said nothing and expressed that he's glad that he's not dead. Mr. Zhang arrived in panic and asked what happened and if they were okay. Xiaoxia reported that it was Chen. Jiaru explained that they finished sparring and were resting when Chen suddenly became like that. Mr. Zhang couldn't believe that strong star energy was overflowing. He instructed Wenhao to bring the measuring device. It showed that he's at level 3. Everyone's jaw dropped. It was the first level 3 in their school in ages. He hurriedly left to inform the principal at once. Xiaoxia inquired how he leveled up. She wanted him to teach her. He replied that he was just training like they did just then, and she'll eventually level up soon. He didn't expect that it would cause commotion. Because of that, he took a mental note to try it at home instead. Jiaru believed him since he felt so pumped up after sparring. Xiaoxia confirmed if they spar more, they would level up like him. Wenhao told them to stop resting so they could train since it was his turn now. While they were sparring, Chen noticed that the boss didn't curse at him this time. The boss replied that he got used to him, and if it was just to level up quickly, he won't say anything anymore. After all, he needed him to get stronger too. Chen told him there's nothing to worry, since he still has a lot of stored star energy that he hasn't used. Once his body absorbs it slowly, he can level up again to level 4. The boss just watched him in silence. Time flew by and it turned July 12th, 2026. There were only 55 days left until the exchange tournament. Chen trained hard. Another day passed by and he trained with the others. Days flew by with him just focusing on leveling up, until eventually, September 6th, 2026 came. It was the day of the exchange match, at the exchange tournament venue. There were so many people. Xiaoxia couldn't believe that she's actually standing on that stage. She shared that if her mom knew, she would cry from excitement. Jiaru heard that more students were participating that year than ever. Wenhao asked Chen if he's ready for the level 4 matches. The gap between level 3 and level 4 wasn't that small. He felt bad, since if they had more time together, they might have been able to fight together. Chen reassured him and reminded him that participation was enough, and losing or winning doesn't matter. And if it was dangerous, he'll just forfeit. Since the rest areas for level 3 and level 4 were in separate areas, they had to split up. Jiaru told him that if they finish early, they will come cheer for him. Xiaoxia wished him luck. He waved goodbye. The time for him has come. He decided to go get ready. At the VIP stands, the principal expressed that it was his first time in the VIP area. Mr. Zhang replied that it made sense since their school only ever joined level 2 tournaments before, so they never got that treatment. A person arrived and happily greeted him. It was old Wang. They shook hands. Wang Mingyuan, the principal of Yunxiang, congratulated Hu Wei, the principal of Leitian. Mingyuan expressed that he didn't expect Wei to bring level 3 and level 4 students in such a short time. He replied that it's all thanks to his students' hard work. He just did his best to meet their needs. He also thanked him for notifying him about the changes. Mingyuan expressed that the new rules that the central authority had planned are planning to increase subsidies for winning schools, and to get those subsidies, competition would definitely be fierce. Someone arrived. He commented that it was no wonder it was noisy because the country bumpkins were there for the first time. Wei got offended, but Mingyuan told him to calm down. He informed him that the men were the principals that have won in the past tournaments, so it's better not to clash with them. Wei replied that it was in the past, and the tournament hasn't started yet, and no one knows who will win this time. The principal of Shuogang Academy, which was the champion last year, was Li Tuo. He replied that, as expected, the more useless the dog, the louder it barks. He told them to enjoy their time, and if they don't remember the scene well, it would be too bad because they won't get another chance. Hui scoffed in response. Mr. Zhang whispered to him that it was their first time at such a high-level tournament, and he's worried if the kids would be okay. Wei asked him what he thought of the students. Mr. Zhang replied that they were amazing, especially Chen. Since his talents weren't worse than those drugged-up prodigies from elite schools. Wei agreed, and replied that the only thing they needed to do was to believe in them. A black-haired woman with eyeglasses was on the stands holding a card saying, Lei Tenuo. It was her first time in a place like that, so she was nervous. It made her wonder if Chen was okay. When she first heard Chen was competing, she couldn't believe it. A week ago. Ever since Chen transferred to the special class, she hasn't seen him for a long time. She doesn't know how he's been. But now he's the school's superstar. He even represents the school in a level 4 tournament. She expected that he wouldn't even bother talking to someone like her from an ordinary class. She tripped. Fortunately, someone caught her. Chen asked her if she was okay. She was surprised to see him. She thanked him for helping her and asked why he's there. He replied that he saw her pass, so he just came to say hi. She expressed that she thought after he joined the special class, he didn't want to be friends with her anymore. That was nonsense, since to him, friends are friends that don't change because of status. It made her smile. She was glad because, just as she expected, he's still the same. She had faith that he'll do well in the match. At the present moment, the contestants were called on stage. Chen wore black shirt, pants, wristbands, and shoes. He looked cold and sophisticated. The class rep looked forward to seeing him. Chen's current stats is at E-class level 4, with borrowed Power 1 ability. He has 999 wishes and 0 rewards. Currently, he has no debt due, but the total of his remaining debt was at 99,808,912. The host greeted the honored guests, beloved teachers, and dear students. There were 2 hosts. The male host welcomed everyone to the Outer District Regional Exchange Tournament. The competition was going to be hosted by him and his partner, Lillian. The crowd went wild because Lillian was a popular idol. They didn't expect her to host the tournament. Also, she's still cute even without her idol outfit. She announced to everyone that she showed up not as an idol, but as a hardworking Lillian, and the true stars were the contestants. Then they explained the rules of the competition. There were 12 academies participating, and each sent 4 representatives. There were 16 level 4 contestants and 32 level 3 contestants. However, the arena is only for the level 4 contestants. So if there's anyone who wants to watch level 3 matches, they should go to the other hall. The scores of both level 3 and level 4 would be converted into points, and the final ranking would be based on points. The promotion rules were simple. Each match was one-on-one, the winner advanced to the next round. Winners would face other winners until a champion was decided. And to ensure everyone goes all out, the unlimited match time rule has been changed. Now, each match is limited to half an hour, ending when one side loses the ability to fight or admits defeat. They hoped all contestants would show their true strength. Although that year's rules were more intense than before, they had nothing to worry about. Lillian revealed a special person. It was Bai Yue, an S-rank oracle. Most of the audience only saw him on TV, so they couldn't believe they're seeing him in person. Yue lifted one finger, and the ground shook. It demonstrated how impressive he was. The ground was elevated. It was the special arena that he prepared. It also has barriers set by him, so the spectators don't need to worry about being harmed by shockwaves. And after each match, the master would repair the stage. Contestants could go all out and fight without holding back. Lastly, the gemstones they held must be worn during the matches. It wasn't just proof of participation, but it also protects them at a critical moment. The contestants were amazed and overwhelmed that with just a flick of his wrist, he had reshaped the battlefield already. They had understood how overwhelming it was after seeing it in person. Chen internally agreed to that. He heard that S-rank power was like that of a god. He didn't expect it to be that exaggerated. But he saw the boss without care at all, so it killed the tension for him. The match results would be notified through each contestant's gemstone, and without further ado, the match began. The first round, Match 1, was scored 16-8. It was between the West Coast Oracle, Wang Lu, and the Blue Extreme Oracle, Xiao Ran. The opening fight was already fierce. Ran ends the battle with a dazzling cannon-like attack. It ended after 17 minutes. Then they moved on to the second match. Wei and Ming Yuan watched through a glass window. Wei couldn't believe that the S-rank master was invited to assist. It just showed how much more intense that year's competition would be intense than ever. Ming Yuan replied that the gap between level 4 and level 3 was huge, and level 4s can fully unleash their battle techniques. Plus, the academies were rich, so they could easily afford C-rank techniques. With subsidies, those academies shamelessly equipped their contestants with best techniques and potions, which is how they had stayed on the top for so long. It was also the reason why they were confident. Some men tried to win Principal Tuo's favor while he's drinking his coffee and watching the match. Ming Yuan claimed that this time it would be different. The host announced the fight match, which was between Yunhu Oracle Lan Qin and West Coast Oracle Liza. It was another exciting duel that they anticipated. Qin dodges with ghostly footwork, avoiding the fierce attacks as if toying with her opponent. But dodging alone won't hurt the opponent, so they were curious how she would claim her victory. She announced that the warm-up was over. She restricted her opponent's limbs. They were surprised to learn that she mastered an ability-type technique. Her opponent panicked when he couldn't break free. They determined that from his reaction, the ability was dangerous. Using a technique to bind the opponent and then finish him off was her flawless strategy. The match ended in just 5 minutes. It thrilled the crowd to see magic. They knew that controlling the enemy and beating him up at will was unbeatable. She stood a chance at the championship. Hu Wei was also surprised. Ability type was a rare power usually by awakened D-rank oracles or higher. Ming Yun knew exactly that. He revealed that Qin was one of the rare few who awakened early. Her talent was 1 in a million. Wu Yu, the Chongshan principal and last year's runner-up, commented that it wasn't such a big deal. Ming Yun asked him why he tried to poach her when he looked down on her so much. He learned it from Qin. She even said that he's greasy. It embarrassed Yu. Tuo told Yu to stop and assured him that it was just an early awakening. Then the host announced the match between Lianguang's oracle, Wang Zhuo. Before the host could end his statement, the match had already been over. It only took 5 seconds. It was a one-hit kill. As the opponent was about to attack, Zhuo had ended him. It demonstrated the power of Lianguang Oracle Academy, the reigning 3-time champion. The crowd went wild. It was indeed insane. They already anticipated that the championship would be claimed by them again. Zhuo was certain of the outcome of the matches for that year. Because of that, he's already bored. Yu got excited when he saw it. Zhuo really was something else. No doubt, he was trained personally by Principal Li. Tuo commented that the more arrogant the dog, the louder it barks. Ming Yun responded that he should just wait, and they'd show him. Meanwhile, Wei was silent because he knew that the battle was completely out of their league. He acknowledged that with their academy's oracle level, just qualifying was already a win. If Chen could even win one match or at least put on a good show, then it would be a huge gain. In the 7th match, the Shaiman Oracle's contestant came out victorious after 20 minutes. After that, they had a short break before the last match of the 3rd round began. Cho didn't expect to be in the final match. It made him intrigued on what kind of opponent he'd face. The boss didn't care about those details. It suggested that he borrows the power and finishes it quickly. Chen explained that students at that stage usually only reach level 4, so borrowing up to level 5 would be too eye-catching. If he's investigated, it would be a problem. Someone was in the hallway and told him that he had bad luck for reaching the final match. It was Chen. She told him that Chen was up against Chongshan Oracle's Lei Che. He's one of the top contenders for the championship of that year. His signature technique, Thunderburst Kick, was so strong, even D-rank fighters can't withstand it. Chen replied that using such a powerful technique in such a lower-level tournament seemed dangerous. She explained that the gemstone he received before the match could block one fatal blow, but his body won't come out unscathed. It showed how cruel the funding battles between academies are. He thanked her for the warning and inquired why she's helping him. She replied that their principals were friends, so she became sort of his ally. The goal was the same, to take the first place from those arrogant elites. She hoped that he would at least play the role of ally and help her out one bit, but since his opponent is Lei Che, she could just wish that he'd wear down his stamina. She wished him good luck and elfed. It made him wary if Che was really that dangerous. The last match of the final round began. Everyone had been getting impatient. Chen stepped out. The crowd went wild. They didn't expect him to be in the last match, so the crowd was thrilled. Chen was caught off guard with the warm welcome that he received. Then Lei Che was introduced. Chen realized that people weren't talking about him. Che came out in a flashy way. A superhero entrance for someone who doesn't have plot armor, huh? And the crowd went wild. He was so confident. Chen had a serious expression on his face when he turned towards him. It was unexpected that the final spotlight battle would go to Changshan Oracle's contestant, Lei Che. He became an Oracle at age 12, and in just 4 years he reached level 4. Not to mention he once earned a national certification and a guild invitation. Calling him a new era genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. The crowd cheered for him. His female fans went wild too. Tiantian noticed his fans club while no one's cheering for Chen. The woman behind her replied that it was natural. She stated that Che was handsome and strong, so having no fans would be abnormal. On the other hand, the other guy looked ill-tempered and pretentious, so no one would cheer for him. Tiantian got angry and corrected the woman that Chen had a fan, that she was a fan of his. She claimed that he was gentle and strong, unlike that flashy Che who had a bad personality, just like his face. The woman got offended. Tiantian reasoned that she started when she judged Chen by his looks. Those two clashed, and they competed cheering for their candidates. Tiantian's classmates were surprised by her actions. It was their first time seeing her so fired up, so they got intrigued on what's going on. The host acknowledged the unending cheers. It just implied that everyone was excited to see what kind of performance the genius youth would show. They were curious if he could shake up Lianguang Oracle, the academy that dominated first place for years. Then the host announced the start of the match. Lillian stopped him because he forgot to introduce the other contestant. He realized his mistake and admitted that he got caught up with the crowd's excitement and forgot. He was slightly embarrassed. He apologized and proceeded with a proper introduction. He announced the opponent of Lei Che, Zhou Chen of Leitan Oracle. The host had nothing to say about past achievements since there was none, also no signature techniques. Given their record, he could tell that it was his first time competing. Chen wished they had at least bought a technique beforehand. The crowd started talking. It made sense why they don't recognize him. It was because it's their debut. They assumed that a school like that probably spent all their resources just raising one level 4. Now, it was no wonder why he doesn't have a battle technique. They already think it was such a waste of such a prime spotlight match. They had lost hope to see Che's ultimate move. Meanwhile, the woman behind Tiantian laughed at her after learning that their school was competing for the first time. Wu Yu didn't expect that Wei's debut would be against them. He felt bad for him. Wei's head started to ache. Mingyun told him to ignore the guy. He told him that every school has its first time. Che spoke to Chen saying that he had bad luck for facing him in their debut. He added that Chen should understand that being a genius means carrying a lot of expectations, and even if he wanted to sympathize with him, he couldn't give up on victory. Chen replied, "There's no need for that, and they could just fight normally." Che moved at lightning speed. He approached Chen to tell him that he would start with just 10% of his power as a warm-up. In that way, Chen's first fight would look like a decent back and forth, even if he lost. He advised him to make good use of the chance. Chen didn't care much, since he already told him to fight normally. The host announced that Che instantly closed in on Chen, then retreated just as fast. The host was fired up. He declared the match to begin. As soon as he did, Che attacked at lightning speed. This guy appeared in front of our MC faster than the blink of an eye. But Chen saw the incoming punch, and the following attacks. He didn't take a step away from his spot. Our boy's opponent was definitely toying with him. It surprised the hosts. They wondered if it was some kind of special technique. They could see Che split into two, or even more, and it looked like Chen was taking the attack all at once. The after images could have been caused by the sheer speed. Right from the start, Che showed such terrifying skill, which made the championship battle thrilling to watch. Chin watched and commented that Che was going to be troublesome. Zhuo was just silent. Yu had this smug expression, because he knew that Che's strength was far greater than that. Finding such a prodigy cost him a lot. He already expected the opponent to be no match. Che asked Chen why he wasn't moving. He mocked him for not being able to keep up with 10% of his speed. He added that it made sense because only Zhuo was worthy to be his opponent. He concluded that Chen had reached the end. In his last attack, it was time to say goodbye. Chen asked him if he wouldn't dodge anymore. Che was caught off guard and got punched in the face. Chen didn't even take a step from his position. The host's jaws dropped because of the shock. Chen and Zhuo were surprised too. Even Tiantian and the woman behind her, Che even lost a tooth from the punch. They couldn't believe that in an instant, Chen threw a punch and easily nullified Che's attack. With Che's speed, dodging should have been easy. They wondered if it was carelessness, or he simply failed to evade. The crowd got mad at Chen for hitting Che on the face. They claimed that he cheated. But to Chen, Che wasn't attacking, so he decided to attack first. It made him wonder if there's a hidden match rule there. Ming Yun, excitedly, claimed that it was a solid move. He commented that Wei's student was hiding some serious skill. Yu yelled that it was impossible because at level 4 no one was faster than Che, and a small school like that would never train someone like that. He accused him of hiring a ringer. Wei replied that if it were a rigger, the higher-ups in charge of screening would have caught it. He suggested that Yu was implying that he was smarter than them. Tuo pointed out that the shouting was setting a bad example. Suddenly, the host announced that the match wasn't over yet. The host was about to announce the winner when someone stopped him. It was Che. He was back on his feet, so the match continued. He realized he underestimated him, so from then on, he decided not to hold back anymore. He could no longer suppress his thunder power any longer. He let out a thunderous light throughout the arena. It was such intense star energy. Chen was shocked at how fast he became, his brows furrowed. They noticed how Che used the arena's barrier to keep increasing his speed. They expected him to use a certain move. Che's signature battle technique. He became confident in his technique. He unleashed the thunderous explosive charge kick, but before he could land it, he was punched in the face and was thrown to the opposite side of the arena. Chen advised him that he should have attacked earlier before he had gotten to his speed. So once again, Che was sent flying. His star turned red, which means he's completely lost the ability to fight. The host declared Chen as the winner. Deep inside, he almost couldn't hold back his strength, but with the Starstone protection, he thinks Che would be fine. The crowd talked to each other on how he did that. It was so fast that they couldn't even see clearly. In the quarterfinals, the first match was between Li Yue and Zhao Qing, in which Yue of Radiant Light Division emerged victorious. The second match was Lan Qin versus Sun Ming. The third match was between Wang Zhou and Xiao Hao, and the last match was Xiaoran versus Zhou Chen. In the quarterfinals match 2, Lan Qin easily won, the same for Zhou in match 3. It was another one-strike victory. The opponent was from the same academy, so he held back. The crowd moved on from him and got excited for Chen's match. Zhou heard them and glared at them with killing intent. They got spooked. In quarterfinal match 4, it was Zhou Chen versus Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's explosive fist lives up to its name. The angles were vicious and hard to block. But Chen was dodging as if he predicted his opponent's moves. The speed was so fast that no one could even follow. In one strike, he won. Some men in black suits watch him through the screen. They noticed how he hasn't even used a battle technique. He's only using star energy to strengthen his body and strike his opponents. His start energy control was good, that there's no need for real techniques. They speculated him to be above level 4, and he just had to lower his rank to compete. Or that maybe he used some kind of illegal drug to boost his power. Either way, it breaks the rules of the tournament, so they had someone to check it out. The host announced that the next fight is the first semi-final between Leitan Division's Zhou Chen versus Shining Light Division Lia Yue. But he noticed some men approached Chen. The crowd had asked what was going on. Chen was asked to put on a device and then release a burst of star energy pressure once he got it on. The crowd speculated that those men were from Mid-City District Special Inspectors. They knew that inspectors were specifically there to verify the levels. Because of that, they started to think that Chen must not have been a level 4. They started to speculate that he must have been a substitute fighter. Chen started to wonder if he overdo it after all. He took a mental note not to stand out too much in the future. The men checked their screen. Verification was complete, and there was no discrepancy in level, and no sign of drugs in the contestant's body. The host announced that the inspector had just confirmed that Chen was really an E-rank level 4. After that, the tournament continued. The announcement was followed by a deafening silence. The crowd were surprised that he was just really level 4 after demonstrating his skills. The semi-final match between Yue and Chen started. Yue was scared of how strong he was. And in one strike, Chen had won again. It was unbelievable. He secured victory again and advanced to the finals. Mingyun told Wei that his student was really special. Wei pretended that he knew that before. Some men approached Principal Hu as they didn't expect that the Leitan would produce such promising students for that year. The man flattered him by saying that he always heard that the principal was extremely dedicated to his work. Now, seeing how excellent his student was, his reputation was well deserved. The man added that they should all learn from him. Yu and Tuo scowled at them. Wei didn't expect that Chen would make it to the finals on his very first tournament. He could confidently say that he didn't let him down. The semi-final match 2 between Zhuo and Qin started. Qin bore in her mind that she absolutely cannot lose the Academy's honor. She noticed him. Zhuo was exuding with killing intent. And the host announced that they should begin. 2 girls cheered for their seniors. Zhuo noticed them. Qin thought it was her chance since he got distracted. She attacked him and hit his chest with the combat skill called Flowing Cloud Hand. But Zhou didn't budge. Instead, he glared at her. She got terrified when she realized her attack was completely useless. He saw that she had magic ability. He grabbed her arm, then she tried to elbow him. Then he told her that the magic ability was ridiculous. It angered her. She wrapped him using her ability. And then she puts distance between them. She thought it was a good hit. But to her surprise, he appeared behind her and told her that it was such a petty trick. She didn't know when he had done that. Then he punched her using his battle skill, boiling blood. She was blasted away. Both sides were strong. The semifinals were really on another level. The arena has been shattered, and yet Zhuo wasn't hurt at all. The girls in the audience felt worried for their seniors because it made them on the verge of tears. Mingyun was worried for Qin too. She was bruised all over. Her talisman fell. She forced herself to continue fighting. Back then, on a rainy day in school. She saw some girls gathered in an area when training time had already started. One of her juniors cried because when the academy subsidy was gone, she would have to go back to work. She wanted to keep studying to become a recruiter. She promised them that they would win the championship, then the Ministry of Education won't cancel their subsidy, and everyone can keep studying. The girl became hopeful. Then she remembered something. She gave her a charm to express their support for her. She was touched. In the present moment, she wanted to uphold the deal. She desperately tried to reach her charm, but Zhuo just stepped on it while saying that she'd been fighting desperately just for that. He kicked her while telling her that she's boring. With her state, her supporters can no longer cheer her on. The system detected that her start stone had turned red, meaning she lost the ability to fight. Zhuo was declared the victor, but even after that, he wanted to kick her with condensed energy on his foot. The host yelled at him to stop since the match was already over. He quickly yelled for someone to restrain him. The crowd was terrified of what he's trying to do. Mingyun yelled at him to stop at once. Someone yelled at Yue to intervene, otherwise someone would die, but he replied that there was no need. He watched the arena, and the ground shattered. Chen had saved Qin. He asked if it was their academy's fighting style to bully someone who can't fight back. Zhuo turned to see who it was. He found Chen. The host was relieved that Chen saved Qin at the critical moment. Mingyun rushed down to Qin, feeling relieved. The crowd yelled that Zhuo was too much. They cheered for Chen to teach him a lesson in the finals. Zhuo claimed that whoever that was doesn't matter because one more or one less doesn't make any difference. At this point, Chen was already angry. Since both contestants agreed to go directly to the finals, the host requested the staff to repair the arena to be able to proceed smoothly. Xiaoxia, Jiaru, and Wenhao arrived and sat beside Tiantian. Jiaru asked Tiantian what the situation was. She told him that he made it to the finals, but she's worried since his opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Mingyun was frustrated that Tuo allowed some lunatics like that to complete. He advised Wei to keep his eye on this one. They told Chen to be careful. Chen replied that they shouldn't worry. Zhuo asked Chen if he really thinks he had a chance given his background and resources. He claimed that from the start, the battle was already decided. Chen cuts him off by saying that he talked so much crap, so he asked if they're still going to fight or not. Zhuo glared at him, and once everything was ready, the host announced the match to begin. Immediately, Zhuo went to punch him. Chen just stood there. Zhuo expressed that he thought he would be more impressive. Chen replied that it should be his line. Zhuo was caught off guard. He taunted him by asking if that was all the reigning champion had. Then he counterattacked. Zhuo fought back using his boiling blood battle technique, and their fists met each other at an insane speed. The host announced that he had worked in the field for over 10 years, and he had never seen such a spectacle in a level 4 match. It was hard to imagine that it was Lei Tian's first competition. Chen was so strong. Even Wenhao and Jiaru couldn't believe it. Chen had sparred with them before. but they realized that he must have been holding back all along. They were only one level apart from him, but the gap in power was huge. Chen kept punching. His fist landed on Zhuo's jaw. Wei was shocked. Mr. Zhang knew Chen had a solid foundation, but he didn't expect that he could really fight someone with top-tier resources to that extent. Zhuo couldn't believe that he was injured. It took him a while to register that he actually got hurt by that kind of guy. It angered him, which led him to use boiling blood max level. The boss noticed that he forced the star energy in his body to erupt and boost strength. It got interested in the power known as the battle techniques. He moved incredibly fast. Chen noticed the increase in his speed, but it was useless against his perception. Perception is a focused mind that greatly enhances sensory ability. The staff beside Yue was surprised that Zhuo's star energy intensity had rapidly increased. They suggested a level check on Zhuo. Yue replied that Zhuo had used that battle technique in the past too. Using that technique temporarily strengthens body parts to gain power beyond one's level, and that time he just applied it to his whole body, so it doesn't count as a violation. The staff realized that he was too hasty. Yue noticed that the other contestant seems to have not used his full strength since the beginning. It made him curious on what his limit was. It was so fast that the audience couldn't even see. Jiaru thinks that Chen was at a disadvantage. When Rao replied that it wasn't the case, he noticed that Chen was guiding Zhuo's punches. Chen evaded the punch. Then he took a deep breath while keeping his eyes on him. Then he countered with a punch, but Zhuo blocked it using his arms, but the strength had pushed him back. He did his best to maintain his footing. He admitted that Chen was the first at the same level who could push him like that, but he claimed that he would still be the strongest. Chen taunted him by asking if that was all he got. Chen activated borrowed force. He had 0 out of 6 remaining uses. Shit's about to go down. Zhuo and Chen prepared their fists. It was a battle between boiling blood, max, and borrowed power. They blocked each other's arms. Then Chen used perception. It made him clearly see the punches, and Zhuo's weak point was the heart. He elbowed him on the chest. It made Zhuo cough. Then Chen followed up with another attack. Zhuo couldn't believe that Chen's strength and speed was increasing. He refused to go down. He exudes his star energy as he yells that he's the strongest. But Chen was ready to end the fight. Zhuo punched him while screaming at him to die. Their fists clashed at the center, resulting to a powerful explosion. Because of the smoke and bright light, no one could see inside the arena. Wei wondered how it went. The smoke slowly subsided. Eventually they saw Zhuo still standing, but this fucker then fell to his knees and had lost the ability to fight, and the one standing until the end was Chen. The host congratulated Chen for winning the Level 4 Group Championship. Ladian's points have also achieved a historic comeback. They had secured the championship with 200 points. It was the first time since the start of the Outer Exchange Tournament that a regional academy had taken the overall championship. Following Leitian was Liang Guangyu with 160 points, Yun Huyu with 135 points, and on the fourth was Chong Guangyu with 110 points. Everyone from Leitian celebrated. They had faith that Chen would pull it off. Mr. Zhang screamed that Chen really made them proud. Even Wei praised him for a job well done. Now, they don't have to beg for subsidies. Mr. Zhang couldn't believe him for highlighting that. The other men noticed Wei was still there, so they hurriedly went down to congratulate him, while Tup was holding back his anger. Yu couldn't decide where to go. Eventually he went with them. Since the match was over, Yue decided to head back. He left the rest of the work to the stuff. His interest was caught by Chen. Then he noticed a middle-aged man and a high school girl on the side. He recognized him and thought that he came there for Chen too. The girl was Lin En. The man beside him didn't expect that the outer district would be able to produce such talent. It was no wonder that En came to watch. He asked her if she had heard of him before. He wondered if she could bring him to the guild. She replied that they were neighbors when they were kids, but after she moved, they never met again. She bumped into him by chance in the Blackwater district last time, and he didn't recognize her, but she could try his best to pull him into the guild. The Lentian Academy had received the trophy. Wei gave a speech about how they had proved with strength that even small places can raise a golden phoenix. The reporters told Chen to look at the camera. He was more tired of this than the match itself. The next day, in the principal's office, he made it to the headlines. Wei sincerely thanked him. He gave him the crystal as promised. He was glad to give it to him, especially if it would help him. The boss celebrated receiving that. Wei expected that the specialized institutes of the inner district would soon be reaching out to him. He told him that once he got in, he shouldn't forget Leidian. Chen assured him that he won't forget. When he left the principal's office, he noticed someone outside. It was his friends. He was surprised to see those three when it was school break. They came to find him. Jiaru comfortably placed his arm around Chen's shoulder while expressing that he didn't expect so soon that after the match ended, schools already sent out admission notices. And they turned out to be from the 5 great academies. They had been all admitted to the 5 academies. Chen congratulated him. He believes that with his skills, it would be strange if they didn't want him. Jiaru replied that it was all thanks to him. And as his underlings, he claimed that their goals won't be so short-sighted. He imagined that one day, they would be great partners. Chen asked what he meant. Xiaoxia translated for him that it meant that Jiaru would be counting on him. Even though courses weren't shared between academies, they could still hang out during free time. She promised to come find him to hang out. Chen was happy with that. He replied that being alone was boring. He looked forward to sparring with them in the future, too. Someone arrived and approached him. It was Tiantian. She asked if she could join them, too. She was determined to become stronger, too. Tiantian entered the room and was impressed. Her eyes sparkled. She asked if she's really allowed to train there. She can't believe that he really took her request seriously. She thanked him. Chen replied that it was nothing. He just mentioned it to the principal, and he agreed right away. She thanked the principal and everyone else for letting her use the equipment. The principal thought of getting rid of the honors class restrictions so all the students can use the training equipment freely. He realized that a lot of things needs to be reformed, including future educational benefits. Renovating the school was also on the list. Thanks to the prize money from winning the regional exchange tournament, he can finally do the things he always wanted to do. He acknowledged that it was all thanks to everyone's hard work. He thanked them all. They all smiled warmly. But Jiaru had to admit that it sucks that the principal waited until after he graduates to make the school that nice. He wouldn't get to enjoy any of it. Wenhao told him to shut up because he's ruining the moment. Principal Wei told them that they're always welcome to come back and visit. Xiaoxia got curious why Tiantian suddenly had the urge to train so hard, especially when the school's already on break after the tournament. Jiaru saw them and got curious when the two of them got close. Tiantian blushed as she explained that she always thought she doesn't have any talent, so she just let things be, but seeing them fight so hard for their dreams made her want to be cool like them. She's more confident in her academic skills, so she planned to apply to the 5 great academies as a cultural specialist. She only needed to be level 2 for that track. And the deadline is in a month. She wanted to give it her all, even if she failed. Her story made Xiaoxia sob. She promised to help her with everything she could. She had faith that she could do it. Tiantian thanked her. Jiaru offered to help too. Then he asked what Chen's plans were. He asked if he had decided on any schools yet. Chen admitted that he hasn't received any acceptance letters yet. That was a surprise. Jiaru asked why when he got his letter the day after the tournament ended. They even got accepted into the 5 great academies, so there's no way that no school wouldn't scout Chen. He had no idea either. Principal Wei informed him that it was also something he would like to discuss. He gave him a red envelope. It was the acceptance letter that just arrived that day. As Jiaru expected, there was no way that no school would want Chen. He encouraged him to hurry up and see which of the 5 great academies was it. It was an invitation from the Dawnbreaker Blade Oracle Specialized Academy, addressed to Chen. There was an instruction that if he accepts, he had to keep the card safe and report to the academy with it by September 16, 2026, but if he wishes to decline, he could just simply break the card and his eligibility would automatically be voided. They were all surprised by Jiaru's loud voice. Jiaru was shocked because Dawnbreaker Academy was the one that walks all over the 5 great academies. Chen asked what he meant, so he explained that among all the Oracle academies in the country, there were 5 that were recognized as the best. Those were the Morningstar Academy, Watchers Academy, Red Lion Academy, Azure Sky Academy, Alpha Academy. Each of those academies was a symbol of authority and power, possessing the highest privileges. However, the one and only academy that stands above all 5 of them was the Dawnbreaker Academy. If Dawnbreaker wanted a student, they got to pick first. Even the 5 great academies had to get in line. Chen asked why there were only 5 best academies when Dawnbreaker was also a prestigious one. Principal Wei explained that it was because the Dawnbreaker Academy's value can't be measured on the same scale as the 5 great academies. It was a school founded specifically to subjugate fishers. According to a central government confidentiality agreement, the existence of fishers wasn't supposed to be disclosed in outer sectors. But they all earned access to the inner sector, so a brief mention should be fine. Tiantian doesn't have access to the inner sector yet, so she asked if she should step out for a minute. Principal Wei told her that there's no need as long as she won't repeat what she hears. A fisher was a vast world filled with creatures whose strength was comparable to oracles. Because the fishers are two-way, creatures can also come out from them. If they escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. So when a fissure appears, oracles are needed to go inside and subjugate these creatures. Although subjugating fissures can bring great fame and fortune, the danger was also beyond imagination. Principal Wei was once a member of a fissure subjugation team, but during one mission, their team suffered heavy casualties. In the end, after one of their core members got injured and left with serious side effects, the team's whole morale shattered and they were forced to disband. While other academies also require students to deal with fissures to pass the advancement exams, the difficulty and casualty rate for the Dawnbreaker Academy was the highest by far. So he encouraged Chen to think carefully about whether he really wanted to go. The academy only has priority recruitment rights. Even if he refuses their offer, it won't stop other schools from scouting him. He also didn't want him to walk to his death without knowing the risks. Chen expressed that he wanted to go. It was a palace where he can get stronger and make money, so there's no way he'd pass that up. Principal Wei expected him to say that. He could tell he's going to become an incredible warrior. Jiaru grinned and expressed that they won't fall behind. As long as they all get strong enough together, they won't have to worry about those fissures. Chen agreed. Then Jiaru noticed that the deadline was on the 16th. It was already the 6th, so he only had 10 days to report. It was a surprise because usually they would get half a year break to prepare. Principal Wei explained that Dawnbreak Academy operates on its own terms. They can't be measured using the standards of a traditional school. Chen had to get ready right away, so she apologized to Tiantian that he couldn't help with the training. Xiaoxia told him not to worry about it because he could count on them with that. He went back to his room and started to list the things he had to bring. At that point, the boss came out, along with the crystal. The boss poked the crystal with its fingernails. It sank deep, and then it removed the mystical energy around the crystal. Then the crystal fell and shattered. Chen was surprised to see what happened on his crystal. The shattered crystal made him cry because he planned to sell it for some cash. The boss explained that he took the power from inside it since the stone itself was worthless. Then he remembered that Chen had to take care of something in school, so he asked how it went. Chen informed him that he got accepted into Dawnbreaker Academy. They say it has the best resources, so it was the perfect place to get stronger and pay off his debts. The only catch was that he'll have to subjugate fissures. He heard they were so dangerous that even oracles had to be wary. The boss told him there's nothing to be afraid of in the fissures, since oracles and fissures were essentially the same thing. It was because the star energy that makes them oracles came from fissures. To Chen, that sounded terrifying, so he asked if he had any rewards that could help him stay alive. He also pointed out that one of the wishes had been completed. It seemed like he thought of the boss like a genie, where he just held out his hand and expected things. Though some of the boss's wishes were in the fissures, so he decided to help him out. He recovered a bit of his power through the crystal, so he had enough to give him the reward. He warned the kid to brace himself. The fragment of creative authority connected with the authority holder. It detected the authority holder's body, which was at E4. Then it acquired the authority holder's identity. It reconfigured authority holder's structure conversion and completed the optimal reinforcement of authority holder's structure. It detected residual star energy, which it automatically converted to levels. The level conversion was successful, so he leveled up to rank E, level 6. Once it was completed, Chen acquired the fragment of creative authority. He asked what that thing was, so the info was presented to him. It was one of the power fragments of the demon god of creation, Sathoth, which grants the holder the ability to create power. He asked who that demon of God was and what it had done to his body. The boss explained that Sathoth was his old friend, and the creative authority was a gift from her. It can tap into the authority holder's potential and create powers best suited for them. It can even change their race or physical body. The rewards he gave him before weren't necessarily a good fit for him, so he decided to give him a piece of the creative authority. So from then on, Chen could create his own powers. Chen argued that if it was just to level up, he didn't have to give him something so complicated. The boss called him a fool for thinking levels are everything. For oracles, levels only affect their basic physical stats, but if their potential was mediocre, they won't get that strong no matter how high their level was. So, he gave the creative authority because he was afraid that Chen would awaken some garbage potential. If he's too weak, then he'd be useless. Chen remembered one contestant, Qin, who awakened her Esper-type potential early. He realized that her special ability was the power of her potential, and compared to that, combat skills seemed common and ordinary. He knew that if he's going to be subjugating fissures, potential was definitely more important. Otherwise, he'd struggle against even a single monster. The power of creative authority was usually related to the authority holder's own perception. The boss knew he'd understand it if he tried. Chen couldn't feel his body absorbing star energy anymore. It looked like the fragment really did modify his body. Even the old parchment-style system window had changed to look like a video game from before he was transported there. It looks way more familiar that he instantly knew how to use it. It showed his name and his bloodline of being a human oracle. His potential was locked. His level was at E6 with 30 constitution and 0 strength, agility, spirit, and divine sense. Perception was unlocked, and he had 994 remaining evil god wishes. Since it had a status bar, it made him wonder if it had a shop and other functions too. He was informed that the exchange shop was locked until he reached D rank level 7. It was the same for other functions like rank up and management. He had no choice but to level up first. Even if he wanted to level up, he couldn't because he doesn't have any soul. Soul is a mysterious substance extracted from fisher creatures that can be converted into power. The boss saw his reaction, so he asked why. He informed him that he's missing the key item for leveling up. It seems that he had to go to a fisher to get it, but the dilemma was that he couldn't level up by absorbing star energy anymore. At his current strength, if he goes in, he'll probably be carried out. The boss sighed and complained that he's always in so much trouble, and he was stuck with him. So, since another wish had been completed, he decided to give him one last thing. He acquired the Kadra's demonic armor. The energy wrapped around his body. It was a unique armament, a fragment of Kadra's demonic armor. It is one of the armor fragments containing the power of the heroic spirit king, Kadra. It has the property of being soulbound, requiring no physical wear. It has an exclusive skill called demonic armor manifestation. It summons demonic armor onto the body to block attacks. It increases strength while manifested. Chen was pleased with it. Not only does it defend against attacks, but it also increases his strength. It only covers a small area, but with stats like that, he had nothing to complain about. The boss was sad that the rewards used up all the power he just saved up. He just considered it as an advance investment. He told Chen to work hard to pay him back. Chen was motivated to work his ass off. The next day, there was a taxi parked outside, so someone asked Chen if he's leaving that day. It was Principal Wei along with his friends. He replied, yes. It was only a one-day trip to the mid-level city, but he wanted to get to the academy and start training as soon as possible. Principal Wei knew that once he entered the mid-city, he won't be back for a while. He told him to contact him if he needs help with anything. That reminded him of the favor he wanted to ask. He requested him to occasionally check on his mother at the hospital, and if he saw his sister, he wanted him to give the letter to her. Principal Wei knew it was important, so he asked why he wouldn't give it to her himself. He replied that they were on bad terms, so it was not a good time for him to see her. The principal understood and kept the letter. He promised to look after his family so he could focus on his studies. Jiaru promised to find him in half a year, and by then, he expected Chen to show them the ropes. Xiaoxia told him to keep in touch. He said goodbye to them. He arrived at the airport. The staff asked him if he was there to process a visa and flight to the mid-level city. She asked him for the reason for his travel. He replied that it was for school enrollment. Deep inside, the staff was confused because it was still vacation time. She requested him for proof of his enrollment. He asked if the card would suffice. She was surprised to see the ID card for the Dawnbreak Academy. She had been working in the outer sector for a long time, and it was the first time she had ever seen one. She couldn't believe that the kid who looked so ordinary was a student accepted into a Dawnbreak Academy. She was staring at him. So he panicked that the card wasn't enough and told her that he had the invitation letter too. She apologized and clarified that it was more than enough. She guided him to go left and follow the flight attendant's instructions once he's on board. He asked if he wouldn't need a ticket. She explained that with his status, travel to mid-level city was free of charge. He only needs to purchase a ticket when returning from there. The plane took off. He couldn't believe he was seated in first class. He assumed it was another perk of being admitted to Dawnbreaker Academy. As he thought of that academy, he sincerely hoped that it wouldn't disappoint. The pilot announced that the flight will arrive at the mid-level city at approximately 10 a.m. the next day, at Dawnbreaker Academy. Chen arrived at the entrance. From there, he could tell it was so grand and quiet. It doesn't feel like a school at all. He approached the receptionist to ask where he should register. The staff asked for his card. The staff saw his name and warmly greeted him. They had been waiting for him to come. He ushered him to the school. Chen was confused why they would wait for him when he doesn't know anyone there. The staff clarified that someone else was looking for him. They arrived in front of a stone. He was instructed to stand in the middle and touch the stone monument with his black card. Chen couldn't believe there was such a place on campus. He asked if it was some kind of hidden passage. The staff told him that he would soon find out. He could feel dizzy, but was told to bear with it. As soon as he tapped the card, he was teleported. He was astonished that the place earlier wasn't even the actual school. The staff informed him that Dawnbreaker Academy was located far away, so they had to use those teleportation stones. Since he just got there, he would have a lot of time to explore later, and the person who was waiting for him was already there. A few minutes later, they arrived at the place. The staff brought him to Lin En. She was having her tea while 2 students stood by her side. She asked him if he remembers her. He replied yes, and he had been wanting to find a chance to thank her. He just never expected that she would be his senior. The violet-haired, standing beside En, thanked the staff for his hard work and informed him that she had already transferred the money. He left them to chat. Chen approached her and asked if there's any specific reason she asked for him. The man standing beside En stopped him. He told him that he's a pleb from the outer sector and had no permission to get close to En. En warned this guy, Kui Ming-cheng, to watch his mouth, especially when Chen was his guest. Then she invited Chen to sit down so they could talk. He replied to just outright tell him what she wanted to say. She sighed and was forced to make it quick. She expressed that her guild was short on members, so she wanted him to join. And for the price, she offered 30 million. He couldn't believe she's offering 30 million right off the bat. She heard that the price for hiring a powerhouse for a guild depends on their strength and potential, but it's usually hard to even break $1 million. Ming Cheng asked her if she's insane. For that price, she could hire 3 top-tier B ranks or an entry-level A rank oracle. He argued that the piece of trash from the outer sector wasn't worth a fraction of that. He complained that the joke had gone too far. She yelled his name. She glared at him and asked him when did she ever need him to make decisions for her. He got terrified and tried to explain that it wasn't what he meant. Deep inside, he's intrigued on who the kid was for her to protect him like that. The violet-haired woman just watched them. Since Chen just arrived at the central sector, she assumed that he hasn't joined a guild yet. It was the highest amount she could offer, so she hoped he would receive her sincerity. Naturally, Chen was tempted since it was beyond his wildest dreams. But at the moment, he was just an E-rank newbie, so he couldn't understand why she would do that. They were interrupted by an announcement. All students who just arrived were called to gather in the assembly hall within the hour. It meant that the last new student had arrived. She told him he could leave his luggage there and just pick it up later. She also acknowledged that the guild invitation was sudden, so it's normal for him to be hesitant. She encouraged him to think it over, and after the new student orientation, there would be a senior freshman pairing session. When the time comes, she wants him to choose her as his mentor. She wants him to see it as a repayment for saving him. She added that having someone to help him adapt to the new environment wasn't a bad thing for him either. He replied that he would think about it. She was pleased with that. Then she requested she to take him to the assembly hall. At the assembly hall, a male student with blonde shoulder-length hair couldn't believe that he was the last to arrive. He reasoned that it's natural for main characters to make a special entrance. He was glad that all his hard work to get into the school wasn't for nothing. He heard the young lady of the Lin family was there as well. He expected that a naive little girl like that should be easy to control. He planned to get her on his side to make their business grow. Then he saw a pathetic-looking slob. It was Chen. He immediately judged that the freshman wouldn't be that great, which was perfect for him, because it meant less competition. He decided to sit right next to him and expected their contrast to be brutal. The teacher saw that everyone was there. This professor was Zhang Hui, and he'll be their instructor for the year. He also gave a disclaimer that they shouldn't expect him to teach them everything. After all, he was a very busy man. His job was to arrange assessments and record their scores. Aside from a few mandatory activities, the school won't impose any restrictions on their schedule. He warned them that since they were all chosen by Dawnbreaker, they must have been considered geniuses in the past. But there they need to forget their past glories as they are nothing more than freshmen at Dawnbreaker. They would be facing something completely new and unknown, and that is the Fisher. Fisher was like a hunt. Oracles were the hunters, but they could also be the prey. In there, all existing weapons from the human world were useless. Only the immense physical strength of an oracle and weapons made from Fisher materials can deal damage, and Dawnbreaker, which has gathered top-tier oracles from all over, was a solid line of defense against the Fishers. Basically, they are warriors on the front line. They should find more materials in the library. The training hall also had combat simulation for fighting the Fishers. Each week, teachers from different specializations will hold lectures. They could arrange their own schedule and learn whatever they want. The school had no mandatory requirements. The more they understand about the Fishers, the more they'll have a chance to improve, get stronger, and survive. If they can't adapt on their own, then they better get the hell out of there. He didn't see fear in anyone's eyes. He could tell they have ambitions that they're willing to risk their lives for. With that, they passed the first assessment. He gave them a reward. Each of them received a skill stone. It lets them learn a combat skill just by absorbing it. Those were incredibly expensive, so for most of them, it was their first time seeing one. The skill stone was for a general combat. They crushed it, and automatically their body would learn the skill. Chen did that and acquired Wise Eye. It allows automatic sensing and recognition of the fissure. The skill allows oracles to understand the script found within fissures. It can be considered a great help for their future expeditions. Hui advised them not to get too excited because the school had arranged more assessments for them. The first was the entrance test for new students, which requires them to clear on low-rank fissures. Second, they must reach D rank and awaken their potential within half a year and earn 100 academic credits within a year. The students got worried because they're only at E rank, and it was great pressure to reach D rank within 6 months. Although there was no required order, Hui still suggested that they awaken their potential before entering a fissure. For the blonde guy, reaching D rank shouldn't be a problem because he's already at E5. He assumed that no one in their batch would have a higher level than him. While Chen, who was at E6, couldn't level up using supplements, so he had to find a way into a fissure. Hui told them to settle down. While reaching D rank in 6 months was difficult, the supplements provided by the school were sold at a price far below the market rate, so they didn't need to worry about resources. As for the most important issue of academic credits, the school would also arrange for mentors to help them. He called them in. One of them was a silver-haired woman. Everyone's jaw dropped. Hui introduced the seniors, and they will serve as their invaluable mentors during their freshman assessment. I informed them that each freshman can choose a senior to be their mentor. The mentors would be in charge of arranging their entrance test. The students' attention was on N. The others who didn't know asked who she was. The student in front of Chen informed his seatmate that he was the heir to the Shenhua Guild. They all wanted to get on her good side to get into Shenhua. Chen overheard them. One brave student called N and expressed that he came there for her. She wanted her to be his mentor. She noticed his stance and found out that he's a strength type. She expressed that she's a magic type, so there's not much she could teach him. Another freshman student told her that he may be specializing in strength, but he already decided to dual spec in strength and magic, so he hoped to receive her guidance. She reasoned that she's a pure mage, so she doesn't know anything about strength class. Mages started to express their desires one by one. They saw how high the standards of one of the 4 great guilds were. Those who weren't confident decided to pick another senior. It looked like N was a headache for the professor. He reminded her that she's required to take on at least 1 freshman, otherwise he had to assign the last remaining student to her by default. She replied yes. Then she glared at someone. Chen sensed it, but he didn't know what to say. The blonde guy beside him was glad that the losers had been filtered. He was confident that with his looks and talent he won't be rejected. But even if he was, as the last one left, he expected to be assigned to the young lady of the Lin family. Chen stood up and called N. He expressed that he doesn't desire knowledge. Instead, he wanted to stand by her side. He asked if she could be his mentor. It made her blush a little. They all looked down on him. But to their surprise, N accepted him. With a bright smile on her face, she claimed that he's the one. The blonde guy couldn't believe it. She only accepted one, so it made them question what her selection standards were. At the mission hall, Chen followed N. While doing so, he asked why. When she was the heir to the Shenhua Guild, one of the 4 great guilds and a guild of that size shouldn't be short on high-level oracles, so he couldn't understand why she would offer such a high price to recruit a newbie like him. She admitted that she's not only recruiting him for the guild, but also for her own reasons. She planned to tell him the details after the test. His first priority should be how to pass the entrance test that she arranged. She introduced them to his teammates for the test. The first to speak was Su Han, a C-rank level 5. Her potential is Shadow Veil, and she's the supervisor for the test. She will not participate in combat at any point unless a team member's life is in danger. She reminded them that if she had to step in and save them, the test would be deemed a failure. Next was Lu Wei, a D-rank level 1. Her potential is recovery, so she can heal everyone's injuries. Another team member was Zhao Lin, a D-rank level 1. Her potential is wind-fused, and she'll be providing long-range support. The only guy aside from Chen was Li Rui, a D-rank level 3, and his potential was armament enhancement. He's also the leader of the team. He warned them that if they wanted to pass, they should listen to his commands. He noticed that Chen wasn't carrying any gear, so he asked if he awakened some kind of special potential. Chen introduced himself and expressed that he's an E-rank, so he hasn't awakened any potential yet. That was surprising news. Rui couldn't believe he's taking the test without practicing first. He questioned how the academy formed the groups and suspected that it was to drag them down. Lin replied that groups had been set, so there's no point in complaining. Wei agreed, and it could take some time if they reapplied. Rui had no choice but to accept it, and as long as he didn't get in his way. He told them to keep an eye on Chen. Wei told Chen to stick close to her once he entered the fissure. He assured her that he had combat experience. She sighed and answered that without a weapon or a potential, he can't even hurt the creatures in a fissure. She thought of him as arrogant. Rui went to the staff and informed them that his team is applying for assessment. Their application got approved and instructed them to go to room 1. He received a world tree fragment, which was used to open a fissure passage. The fissure had been opened, so they headed out. Chen noticed how dense the fluctuation of the stair energy was. He hoped to find the key item he needed to level up. They arrived at the gloomy grotto. Immediately they had been spotted. They went into standard formation. Chen noticed how they got into formation in an instant. Their test had begun. Han wished them luck. Then she vanished because of the stealth mode. Rui warned them about the incoming enemies. It was a pack of D-rank shadow demon wolves. Now it made sense that they came at once. It was because they had a sharp sense of smell. Lin used a combat arrow and hit the wolves that Rui was blocking using his shield. Then he used a frenzied slash at them. He acted so arrogantly that he charged too far ahead. The wolf got into the backline and scratched Lin. Wei saw it and planned to heal her. But behind her, a wolf was closing in, jaws ready to snap. Wei thought she was doomed, until Chen smacked the demon wolf away from her. This was just a simple tap, and it broke the bones of the monster. He asked her if she's okay. She replied yes, but it appears she was in shock because of him more than the demon wolf. Chen was notified that he acquired 10 souls. He realized that he'd only get a soul if he kills the beast himself, and even that lowly beast gives 10 souls. So it made him thrilled, thinking that the stronger the target, the more souls he could get. It means he'll have to go meet the big guys deeper in the cave. Lin struggled with a demon wolf and expressed that she needs healing. Wei rushed to her side. She used recovery on her. She couldn't believe the freshman saved her. She didn't even see what happened. Han watched them from above. She noticed that their overall combat power wasn't bad, but their teamwork was, especially Rui when he's the captain and the tank, but he was just mostly focused on getting his own kills. He didn't consider the danger his teammates in the back were all in. His high level and decent gear make up for his recklessness, but fissures weren't that simple. If they can't regroup quickly, the test would be a wash. Rui claimed that the test was too easy. He claimed that without the useless weights dragging him down, he could clear the test by himself. A monster sneaked behind him, but he noticed it. He attacked it. But to his surprise, his sword bounced off, and 2 D-rank rock wolves charged at him. He was scared to death. He screamed loudly. Wei and Lin were surprised that there were rock wolves. His yelling attracted the other rock wolves, and they got surrounded. He yelled at Wei to stop spacing out and heal him at once, but he was too far away. He furiously responded that she had legs. Then he threatened her that if something happens to him and they fail, it would be her fault. She forced herself to go despite Lin telling her not to. A rock wolf attacked her. Han couldn't believe that Rui actually ordered a backline to rescue him alone. He was making her a cannon feeder. It made her believe that there was no hope for the test. She had to step in, but it surprised her. Someone dragged Wei away from the rock wolf. Then, Chen shuts the mouth of the rock wolf while he pulls her away. He tightened his grip, making the rock wolf bled. And with that, he acquired 30 souls. The rock wolf was stronger than the demon wolf, so it confirmed his theory that the stronger the enemy, the higher the soul count would be. The rock wolf has tough rock armor, but it was nothing in the face of his demon armor. He told them to stay close to him as he made a path for them. Wei asked how he's going to do it. He took the sword that Rui dropped, and charges ahead. The rock wolf saw him, but he killed it before it could make a move, earning him 30 souls. He targeted another one, and obtained another 30 souls. Han wondered how he could move like that. He was more badass than a D rank. Lin questioned out loud if that was truly the strength of an E rank. Wei urged her to hurry up and follow him. The rock wolves chased after them, so they ran as fast as they could. Chen told them to get down, and killed those rock wolves. From them, he acquired a total of 90 souls. After that, there was a brief silence, so they were safe for the meantime. He requested Wei to heal the injured. Wei agreed. Lin wondered who he truly was. Wei healed Rui as he whined that it hurt. While the healing was in progress, Lin approached Chen to keep watch with him. He thought she needed to rest. But she was fine thanks to him and Wei. Also, she didn't get hurt. In total, Chen gained 210 souls. It was more than he expected. He thought of continuing at that pace. Suddenly, they heard Rui scream that he's quitting the test. But Wei reminded him that they worked so hard to get the test slot. She requested that they stay longer. Lin rushed to them and asked what's his problem now. He argued that he was up killing monsters and questioned what they were all doing. He complained that he wasn't going to pass the test with a bunch of insects like them. Lin answered that if he hadn't charged in so recklessly, the team wouldn't even be in that mess. Wei tries to calm her down. She told them not to fight and convinced them to regroup and finish the test. Rui whined that he's the tank and he got injured so badly. And without a tank, they wouldn't be able to do anything. This was just his plot to make them realize how important he was. He wanted them to beg him to keep tanking. But to their surprise, Chen suggested that he could just wait for them there. He volunteered to be the tank and finish with the rest of the team. Rui couldn't believe Chen could tank. For Chen, it was a rare chance to enter the fissure, so he can't just leave without leveling up, so he expressed that if the team needs a tank to move forward, he can do it. Rui called him an idiot and pointed out that just because he used a longsword to kill a few rock wolves, he already thought he was hot stuff. He told him that without any gear, a guy like him won't even be dust in front of the final boss. Lin and Wei both agreed with Chen's suggestion. Rui was furious at them for believing the kid who has no gear and potential to get them through the test. Lin replied that he had his skills, so it was worth a shot. Wei felt sad since they worked so hard to get the test slot, so she didn't really want to give up. Lin also pointed out that he was more reliable than someone who cries and moans about quitting over a little scratch. She told him that if he's not coming, he could just stay there and wait for them. She called the newbie and told them not to worry about Rui. Rui trembled in anger. He was the captain, and yet those people ignored him. He planned to make them regret it. Deep inside the fissure, more rock wolves charged at them. They were shot by an arrow. Lin was pleased to have interrupted their attacks, and Chen finished them off. He acquired 30 souls each. Wei informed them that there was a shadow wolf on the front left. Lin released an arrow towards it. They were oblivious that a shadow wolf sneaked up on them. Fortunately, Chen saw it and threw the rock wolf at it. With that, he gained another 10 souls. He asked them if they're okay. Wei replied that everyone was fine. It seemed like that was the last monster. Lin asked how many have they killed so far. Wei estimated it to be around 40. She didn't realize that it was that many already since everything was going smoothly. Wei responded that it was because the newbie was an amazing tank. They were under no pressure at all. Chen replied that it was only because they were working well together. Lin could tell they were close to the final arena. She encouraged them to push through and clear the test. Wei was totally on board with that idea. While they headed there, they asked Chen what was the blue light that appeared on his arm during the fight. It kept appearing and disappearing, and they had never seen something like it before. Chen realized that they actually noticed. It would be a pain to explain, so he bluffed. He told them that it just showed up one day. They asked if it was armor. It seemed like it's an effect of attachment-type potential. Because of that, it made sense to Lin that he dared to be the tank. Wei inquired if he awakened early. He gave a vague reply. Lin remembered when he joined, he said he didn't have any potential. She figured he was lying. Wei gave him the benefit of the doubt for not knowing the rules since he's a freshman, though early awakenings were really rare. She told him that if he has potential, he has to report it when he joins a team. That way, he won't be discriminated against for his abilities. Members who can tank were high in demand. Internally, Chen wondered if the mission had to be a group effort. Those two managed to get the last hit on most of the enemies they fought, so he missed out on a lot of souls. He wanted to clear the fissures on his own. That way, he wouldn't have to compete for kills. Currently, he has 810 souls. He needed to save 2,000 to level up. Han couldn't believe that an E-rank freshman managed to turn the team around. She saw how strong he was, plus his commands were on point. He was a better fit for captain than Rui. Now, she understood why En wanted him on her team. At that rate, they'll be able to finish the test soon. She glanced at Rui. He hid his presence and tailed the team. It made her curious about what he was planning. Eventually, Lin was surprised. They reached the dead end, which was supposedly the final area, but nothing was there. Wei suggested that the mission doesn't have a boss, or they have already killed the target without realizing it. But Lin wasn't convinced. If the target was dead, the fissure would have already started to close. It was a headache. If the fissure doesn't close, it means that the test wasn't completed. Wei wondered if it was a special case. Suddenly, Chen sensed a presence. He warned them that it's above. Unexpectedly, a large creature lunged at them. They stepped back to evade it. Apparently, it had waited to ambush them. They waited for the dust to settle. And the silhouette of the creature was revealed. Wei and Lin turned pale when they saw that there were D-rank giant shadow demon wolf and a D-rank rock wolf king. Han frantically appeared and informed them that the test had been aborted. With 3 elite levels and 1 boss level, the difficulty was way beyond the scope of the test. When the Fisher level was scanned, the star energy fluctuation wasn't that high. She knew that there was no way they could handle that with their current skills. There was still a chance for the test takers to leave, but if they wait until she attacks, she won't be able to protect them. Meanwhile, Chen was thinking how much souls those 3 elites and a boss would worth. But he's also aware that if he tries to take them alone, the risk is too high. Suddenly, a mission popped out. It was his first time receiving a wish mission since the fragment. His task was to acquire the Rock Wolf's soul. And leaving the Fisher would mean abandoning the mission. He was reminded that once the contract was established, even the slightest thought of defiance would be met with the torment of punishment, continuing until death. He wondered if it was trying to cut off all his escape routes. The set conditions had forced him to fight. He could tell that it was looking down on him, and it got our boy thrilled. Then, he told Han that he would handle it. He claimed them to be his enemies. He activated the combat skill, Demon Armor. At this point, our boy looked like he was about to use Chidori. To recap his stats, his bloodline was Human Thief, and his potential hasn't been unlocked yet. He was at level E6, with 30 Constitution, 0 Agility, Strength, Spirit, and Sense. He unlocked Perception and Kydra's Demon Armor fragment. He had 993 remaining Evil God wishes and 810 souls. Chen faced the Rock Wolf. Han couldn't believe that he's going to fight all 4. It was stupid, especially that boss-level monsters were no joke. Lin encouraged Han to watch a bit longer. She trusts that the newbie won't do anything reckless. Han replied that if the student insists, the examiner must respect their wishes, even if they die in battle. She just hoped that he knew what he was doing. Chen advised them to hide too. Wei advised him not to push himself and retreat if it was too much. Just from their aura, Chen could tell that those guys were on another level. If he didn't have the demon armor protecting him, he would probably die in 1 hit. But he doesn't even feel a trace of fear. After all, compared to the thing on his back, those guys were nothing. The giant shadow demon wolf charged first. Then the rock wolf followed. Our boy used perception and evaded the attack. The giant shadow demon wolf surrounded him. Lin was amazed that he's holding his own against 4 D-rank Lord-class monsters. She wondered if all tank potentials were that strong. Wei doubted that since their captain, after all, was nothing like that. Han shared that there were rumors of oracles with powerful potentials who managed to solo a lord, but it was the first time that she had seen someone fight a lord with just bare hands. She couldn't even guess what level Chen's potential was. But she's also aware that lord-level monsters weren't that simple. Chen evaluated that the giant demon wolf's speed was about the same as his. Handling one would be easy, but all 4 at once was too dangerous. Dragging it out would just waste his stamina. He had to thin their numbers fast, and his plan was to take out the king first. He punched the rock wolf at the head, but to his surprise, even a full power hit with the demon armor's strength can't break its armor. The rock wolf activated a lord skill called Rock Armor, and he saw that the cracks healed. He realized that it was trying to win a war of attrition. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. Rui watched him from behind a rock, and was surprised to learn that he actually challenged 4 D-rank lords and didn't die. He had no idea how that was possible. Then he thought that if Chen could handle them, it just means that those lords weren't that strong. So, if it was him, it would be a piece of cake. He thought of this chance to be his moment, and he justified that he should be the one to kill the lord because he's the captain. He blamed the newbie for everything that went wrong. So he charged ahead, with the plan to accidentally kill the newbie and then finish off the lord. He was shocked when Chen punched his sword away, and then he told him it was perfect timing. He vanished when the giant shadow demon wolf charged. Rui panicked. He used his defense enhancement. The attack caused his shield to break, and he was thrown backwards. He groaned when he crashed on the wall. He dropped his sword, and Chen caught it. He attacked the giant shadow demon wolf with the intention to end it this time. He placed all his points to agility. His agility increased from 0 to 5, and that consumed 800 souls. He acquired the combat skill called Godspeed, and then he cut off the wolf's head, making him acquire 750 souls. 1 wolf down. He didn't expect to get a skill just from increasing a stat. Not only did it give him extra 10 agility, but it also has a powerful passive effect. And so with that ability, he could kill the boss easily. He took down another giant shadow demon wolf, and that gave him 750 souls. Han was surprised to see that he got faster. The last giant shadow demon wolf got overwhelmed. Then it saw the other team members rescuing Rui. Lin was annoyed that Rui followed him, and now they had to save him. The wolf charged towards them. Lin refused to be pushed around just because they're weak. She prepared to fight it. She used the combat skill Converging Storm. And then Chen came to their aid. He told her that she did well. He was able to cut down the wolf and gain 750 souls. After that, his total souls were 2,260. The rock wolf was the last one left. Chen leveled up himself. He consumed 2,000 souls to level up from E rank level 6 to D rank level 1. A sudden glow from him shoots up to the sky. Han, Lin, and Wei's jaws dropped. Chen received a notification that the authority holder has reached D rank. The potential was unlocked. It was called Potential Abyss, and it grants the power of the Abyss. It can summon an Abyss domain. His wish was completed, and he got the reward called Exclusive Combat Skill. The remaining evil god wishes he had was 992. He glanced at the rock wolf and activated the Touch of Death. This exclusive skill allows him to summon 4 of the evil god's death tentacles from the Abyss domain. Death tentacles had a piercing attribute. The rock wolf's eyes widened as it sensed its impending doom. Chen walked towards it, told it that it was a checkmate, and then cut off its head. Chen acquired 5,000 souls from the rock wolf. As he expected of a lord-level monster, it gave over 5,000 soul points. Good thing Touch of Death has a strong piercing effect, or that would have taken a lot longer. With that, he completed the mission to kill the Rock Wolf King, and he acquired the reward Rock Wolf King's crystal. It was a rare material. This was formed from the condensed power of a rock wolf. Wei expressed that he was amazing. She can't believe that he really soloed a lord. No one would have believed it if they told them. Lin asked if it was really dead. She got scared that there might be a second phase. Han answered that the fissure's star energy fluctuations had stabilized, so it looked like the lord was definitely dead. So that means they passed the test. Lin and Wei were so happy that they hugged each other. After so many tries, they had finally passed the test. They even thought they would never pass in this lifetime. And it's all thanks to Chen for carrying them. Lin sincerely thanked him. Han informed them that she would be reporting the results of the test now. She told Wei and Lin that their performance on the mission was excellent. According to the test regulations, they would each be awarded 5 academic credits. Wei replied that they didn't do much because it was all the freshmen's work. Han knew that wasn't true because those 2 girls did what they were capable of. They understood their own limits, followed procedures, and didn't drag the team down. They also remained calm during an emergency, and they didn't give up, and that was commendable. And as for Chen, his performance was the best she had ever seen from a freshman. He has outstanding personal skill and strong leadership, not to mention his achievement of soloing 4 lords. She awarded him a perfect base score of 10, and she'll add Rui's 5 points to him for a total of 15 academic credits. Wei and Lin were shocked. It was such a high score, and it's the first time they had seen someone received it. Chen thanked Han. Han replied that if it weren't for the mission limits, she would have given him more. Then, Rui protested when she gave his points to Chen. Han replied that he won't be needing it anymore. It was because, as a captain, he abandoned his formation and deserted his teammates, and he puts the team in grave danger. His actions were a serious disqualification. He even attempted to attack a teammate. In accordance with the regulations, the Academy will nullify his test results. He was no longer eligible to take the entrance exam. He argued that there was no grounds for it since he was just trying to end the fight faster. He demanded a review. Han simply told him to file whatever he wanted. She knew that, when the higher-ups investigated, his situation would only get worse. He realized that he's screwed. She told them that they would head back before the fissure closes. When they were back, Han informed them that she had submitted the test results and their payment would be deposited into their accounts within 24 hours. Concurrently, Rui walked away while looking glum. Lin and Wei asked for Chen's contact info, so when they got a good mission, they would hit him up. Han also knew he doesn't have a guild yet and invited him to the Ghost Shadow Guild. Chen was confused because the minimum requirement to join a guild was C rank. Han explained that it was the requirement for the major guilds, but mid to high tier guilds weren't that strict. With his skills, she could negotiate a 3 million contract with the guild master. Compared to this 3 million, Lin En's offer really was insane. Chen declined Han's offer. Han assumed that since Lin En was his mentor, his target would probably be Shenhua Guild. It was a shame, but if ever he changes his mind, they would be happy to have him. Someone arrived and commented that the test looked like it went well. It was Lin and Shi. They came to get him. She inquired what they were just talking about. Han replied that it was nothing much since she was just congratulating Chen on passing the test. Wei and Lin said goodbye to Chen. Chen approached Lin En and asked if they were waiting for him. She replied yes, but she didn't expect that he would be done early. She already sent his luggage to the dorm, so she led him there. They arrived at his dorm room. Once he earns more academic credits, he could apply for a better room. But to Chen, that room was already amazing. Now that he passed the test, he deemed that it's time for her to explain why she wants him in her guild. She got worried. She asked Lin En if she's really going to tell him. Lin En assured her that it was fine since she chose to recruit Chen. It means she trusts him. Besides, Chen passed the test, so it should be enough to keep the others quiet. She explained that she's the public heir to the guild, but only because her father was the previous guildmaster. In reality, the guild has already split into 3 factions, all fighting for control. To secure her inheritance, she needs to build her own team of guild members. And for that, she needed Chen's help. Chen summarized that the original guild members can't be trusted. He asked why she trusts him. She saw him fight in the Blackwater district and the exchange tournament, and he was impressed. His pure obsession with strength is something she values. And there's one more important thing. She knew he was in massive debt. She did some digging and found out that he had debt with a small agency in Light City. But the ones really pulling the strings belong to a major loan corporation that works with the central government. They can use their authority to get and alter people's information, especially for pawns like Chen who have the ability to repay. Even if he paid off that huge sum, he'll never be free. They would just use other means to force him to work for them. As it happens, her rival was the boss of that company. She urged him to join her, and she could help run interference, protect his information from being used, and once she had beaten them, she'll delete the files they have on him, and he would be truly free. In short, their interests align. Chen knew that having a guild backing him would definitely be safer. Not to mention, guilds have a lot of convenient perks he might be able to use in the future. There was no reason for him to refuse an offer that good. He expressed to her that if she needs him, he's willing to do his part. But he had no idea what exactly he needed to do. She was pleased to hear that. She told him that there was no rush. He could just keep doing what he's doing. Then she called Shi to do the next step. And just like that, Chen received a notification that 5 million had been transferred to him. He couldn't believe that she sent 5 million just like that. Lin En told him that the minimum guild contract level was C rank, so he could consider the 5 million as a sign of her good faith. He'll get the rest when he officially signs the guild contract. She looked forward to it, and since it was getting late, she encouraged him to rest and just contact them if he needed anything. He thanked them both for everything. As soon as the door shut, Chen jumped to bed. He was glad to finally have a chance to rest. It was also the time to finally organize what he had received. Hitting D rank unlocked a lot of new functions. He saved up over 5,000 souls, so he wanted to see if he could level up. To level up from D1 level 7 to D2 level 8, he needed 5,000 souls. To increase his constitution from 30 to 31, he needs 3,075 souls. For agility to increase from 5 plus 10 to 6 plus 10, 4,000 souls were required. And for spirit, sense, strength, which were all at 0, to increase to 1, 30 souls required for each. And lastly, for potential to increase from 0 to 1, 60 souls were needed. The potential option was new, so he wondered if the stat were related to his abyss potential. And the soul cost to increase potential was double that of other stats. The cost to level up also jumped. It looked like the higher the level, the more it multiplied. Using it all to level up doesn't seem worth it for Chen. But increasing stats given new skills, he got Godspeed from increasing agility. He tried putting 5 points into potential, leaving him with 3,600 souls left. His potential abyss had been strengthened. So Abyss Touch of Death increased to level 2, making his Touch of Death summons increase to 6. He also acquired an exclusive skill called Abyss Space, where he unlocks the storage function that allows storing one's own items inside the Abyss Space. Space level 1 has 60 capacity. He was glad that, just as he thought, increasing the potential stat strengthens all of his Abyss skills. He tried using the storage. The system showed him the contents of his storage, which were 1 water bottle, Rock Wolf Crystal, and Kadra's Demon Armor Fragment. Then he pulled out the water bottle from the storage. He realized that all the items he gets would be stored there, and he could take it out freely. That much would be more convenient for carrying things. He saw a rank up option, but he doesn't have the key for it yet, so he decided to ignore it for now. What he's more excited about was the exchange shop. It has items like Lesser Recovery Potion, lesser stamina potions, which requires 100 souls each. There were also weapons like a lesser one-handed sword that cost 1,100, lesser shield for 1,100, lesser greatsword for 1,500, lesser axe for 1,700, lesser dagger for 1,200, and lesser warhammer for 1,500. He realized from the battle earlier that a weapon was important. He heard that even a standard issue weapon from the school cost hundreds of thousands and custom forged ones were insanely expensive. He wondered what the quality of the shop's weapons was like. He purchased a lesser greatsword. He was impressed by how good it felt on his hands. But just like that, his 5,000 souls were down to 2,160. He needed them for leveling up and for the shop, and yet they don't really last long. He decided to save the rest instead. Suddenly, the boss in book form appeared since it sensed an aura. Chen shared that he awakened the abyss potential, so now, not only could he store items, he could also summon that guy to fight with him. The boss didn't expect him to be able to use the abyss so soon. He asked if Chen had figured out how to level up. Chen replied yes and shared that he was assigned a test and made it back from the fissure safely. The boss wondered how much time had passed. He didn't expect this to happen, but it was perfect, because it saved him a lot of trouble. Since Chen can enter fissures now, it was time for him to push him to work, at the level assessment department. The boss asked what Chen was doing there, sitting on the side. Chen explained that he was waiting for his potential rating. He reminded the boss that he was the one who told him to hit more fissures. So once he got his certification, it would be easier to find missions. He was called by the staff. The staff checked his file and learned that he was a freshman who just got there. She shared that not many people reach D rank and awaken their potential at his age. Since he's a freshman, he probably doesn't know about the ratings yet, so she explained it to him. The machine would test his potential's rarity and use a color to classify it. From lowest to highest, they are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and legendary. In all, there were 5 types. The higher the rarity, the stronger the potential, and the more room he had to grow. She advised him not to get discouraged if he gets a low rarity. He could still make a comeback in the future with a second awakening. On their way there, they saw some students, in which one student was glad that he got the silver tier, while the other was sad with the bronze tier. Finally, it was Chen's turn. He was told to give her the black card, and then placed his hand on the machine. It would be quick. He did what was told. The staff was confused because the color was fluctuating. It should normally get a red immediately. Then she checked the test panel. Instead of the normal colors, the machine started acting weird. The energy from the machine strengthened. It caught the attention of the other students. The intense pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. It was the first time that the staff had seen a fluctuation that strong. She wondered what the potential was. The potential was an apostle, and the color was purple. But that wasn't in the records. The staff commented that the apostle looks just like a class name. Chen asked more about it. She explained that an oracle's first awakening was usually incomplete. The ability name just shows a skill like fire or storm. Only after a second awakening would a full class name appear like Fire Warrior or Storm Mage. That was the oracle's complete form. But Chen already got a class name on his first awakening. She wondered how that was possible. A few moments later, the chief showed up and asked what the commotion was all about. The staff explained that the student's potential tier was purple, and the name was Apostle, just like a second awakening class name. The chief was shocked, so he checked the test panel. He saw that the test data was correct, and the machine wasn't from their world, so it's not possible for it to make an identification error. In other words, the purple tier was a new level. The chief reported it through his earpiece. The staff informed him that the black card was imprinted. They gave him the card and told him that his potential tier had never appeared in history before. They don't have enough information, so they're not sure of its exact ranking yet. So the higher-ups have decided to temporarily classify his potential tier as a unique tier. And this apostle potential that he has was worth researching. They plan to give it a proper rating in the future, based on his performance and any new information they gather. Chen wondered if the purple tier was caused by the Creation Authority. The other students exclaimed that the unique tier sounds super badass. The others commented that just because it was a new tier, it doesn't mean that it's strong. But some argued that apostle sounded really special. Chen heard them, and in his head, those students were making it sound so grand, but in reality, it was just because of the boss's grunt. He decided to leave and find a mission since he already got his certification. So he went to the mission hall. Someone approached him since he looked a little lost. The guy's name was Zhang Hao, and he got a gathering mission, and they were short on one person. He asked Chen if he wanted to join. Chen asked what the gathering mission was. Hao explained that the goal was mining. It has already been scanned and was perfectly safe. The academic credits were less than a subjugation mission, but it's safer and pays more. There were 4 people, 2 academic credits, and 50,000 gold each, so there was no reason for him to turn it down. He accepted it. Hao guided him to download the official school app, and after registering, he just needed to find the post and then click join. Then he has to go to the recruitment post and accept the mission first. Everyone posts for recruitment in that app, so it was super convenient. Once Chen was done, they would be heading out. They met the other 2 members. Chen inquired if their mission does not have a safety supervisor. Hao told him that it would only be free during freshman tests, but for other missions, they have to pay to hire one. And since their mission wasn't hard, they didn't need one. They arrived at the Crystal Ore Cave. It was an incredible place because of the huge crystal ore vein. Chen also finds it pretty. The boss sensed a familiar sensation. Chen already knew he had another wish. The wish mission was to collect at least 150 crystal ores within 1 hour. Failure to meet the deadline would be considered abandoning the mission. The authority holder would be penalized. The star energy in the crystal ores was really dense. The boss could absorb them to recover his power. It was such great luck for Chen's trip, so he advised him to work hard. Hao lent him his extra tool and told him they should hurry, finish it, and turn in the mission. They mined lots of crystals. Hao was impressed by how strong Chen was. He inquired if he has a strength-type potential. Chen simply gave a vague reply that it was something like that. After hearing that, Hao's eyes sparkled since it would be easy to find a team with an attack-type potential. He shared that his potential just enhances eyesight and wasn't useful in a fight, so he could only do gathering missions. The boss told the kid to stop chatting because he couldn't absorb the crystal ores. He asked if Chen messed up with something. The system notified Chen that he had no ownership rights, so he couldn't store the crystals. Hao saw him and asked why he's spacing out while holding the crystal. He thought that maybe Chen was considering stealing one. He told him not to do anything stupid. Everything in there belonged to the school, and he'll be heavily punished if he takes anything. He realized that everything had to be turned into the school. No wonder he couldn't take them. The mission is only an hour long, so he wondered where he's supposed to find that many crystal ores in that time. The boss answered that it was not his problem, so it was for Chen to figure out. Suddenly, they felt tremors, and then one of them saw something. It was a crystal-eating earthworm. The crystal-eater Worm King makes its nest in the vein. It's extremely sensitive to the ore, so their digging must have pissed it off. They decided to forget the rest of the ore and retreat to where they came from. They ran as fast as they could. It almost caught up to them. Chen glanced behind him. Then he pushed Hao forward. Hao was saved from the attack, but he got worried for Chen. Chen was inside the mouth, but he's preventing it from closing. The boss commented that Chen got sloppy for letting it eat him, but Chen actually did that on purpose. Because Hao said those things make their nests in the ore veins, so he figured that its lair might be stocked with goodies. And if it was an off-the-books nest, the school doesn't know about it, which means they won't have to hand a single rock over to them. The worm dove deeper, and at the right timing, Chen jumped out of it and kicked it away. And they landed on the nest where there were so many crystals. The boss was impressed with the kid, but it also looked like he got quite a welcoming party to deal with. Chen expressed that he was worried that the run would be a bust for souls. But it seems to be the perfect chance to test the limits of Touch of Death. Clock was ticking, so he speedrun it, and in an instant, he killed several worm, which continuously gives him 120 souls. Although he could only activate 6 tentacles at once if he kept cycling them, he could create an omnidirectional kill zone. The boss noticed that. He's getting the hang of it. He replied that Touch of Death was way faster than getting his hands dirty. The only catch was the cost. It doesn't have a cooldown, but every cast drains his spirit. The system warned him that his spirit was reaching critical levels. Excessive depletion may cause fatigue, unconsciousness, or death. He was turning pale, but at least the trash mobs were cleared. He took out his blade and activated Godspeed, and in quick successive movements, he slashed the last worm into pieces, giving him 7,000 souls. The boss commented the performance wasn't terrible, and he would give him a passing grade on that fight. Chen replied that he's a tough crowd, and the boss replied he still has a long way to go. Then he told him to go to work before the fissure closes. Chen used tentacles to dig, and he was just commanding them while he sat on a worm. At that point, he already has 80 out of 150, and failure to meet the deadline would be considered abandoning the mission, which would lead to penalty. He had 37 minutes and 24 seconds left. That haul gave him 13,000 souls plus the 2,000 he had left over, which brings the total to 15,000 souls. He had learned that solo leveling was the way to go. He drank a lesser stamina potion to slowly recover his stamina and spirit. Increasing his agility and potential to level 5 gave him a skill each. He tried pumping the other stats, The system prompted a level up requirement, but he saw that the level in Constitution costs way too many souls, so he decided to bump them up by 1 for now. He consumed 5,000 souls to level up from D rank level 1 to D rank level 2. His Constitution also increased from 30 to 31 after consuming 3,075 souls. After spending 800 souls each for strength and spirit, it increased from 0 to 5. The souls left were 5,485. His strength reached level 5, and he also acquired the skill Heavy Strike. It increases resistance while charging attacks. Plus, it prevents staggering. Spirit reached level 5, and he acquired the skill called Tranquil Breath. It increases spirit recovery rate while in a resting state. Raising the level in Constitution didn't give him any rewards. He wondered if it was because the base values were too high. In comparison, the return of investment on strength and spirit were massive and the skills were really great. He activated Tranquil Breath. As long as he's not making big movements, it would count as resting state, and if he pairs it with Touch of Death's range, he could spam skills without moving an inch. It was basically an infinite mana hack. He saw the Sense attribute and wondered what it actually does. The Constitution was about strength, agility for speed, spirit, and potential for skills. Basically, all those attributes were combat related, but he can't figure out what Sense is for. He had some souls to spare, so he decided to try it out. He consumed 800 souls to increase Sense from 0 to 5. The souls left were 4,685. From that, he acquired the skill called the Eye of Authority. It identifies detailed target information. It has a permanent passive effect. Basically, Sense was an intel stat. He was surprised to learn that he could read the data of the worm. It was totally a game changer. But he noticed something glowing on the deceased worm near him. He ordered Tentacle 6 to dig it out. He got the item, but he doesn't know what it was. He just found it inside the Lord's corpse. The boss could sense it was special, but he couldn't absorb it. The system displayed that it was a mutated crystalline lens, a special material. Its crystalline lens formed from condensed mutation energy. It can release energy upon activation. It possessed enhancement material, which was Kydra's demon armor fragment. Rank up was available too. It was basically a rank up material for the demon armor. Chen didn't know that the armor could actually be reinforced. It was a surprise to the boss too, since the forging process for the demon armor was unique. The method should have been lost to time. The boss sensed that the fissure was collapsing, so they had to leave at once. Meanwhile, outside the fissure. The members were outside and they saw the fissure was closing. Hao was in despair. The other members were confused because it was a gathering mission, and yet the fissure was closing, which could mean that the Lord was killed. One of the members of the crowd answered that it wasn't always like that. Some gathering missions auto-close when the timer hit 0. They asked what would happen to the guy inside. Someone simply replied that he's done for. One of the team members pressured the staff since it has been 30 minutes, and they haven't sent a rescue team yet. The staff explained that it was because the Crystal Eater Worm King's nest was a labyrinth. Without a map, it was easy to get lost, and if they get swallowed by the king, the survival rates were practically 0, so no one would want to take that risk. Hao sobbed. He blamed himself for dragging Chen into it. He thought that if Chen hadn't tried to save him, he wouldn't be missing. But unexpectedly, the crowd saw someone coming out. They wondered if it was the guy attacked by the Worm King. They were so confused because he was standing there when they thought he was eaten. But more importantly, it was a puzzle how he made it out alive. And he escaped without any gear. Meanwhile, Chen was confused as to why there was a crowd. Hao was so relieved to see him alive. He asked him if he's okay and how he got out. Chen replied that he's fine, and he just got lucky to get stuck in the worm's teeth. He explained to them that he wiggled out of its mouth and crawled his way out based on his memory. He added that it was a shame that he couldn't save their gear or crystals. Though in reality, once they abandoned the crystals and lost ownership, he scooped them up and turned them in for the quest. Hao told him that the gear didn't matter as long as he's alive. They were off to turn it in and get some dinner paid by Hao. The system notified him that the Wish mission to collect 150 crystal ores within an hour had been completed. He also acquired a reward called Crystal Eater Worm King's Crystal. That night at the hospital, Yue Qing was shocked. Her mom wasn't on the bed. She immediately asked the nurse where her mom was since the room was empty. The nurse informed her that the patient has been transferred to the VIP intensive care unit. Her jaw dropped since only the super rich could afford that. The nurse explained that Principal Hugh from Light Oracle Academy prepaid for 6 months of care just earlier. He also said he was handling paperwork on behalf of the patient's child who couldn't make it in person. The nurse asked if it wasn't her. Yue Qing already knew who it could be. Meanwhile, Chen was at his dorm, looking at the rank-up armor on his hand. He consumed 3,000 souls for that. He also acquired traits like adhesion enhancement, which increases strength boost when attached, and perfect adhesion, which releases energy upon attachment, negating attacks. The boss didn't expect the creation authority fragment to contain a rank up method. It was such a surprise. Chen concluded that their day was a fruitful one. He got 2 more crystals from mission rewards in storage and rank up materials too. If he kept grinding missions, he'd figure out how to use them eventually. He transferred 3 million of the 5 million he got from Lin En to Principal Hu to take care of his mom. He used the remaining 2 million to pay off the smallest debt. He could breathe a little easier now. Mission rewards would be enough for his daily expenses. Once he could take high-level commissions, clearing the debt was just a matter of time. The real problem was getting out of it safely. He's not saying he doesn't trust Senior Lin En, but things could get messy. He needed to get stronger, enough to project himself and the people around him. He planned to hit more fishers, so he checked the campus recruitment board. There were posts about D-rank subjugation, a need for 2 damage dealers, a gathering mission by hunting monsters, and a subjugation mission with all pros. Chen saw those pros competing for kills with 3 other people, and it wasn't worth his time. But also, he can't enter missions solo, so he wished for a team full of noobs. And he realized that, since there wasn't one, he just built one himself. He posted a recruitment announcement with the following details. First, a support role, non-combat preferred. They could bring their own mission and any content would do, and the captain guaranteed the carry so they would just follow orders and not interfere. Lastly, the loot split was 50-50. The boss asked if anyone would really bite on those ridiculous terms. Chen admits that it sounds pretty sketchy, and he's not expecting much. It was just worth a shot. It was time for him to crash. If it doesn't work, he'll just find a regular team tomorrow. The next day. Chen woke up haggard. His doorbell has been blowing up for 10 minutes already. He opened the door and asked who it was. The female on the other side of the door was glad that he's up. It was Wei, along with other students. Chen didn't expect them, and he had no idea what was happening. He asked Wei what they were doing outside of his dorm. Wei replied that it was because of his post of looking for support teammates. Everyone sent him a message, but he didn't reply, and since she knew him, they asked her to bring them to him. Chen realized that his phone was silent, so he didn't notice the messages. The truth was, he placed it on silent because of scam and debt collection texts, which were so annoying. He thought that the conditions were so ridiculous that no one would believe them. He didn't expect so many people. Wei explained that it was because low-level supports were limited, and everyone prefers finding damage dealers to finish battles faster. Supports have a hard time finding teams, so everyone was anxious to meet him. Upon seeing Chen, the supports have gossiped among themselves, wondering if Chen could really support them because he looked unreliable. Clearing a fisher with just 1 damage dealer was unheard of, so they thought it was a scam. Wei vouches for Chen since she teamed up with him before. One of the supports clarified that they don't really need to do anything and would still even get a share. Chen replied, yes, as long as they listen, and not interfere with his actions. After saying that, the supports voiced out that they wanted to be picked first. The crowd became noisy. Wei expressed that she didn't expect that many people either. She just wanted to show off that she knows Chen. She asked him which one he would pick first. Chen simply replied that he'd take all of them. That night, at the Hengsheng Group branch, a man was punched. The blonde supervisor continued to hurt this man for having the lowest performance in the whole team. And because of him, the supervisor got chewed. He was so annoyed that the man's guts weren't as fierce as his face. He told him that if the payer doesn't have the money, he should go collect it in person, and if they still don't have the money, he should have taken the valuable parts of them, or just kidnap some passerby and sell them as slaves. It's something that he shouldn't be teaching already. The supervisor warned the man that if his performance was like that again next month, he would be replaced. Then the debt he owes the company would be taken from his body and from his little precious too. He was warned of the consequences. The injured man left the building and was greeted by his men. They got worried when they saw the wounds on his face, but he told them that it was fine. His men felt bad because, with only debt collecting, their performance can't keep up with the other teams. He suggested that it's time to expand their business just how the others does it. The injured man smacked him for thinking of doing disgusting things like the others. He asked if he's not afraid that his kids would be born without parts. The lackey explained that if they do anything, the injured man won't be spared. The injured man told him that it was enough. Their plan was to see if they could get money somewhere else first. Then he remembered the hidden rank guy named Zhou Chen. He was surprised when he saw the records. Chen had paid back 2 million recently, and he even got into that expensive Dawn Academy, when the injured man thought he was just a broke kid. He wondered how the kid suddenly got so much money. He didn't expect him to be a big fish. Meanwhile, inside the fisher, Chen's team faced a rank D cave tree demon. He hit it with his touch of death and obtained 12,000 souls. With that, they completed a D rank 2-star hunt mission, which gives plus 5 credits and 300,000 gold. The next mission was against a rank D swamp fisherman where he obtained 10,100 souls. When he had completed this D rank 2-star hunt mission, they received plus 4 credits and 15,000 gold. The next mission that was completed was a D rank 3-star hunt mission against a rank D giant rock. Chen obtained 5,000 souls from defeating it, and the reward for the mission was plus 5.5 credits and 30,000 gold. Thanks to them, Chen got a lot of souls. He decided to upgrade stats. He randomly allocated the rest, but he prioritized potential. After spending 8,000 souls, he leveled up from D rank 2 to D rank 3. Then for strength and spirit, he spent 1,880 souls each to increase it from 5 to 9. And lastly, for potential, he consumed 14,640 souls to upgrade it from 5 to 20. With that, Touch of Death became level 3 from level 2, and the tentacles increased to 8. The abyss space was from level 1 to level 2, and the space increased to 200. And the new combat skill acquired was the Source of Fear. When the target was terrified, it created an abyss inside them and torment them with fear. He got distracted when he heard someone scream. It was the Crystal Shell Scorpion. They wondered where those guys came from. The team members that was with him got surrounded. When Chen screamed at those scorpions, it got startled. And then he intimidated them even more when he told them not to touch his team. The scorpion got spooked. With the use of an authority eye, Chen saw that the enemy was falling into fear. He didn't expect that the authority eye can sense even subtle states. It was perfect. He tested the new combat skill. He used the Source of Fear to the scorpions. And the scorpions immediately burrowed on the ground. Wei asked if it was a new ability. It was too shocking. The other support expressed that no matter how many times he sees it, it was still awesome. As long as the enemy feels fear, he could control them, then use the abyss inside them to summon tentacles and explode. It was so convenient. But this run only gave a few thousand souls. Even though the enemies were strong, he could sense something was off. He acquired 2,100 souls. Wei informed him that they were done harvesting and they could go hand in the missions. Chen asked what the next mission was, and she told him there was none since everyone's tasks were all completed. They thanked him for his hard work and suggested that he get some rest. And if they got any new tasks, they would contact him again. A few hours later, while in his room, Chen pondered that the reason for fewer souls was probably the system's punishment mechanism to stop him from easily leveling in low-rank drifts. And it's been long since a quest triggered. It seemed like he needed higher-rank dungeons. But the Academy strictly restricts ranks. D ranks can't take C-rank missions. He wondered if he should ask Lin N, but that would expose his inability to level naturally. Getting targeted would be bad. Unexpectedly, he received a message. It was a very easy task to follow the client for a day for 100,000 gold, but he replied that he doesn't do personal bodyguard jobs. 100,000 gold was nice, but fishers were more important to him. The client insisted and even raised the offer to 300,000 gold, but he still said no. He was starting to think that it was a prank. Then the client told him that there was a wild rift there and the client needed protection. That caught his attention. The next day, the boss asked why they were in a park. Chen replied that he arranged to meet someone there because he needed to confirm something. A timid-looking guy showed up, and Chen asked if he was the one who requested the job. The guy stuttered. And the injured man from last time showed up and revealed that he was the one Chen was looking for. Now that the timid guy had nothing to do there, he was free. The guy dashed away while yelling an apology. Chen was dumbfounded. He realized that he might be tricked. This injured man knew that Chen paid off 2 million in one go recently. The man wanted to know how he made that money, and if he told him, he would be able to leave safely. Chen simply sighed and walked away. He was disappointed that there was no wild rift after all. He began thinking where he could find a higher rank rift. The man took off his sunglasses and yelled at the brat that he didn't say he could leave already. He felt that the brat was looking down on him. He used a star energy combat skill, Pressure. It has been too long since he showed his power. His name was Lin Yu. Chen hasn't heard that name in a long time. Apparently, the guy was the loan shark who gave him high interest. Chen informed Yu that he already made the repayment on time and inquired why he was still looking for him. Yu responded that it's because he has the money that they were looking for. Chen scowled when he realized that even when he pays them back, he won't get any peace. It led him to think that those guys couldn't really be trusted. Yu was amused that he had the guts to talk back. He compared him to the brat earlier who thought of himself as a hotshot just because they got into some academy. He threatened to punch him a couple of times so he would behave, but before he could finish his sentence, Chen's fist had already landed on his face, and that blood splurts through his nose. He had no idea what happened or when the brat had attacked. He finds it impossible that he couldn't see his movements when he's rank C and the brat was only at D rank, and he was certain that Chen Yu was hit by his star energy pressure, so he should be suppressed. He dismissed it as a coincidence. He felt offended that he was being looked down on. This led him to activate his combat skill with a heavy pressure fist. Out of the blue, Chen slapped him, followed it up with a punch on the gut, and then Chen shoved his face on the ground. Yu realized that he had no power to fight back, and the guy wasn't D rank at all. Chen ordered him to get up, but he surrendered. The boss came out to see the guy who puts Chen in a loan shark debt. He asks if they should kill him, or maybe skin him and torture him a bit first. But Chen still had things to ask, so there was no need to kill the guy for the time being. The boss whined that he's boring. He was looking forward to seeing rivers of blood. Yu overheard Chen muttering that to himself, and that made him pale. He convinced him that it was just a misunderstanding, and they could talk it out. The eye of the authority holder was activated, and Yu was falling into fear. His consciousness was transported to a place where several scary eyes covered the space and were looking at him. And Chen was the center of that realm, and he appeared to be terrifying. He told the guy that they would have a chat, but warned him that he could tell if he's lying. The source of fear had been activated. Yu admits that he was wrong and begged him not to kill him. He promised to tell him whatever he wants to know. Chen inquired why he was looking for him and if he was harassing his family too. He replied that he didn't intend to take money. It was just his joke. The system informed Chen that the target has developed a mentality of luck. He sighed and stated that there was no need to talk. Yu took back what he said. Then he revealed that he was crazy desperate for money, and seeing that he paid back 2 million in one breath, he just wanted to ask if he had any way to make money. And as for his family, he never even considered threatening them. But Chen wouldn't easily believe him since his subordinate openly broke into his house and caused trouble. Yu shared that those 3 idiots broke the rules to make money collecting debts, so he disposed of them immediately when he found out. The eye of the authority holder had no reaction, so Chen knew that he wasn't lying. Then he told Yu that he checked his loan and it was only 3 million. He asked why it snowballed to over 100 million. He also wanted to know if he was the one behind the debt. Yu revealed that all debts were managed by Hengsheng Group. Yu elaborated that their style was to use high interest rates to squeeze loan clients into working for them for life. He also owed the company a huge debt he can't repay, so he could only work for them. And because he didn't meet his quota, he was taught a lesson, so he came looking for Yi for money. Chen looked disappointed since he thought he could rely on that guy to help him wipe out his debt, but it looked like En was right when she said that a big company was behind it. He pointed out that the fact that Yu climbs up to management level proves that he had done plenty of bad things too. Yu explained that he just looked fierce, and that he was different from those guys who would do anything for quotas. Aside from collecting debts, he has not done anything against nature or reason. He revealed that the most immoral thing he had done was catching an E-rank demonic beast and selling it to the Blackwater district. That surprised Chen. He wondered if it was the demonic beast in the Blackwater district, and then he thought that it must be a wild fisher. He asked if the guy knew where the wild fisher was. Yu replied that he happened to have a fisher on hand, and he was just preparing to report it. Chen finds it perfect. He demanded to be taken to that fisher. They arrived at the warehouse in East District 7 where the fisher was. Judging by the star energy fluctuations, it was a C-rank fisher, but Chen was aware that fishers should be strictly controlled by the schools and the central government. He asked how Yu knew about it. Yu admitted that he had some connections in the administration bureau. They tell him the fisher locations before reporting them so he could skim profit first. If he's lucky enough to get ore crystals or demonic beast materials, he sells them on the black market. Chen didn't expect for him to have the tool to open the fisher since it was supposed to be recalled every after mission. He explained that back when regulations weren't so strict, people would smuggle them out to sell on the black market. He bought what he had from there, and it wasn't cheap. Chen got excited and told him to open the fisher so they could take a look. They went inside. Chen received a wish mission to subjugate all enemies in the fisher. He was glad to receive it. Finding a high-level fisher was the right move after all. Yu warned him that he might be disappointed if he was looking to skim profits too. He already came once before, and there was nothing at the entrance. He suggested that they get out quickly because it was too dangerous. Chen clarified that his goal was to conquer the fisher. That made Yu pale and called him crazy. A C-rank fisher requires at least 5 C-rank oracles or 14 D-rank oracles to conquer. He thinks it was not possible when there were just 2 of them. Chen was impressed that he knew it well. He shared that before he does debt collection, he was a member of the Conquest team, so that was a basic common knowledge to him. He got scared and told him that the joke wasn't funny at all, so he was going out now. But to his surprise, Chen has the key. He asked when he had taken it. Just in case, Chen held onto it because it would be troublesome if they couldn't get out without it. He also corrected him that it was not us who would conquer it because it was him alone and he was not allowed to interfere. They kept walking and arrived at a creepy place where some creatures watched them from the branches. Those creatures were cave ape demons, and there were so many of them. Those things were naturally cruel and lived in groups. If one appears, it proves there's definitely a whole pack behind it. Yu claimed that they were done for because they were going to be eaten alive. But Chen thinks they're lucky to encounter a pack. He released some mist, which turned into spikes, and it hit the cave ape demons. Yu's jaw dropped. More cave ape demons attacked. Chen just stood there. Yu couldn't believe that he just insta-killed those C-rank demonic beasts. It led him to think that this was Chen's way of making money. Moments later, Chen was still killing those demonic beasts and earned plus 550 souls from each kill. Some demonic beasts tried to attack him from behind. Yu questioned if this was really the strength a D-rank should have. He felt sorry for those monkeys. As expected of a C-rank rift, the amount of soul points was scary. Something came rushing towards him. He used perception and saw the large gorilla. He used Death Touch level 3. Before it could smash him, he already struck it on different parts of its body. To his surprise, the tentacles couldn't actually pierce through, and it hit him instead. Our boy dodged the attack, but he immediately instructed Yu to find a place to hide himself. This monkey looked like the boss. He used the Eye of the Authority to identify it. It was an ape demon chieftain, C rank, a special variant of a demonic beast that became king through cruel struggles. Its Lord combat skill was at Rage. Rage is when it enters a berserk state, pain sensitivity decreases, and fearlessness. Yi teased it for being angry after he killed its subordinates. He promised to take it down to find them soon enough. He retrieved from space level 3 the lesser greatsword. The monkey got triggered and punched him. He leapt out and used Godspeed, making him move in zigzag motion while attacking. Yu watched it from behind a tree, and he doubted that this kind of movement technique was really something a D-rank should have. He was curious about those tentacles, as he had never seen one before. Soloing a rift alone was already shocking, but he didn't expect him to be evenly matched with the boss. He knew that if he told anyone that he's afraid, no one would have believed him. It made him intrigued on who exactly he is. Chen moves at the speed of light as he hits it all over its body, to the point that the berserk state had deactivated and the target had generated fear. And then our MC used the skill Source of Fear. The ape demon chieftain was stunned due to the fear it sensed. Its eyes started to bleed. In one last strike at the chest, the ape demon chieftain has died, making Chen obtain 32,000 souls. When it was done, he commented that just as expected, a C-rank boss hide was really thick. Luckily, he got scared at the end, otherwise it would have taken a lot more time. The wish mission was completed, and he got a reward of Ape Demon Chieftain's Pure Crystal, a rare item. Adding that new crystal, he has a total of 3, but he had no idea what it was used for. The system notified him that he could now use the 3 crystals to upgrade into an accessory. Now he knew that it was a thing used for synthesizing equipment. He upgraded it so the Rockwolf King's Crystal, Crystal-Eating King Worm's Crystal, and Ape Demon Chieftain's Pure Crystal would now consume 3,000 souls to upgrade into an accessory. With that, he obtained a rare item called Lucky Hunter. The Divine Sense requirement has been met, and Item Stats Preview was available. It increases the drop rate of rare demonic beast materials upon kill. He liked that perk. Yu was sweating buckets when he realized Chen had really killed the Lord. Chen called him, and he was ready to serve him. Chen asked if those guys had anything valuable. He replied that C-rank demonic beast materials were very scarce in black market. Although many corpses were destroyed beyond selling value, there was still quite a bit left. Chen asked if he could handle it, and he assured him that he could leave it to him. Looking at Chen's skills, he's at D3 level 9 with 31 Constitution, 15 Agility, 9 Divine Sense, 9 Strength, 5 Spirit, 20 potential points. His general combat skills were Perception, Wisdom Eye, Godspeed. And he has exclusive combat skills like Demon Armor Attachment, Heavy Strike, Breath Control, Eye of Authority Holder, Abyss Death Touch level 3, Abyss Space level 2, and Abyss Source of Fear. The remaining wishes of the evil got was at 989. In the Abyss Space level 2, the stored equipment were Lesser Greatsword, plus 1 Kydra's demon armor fragment and Lucky Hunter. 2 hours later at Pier Warehouse, someone announced that Yu has arrived. Yu greeted Wang. Wang commented that it was rare for him to come over that late. Yu expressed that he was anxious since there were goods, and then Wang noticed a person behind him. He assumed that Yu was getting into some new business. Chen was there. Wang commented that the land was handsome, had delicate skin, and tender flesh, which means that he's a top-quality goods. Which was perfect since he happened to know a few buyers who were very thirsty for this type. He asked if he wanted to be introduced because the lad would definitely sell for a good price. But then, Yu grabbed Wang's hand and intimidated him as he told him that they're only discussing the business rift and he's not interested in anything else. Wang got scared, and deep inside, he wondered what was wrong with him that day for being so protective of the kid. Wang apologized to Chen and then guided them inside to talk about business. Once they're inside the room, he asked what it was that Yu wanted to sell urgently. Yu proudly responded that it's all heavy and good stuff. He didn't say much and let him take a look. Wang's eyes widened. When Wang opened the box, his pupils shrank. Inside were wolf demon claws, thick fur, and primary star crystals, and there were a lot of them. On top of that, there was even the horn of the wolf demon patriarch. He looked up immediately and asked Yu where he managed to get such high-quality goods. Yu calmly told Wang not to ask about the source and to just inspect the materials and give a price. C-rank materials were extremely rare, and distributing them would take some effort. After a moment of calculation, Wang quoted a price of 1.5 million. Chen didn't expect that number. He couldn't help but wonder, were monster materials really this valuable? Now it finally made sense why the Academy and the Center controlled them so strictly. Yu frowned and asked if Wang hadn't touched C-rank treasures for so long that he had become forgetful. He pointed out that C-rank monster materials were worth far more than that. If that was the best he could do, they could always go to someone else. That immediately made Wang change his tune. He raised the offer to 2.2 million, emphasizing that it was already a very generous price. Yu wasn't satisfied. He demanded another 300,000, bringing the total to 2.5 million. He calmly reminded Wang that the true value of C-rank monster materials was far higher than this, and that he was already being given a bargain. He pushed even harder, saying that if word got out that Wang could reliably obtain C-rank and higher materials, the big bosses would be lining up to do business with him. In the end, Wang gave in. He said to consider it a reward for a regular customer, and told Yu that if he had good goods in the future, he should come to him first. They sealed the deal with a handshake. After that, Chen and Yu left. Chen checked his phone and confirmed that the money had been transferred immediately. Since the money had arrived, Yu asked if Chen needed anything else from him. Chen was just about to respond. But before he could speak, someone suddenly rushed over and shouted that they had finally found their big brother. It was Yu's men. Yu frowned and asked why they were there. They explained that he had gone out for too long without sending any news, and his calls wouldn't go through, so they got worried. When they heard he arranged a meeting with Wang, they hurried over. Then they noticed something. They recognized Chen and casually remarked that they had already caught the brat before. They assumed Yu had been busy teaching the kid a lesson, which was why he hadn't returned for so long. They asked if the kid had already handed over the money. If not, they warned that they wouldn't be polite. The next moment, Yu slapped the man who spoke. He yelled at him to shut up. He scolded them for being disrespectful to Big Brother Joe. Then he immediately apologized to Chen, saying he had been too busy and had neglected disciplining his subordinates. When they heard him call Chen Big Brother Joe, everyone froze in shock. Chen waved it off and said it was fine, then told Yu he would be heading out. He added that he would split 1 million with him, and that the transfer would be done shortly. Yu was stunned. He hadn't done anything to deserve that much money. He quickly asked why Chen would give him so much. Chen simply said that he knew Yu needed money, and that this was a reward for his pleasant cooperation. Yu then asked if Chen needed a ride. Chen refused, saying it wouldn't be good if people saw them together and misunderstood. Then, he turned and left. The boss, still in his book form, appeared and asked why Chen just let him go. If it were up to him, he would have kept Yu as a slave for life. Chen replied that Yu might still be useful in the future, and besides, his real enemy wasn't him. Yu's subordinates finally dared to ask what exactly was going on. Yu only sighed and said it was a long story. He then ordered Ozzy to notify everyone below to search for information on wild rifts with everything they had. Even if the agency fees were higher, it didn't matter. This was their only chance to redeem themselves. A few days later, at the Breaking Dawn Branch Academy Commercial District, The place was packed with people. It was Chen's first time visiting the academy's commercial street, and he didn't expect it to be this lively. Now that he had some money, he decided to take his time and look around. He entered the Nikru General Store. He checked out the skill stones, but they were shockingly expensive. Even a mediocre C-rank offensive combat skill cost over 500,000. Looking at it this way, he realized his 1 million wouldn't last long. That said, he didn't really need offensive combat skills anyway. He picked 2 instead. One was the Terrain Detection General Combat skill for 100,000, which could indicate direction and record routes to prevent getting lost. The other was Carving Mastery, also for 100,000, which provided knowledge related to carving materials. Skills that improved convenience during rift conquests were always worth it. He then moved on to check the rift quality armor. At that moment, he realized his clothes were also a problem. They weren't suitable for combat and would get damaged easily if he moved too much. He definitely needed proper armor. As an agility-type ability user, heavy armor was out of the question. He kept browsing until something finally caught his eye. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him, saying he had good taste. Chen was startled. The man was wearing a pink shirt and maroon pants. He was muscular, with curly blue hair. He proudly introduced the armor as his masterpiece, lightweight, durable, and perfectly balanced. At a glance, he knew it would suit Chen. Chen admitted that he liked it too. The man suggested that if Chen tidied himself up a bit, the armor would look even better on him. Chen realized his hair had grown long and asked if there was a nearby place to get a haircut. As it turned out, the man was the best stylist on the entire street. His name was Tony. Chen decided to let him handle the styling. With the skill stones, the armor, and the haircut, the total came to 910,000 gold. Tony happily thanked him for his patronage. Chen left the store feeling satisfied. The 700,000 armor was comfortable, and combined with the new hairstyle, his overall appearance had noticeably improved. He immediately started drawing the attention of nearby women. The boss scoffed, unimpressed by how quickly people's attitudes changed just because of an outfit. Chen replied that humans naturally liked looking at good things. He then told the boss that he had an outfit prepared for him as well, a frilly piece of cloth. The boss immediately told him to get lost, refusing to wear something that flashy. Chen teased him nonstop, trying to convince him to at least try it on. While they were fooling around, Chen suddenly noticed someone nearby. It was his senior, Lin En. It had been a while since they last met. She said she almost didn't recognize him at first. Fortunately, they ran into each other. She had actually been looking for him. The surrounding students immediately recognized Lin En. When they saw the handsome guy beside her, curiosity spread quickly. Some even commented that the two of them looked like a perfect match, a real feast for the eyes. Lin En overheard the comments and became embarrassed, so she suggested they find a quieter place to talk. They went to a cafe and took the time to catch up, since so much had happened. She was shocked to learn that it hadn't been long since Chen enrolled, yet he had already broken through to D rank and even awakened a new potential level. She praised her own eye for talent. Chen said that it would still take time to properly confirm the ranking of that new potential level. As his manager, she felt ashamed that she didn't know anything about his recent growth. Chen told her it was fine. He had already adapted to campus life and was grateful for all her help. He also mentioned that he hadn't seen her recently and assumed she had been busy. She explained that the guild had been dealing with many troublesome matters lately, leaving her no time to rest. Chen asked what kind of trouble it was. Her expression turned serious as she answered. It was a battle that concerned every major guild. The Golden Radiance Rift was about to appear. And of course, our boy knew absolutely nothing about the Golden Radiance Rift, so he immediately asked En for more details. En explained that it was an extremely special rift, one that only opened once every 2 years and lasted for an entire month. Inside it were countless otherworldly ruins and towering structures scattered across the land. These ruins sealed powerful monsters and contained all kinds of trials and challenges. As long as someone could successfully conquer them, the rewards would be absurdly generous. Money, rare resources, high-level combat skills, and even mysterious powers that went beyond current human understanding. If one was lucky enough, it could even allow a mere D-rank oracle to temporarily gain power, comparable to an A rank. As long as the command structure was solid, a guild's overall combat strength would rise dramatically. It could even be enough to elevate a guild into the ranks of large-scale organizations. That was why every time it opened, the major guilds would go all out to fight over it. And as one of the top guilds, Shenhua was naturally no exception. And as one of Shenhua's heirs, En knew very well that she had no choice but to fight for the guild. Hearing about these insane risks and rewards made Chen's blood boil. This was the first time he had ever heard of a rift that lasted an entire month. To him, this wasn't just a rift. It was a goldmine of souls. And if the rewards were that rich, then the demonic beasts inside would definitely be no pushovers. With that in mind, Chen asked the question he cared about most. Could he participate too? For En, the question itself wasn't difficult. She actually wanted him to join, but the Golden Radiance Rift was a battleground between guilds, and Chen's current level still didn't meet Shenhua's admission standards. Bound by guild rules, there was nothing she could do. She then emphasized that the Golden Radiance Rift was a high-level area. The demonic beasts inside were basically all B rank or above. If Chen participated at his current level, it would still be extremely dangerous. Chen understood the logic, but he still insisted that he had the confidence to protect himself. With that, he asked if there were any other ways to participate besides formally joining the guild. Seeing how determined Chen was, En hesitated for a moment before revealing that there was still one option. Since conquering the ruins could take up to a month, the logistics teams would set up camps during the first few days. Logistics didn't directly participate in combat, so there were no level requirements, but the work itself was exhausting and demanding. Of course, Chen didn't mind this at all. Waifu number 1 then finalized the plan. The Golden Radiance Rift would appear in about 2 weeks, and she would take him to the assembly point when the time came. With an alluring smile, she added that to celebrate Chen's enrollment, she had prepared some gifts and already sent someone to deliver them to his dorm. She hoped he would make good use of them. A few hours later, Chen was on his way back to the dorm, talking with the boss. His thoughts were heavy. The average demonic beast level inside the Golden Radiance Rift was B rank. With his current strength, dealing with a single C-rank ape demon chieftain had already pushed him to his limits. He knew that he had to raise his level as much as possible within the remaining time. The boss immediately noticed Chen's renewed motivation. And right on cue, Chen spotted a purple box placed neatly outside his room. He paused, wondering if this was the gift Senior En mentioned. He entered the room and opened the box. Inside were high-grade star energy supplements. His jaw nearly dropped. There were so many of them. This alone had to be worth at least 1 million G. Chen finally understood the terrifying resources of a large guild. Guys, our boy had officially found himself a sugar mommy. Unfortunately, the boss pitied him, since these supplements were useless to Chen at his current state. And that was the real problem. Chen couldn't explain himself if he returned them, and he definitely didn't want others discovering his abnormal leveling speed. Selling them was also out of the question. It was a gift after all. That would be downright unethical. Suddenly, our boy had a eureka moment. 2 days later, inside a D-rank subjugation mission rift. A phone rang. Chen answered it. On the other end was Jiaru, practically shouting with excitement. He said the supplements Chen sent were incredible and asked where he even managed to get them. Xiaoxia quickly cut in, saying the supplements were far too valuable and asking if Chen was really giving them away. Chen explained that he couldn't use that many anyway, and keeping them would just be a waste. While he was talking, he casually activated his skill and wiped out the D-rank cave spiders behind him. Wenhao and Tiantian also chimed in to thank him. Since it had been a while since they last talked, they took the chance to catch up. Apparently, they had an entrance test coming up in a few months, and the supplements would be a huge help. Jiaru suddenly noticed the background noise and asked what Chen was doing. Chen casually replied that he was doing some school missions, which immediately made Wenhao jealous. A few seconds later, the call ended, and at that exact moment, Chen finished off the last giant cave spider, earning 900 souls. The 2 students watching nearby were completely stunned. Killing monsters while casually chatting on the phone was something they couldn't even imagine. They called it ridiculously badass. The girl simply told them that she was already used to it. Meanwhile, Chen was starting to feel pressured. He had completed countless tasks over the past few days, yet he had only accumulated a little over 10,000 souls. Even after adding the gains from Wild Rifts, the total barely exceeded 50,000. The level restriction was seriously holding him back. This amount was nowhere near enough to challenge the Golden Radiance Rift, and with no other choice left, he decided to try one last thing. Somewhere outside the campus, a notification appeared. 50,000 souls had been spent to purchase a fragment rift. Using it would open a random rift. The boss asked if this was really the method Chen wanted to try. Chen nodded. This was a new item that appeared in the store after his oracle level increased. Because of its insane price, he had ignored it before, until now. Since he was about to open a literal rift, Chen deliberately chose a secluded area like this. A key floated above his palm, radiating a faint golden glow. Although 50,000 souls could significantly raise his level once spent, it would be extremely difficult to earn them back. That was why he had to gamble, betting this key could earn him even more. A classic re-roll. Even though he didn't fully understand what a fragment rift was, he believed that something costing 50,000 souls couldn't possibly be ordinary. With that, he activated the fragment rift. A notification appeared stating that he was now being connected to Grilalfa's treasure palace. Slowly, a mysterious rift formed before his eyes. But unlike any rift he had seen before, this one looked luxurious, almost ceremonial. Chen frowned. This was the first time he had ever seen a rift like this. Even the boss remarked that there was something deeply unsettling about its aura. After a brief pause, Chen stepped inside. He was transported instantly. The fact that he could enter without a World Tree fragment already proved that this was anything but normal. Chen had expected something maze-like given the rift's name. Instead, he found himself in a vast forest. The scale alone was overwhelming. Since he had no idea what kind of enemies he would face, he immediately went on guard and began warming up. Right on cue, the boss warned him that something was approaching. Two goblin-like monsters appeared, looking equally confused at the sudden intruder. Chen was momentarily stunned. Goblins. He hadn't expected something this basic. For a split second, he underestimated the difficulty of the rift. That was when his eyes widened. A palm was already inches away from his face. The attack came from the goblin. Chen barely managed to dodge in time. Before he could fully regain his balance, the other goblin lifted a stone in its palm, ready to throw. The stone flew. Chen dodged again, but the tree behind him exploded on impact. He froze. There was no way a simple stone should have that much destructive power. Reality hit him hard. These weren't ordinary goblins. They possessed terrifying strength and speed. He immediately decided to end the fight quickly with Death Touch, but then a notification appeared. At that moment, Chen knew he had messed up. The notification stated that the use of Abyss was prohibited. To clear Grilalfa's treasure palace, he would have to complete a hidden mission, survive until the second day. On top of that, Death Touch and Abyss Space were also sealed. His most overpowered abilities were completely locked, and while he was still processing this, the goblin attacked again. Chen shifted sideways, narrowly avoiding the blow as it slammed into the ground. The sheer force sent shockwaves through the earth. He realized that although their attacks were simple, their raw power and speed were absurd. One mistake, and he would die here. But retreat was no longer an option. Grinding his teeth, Chen steadied himself. He was going to fight back, no matter what it took. Chen stepped away from the goblins. He used the Eye of Authority holder to check their information. To his surprise, he couldn't see anything about them. He figured his level wasn't high enough, or there was another reason. A goblin tried to claw at him. Although its power and speed were very fast, its attack pattern was very simple. He used Godspeed and struck its arm. He didn't expect it to block. The goblin charged again, and he deflected its attack using his arm with the Tier 1. Kedra's Demon Armor Fragment. A perfect attachment. It released energy the moment the armor formed, nullifying the attack. He clenched his fist and punched its face, sending it crashing and bouncing across the ground. But even with Godspeed and the demon armor, he couldn't kill them. He couldn't use Death Touch, and relying only on combat skills and taijutsu wasn't enough. He didn't expect losing his potential would affect his combat this much. The goblin roared loudly. The sound waves traveled far. Chen sensed something coming. More goblins showed up. He didn't expect them to have reinforcements. Those goblins charged at him. They ran really fast. Chen became more cautious, and at the right moment, he purchased a lesser one-handed sword, which cost 1,100 souls. He killed several goblins, earning plus 1,000 souls. Although his potential was sealed, the shop and stat values could still be used. So he didn't hold back on spending souls. Since his potential was disabled, he decided to dump all his souls into stats. His strength increased from 9 to 11, and heavy strike rose from level 1 to level 2. If his strength was low, he couldn't kill quickly, and if his speed was low, he would get surrounded easily. His agility increased from 5 to 10, Godspeed rose from level 1 to level 2, and his agility bonus increased from 10 to 17. And he kept earning souls for every goblin he killed. If his spirit was too weak, he would get tired easily and couldn't sustain combat. His spirit increased from level 5 to level 10, and breath control was promoted to level 2. If his divine sense wasn't strong enough, he couldn't clearly see the enemy's information. His divine sense increased from level 9 to level 10, and Eye of the Limit Breaker rose from level 1 to level 2. He realized that his old method of focusing only on potential level was wrong. In reality, every stat mattered in combat. The goblin's combat skill was Claw Raid. A goblin was a low-tier demonic beast with a small amount of intelligence. Their battle intent increased during team hunts, but when the team fell into a disadvantage, their morale dropped, and Chen's target had already fallen into fear. He was glad he could finally understand them, and now he was ready to kill it. Meanwhile, En asked how the preparation for the Golden Radiance Rift was going. She answered that it should be finished by tomorrow. She asked if they really had to participate. En said it couldn't be helped. For a major battle like this, as the guild heir, she couldn't refuse. She knew those people wanted to use this chance to settle things once and for all. If she couldn't prove her worth in the Golden Radiance Rift, they would force her to give up her succession rights. That was also why they had been secretly sabotaging her. Sister C was aware of this because just 2 days ago, their 10 least experienced veteran members had also applied to withdraw from the guild. But during the investigation, they found that right after leaving, Dao Minghui recruited 10 newcomers under his name. En commented that Dao Minghui was just a spoiled son who relied entirely on his father. His own ability wasn't much of a threat. The real concern was the other 3. She asked how they were doing. She answered that the progress was smooth, and everyone's growth was shocking. All 4 had already broken through to B rank, especially the woman. She had even managed to solo clear a C rank conquest rift. En was glad to hear that. With them around, they might not necessarily lose the battle. She added that it would be even better if Chen could learn something inside the Golden Radiance Rift. She was surprised that Chen would also go since his level was still low, and assured her there was nothing to worry about since the logistics team would be with him. She believed that if Chen kept growing, he would become a combat force that couldn't be ignored. Chen had already dealt with the goblins, but he felt something was off about their aura. The environment and the appearance of the demonic beasts looked like a rift, but in essence, they were being used for something else. Since the fragment rift came from the shop, he mentioned, the place was likely tied to Creation Authority. Now Chen understood why a single goblin gave 1,000 souls. The system notified him that the materials couldn't be harvested. He suspected it was because the rift was created by the system. However, through the Lucky Hunter ability, several crystals dropped from the monsters. He obtained a jungle goblin crystal, which could be upgraded into an accessory for 600 souls. He also had a common grade accessory, Crystal of Strength, which increased strength by +3, and a Crystal of Speed, which added +4 agility when equipped. Although the upgraded effects weren't as strong as Lord Grade items, they were still an improvement. Chen realized the place was bigger than he expected. He hadn't even seen a trace of the treasure palace mentioned in the mission. In this wish mission, he was forbidden from using Abyss to clear Grilafa's treasure palace. His divine sense requirement had been met, and a hidden mission appeared. He had to survive until the second day. He realized he couldn't finish this mission quickly, but he hoped it wouldn't take too long. Since it was getting late, he decided to find a place to rest first and wait for the hidden mission to complete. But suddenly, an arrow shot toward him, and he caught it. He complained that he couldn't even get a moment to breathe. More goblins appeared. Some were mages, archers, and assassins. Chen didn't expect monsters to have equipment. Just as he thought, this battle wouldn't be simple. He saw archers, warriors, and mages in the group. The composition was surprisingly complete, and there were quite a lot of them. And most importantly, even after upgrading his divine sense, he still couldn't clearly see their information. That meant their level was higher than his. He thought he had become strong enough, but it seemed he still had a lot to learn. The mages commanded their army to attack. The archers fired their arrows. They came at him from all directions, but he skillfully dodged them. He noticed the arrows had tracking properties. He wondered if it was a combat skill. He used perception. He barely blocked an attack with his sword. He hadn't realized earlier that there were invisible assassins. Now he understood. He was facing high-level monsters with combat skills. A goblin warrior snuck behind him. He turned and parried its attack. Although they had combat skills, their stats weren't too high. With his current abilities, he could handle them. The goblin warrior tried to push his sword away. Its strength suddenly increased. He was caught off guard. He had a suspicion. When he looked at the mage, he confirmed it. They were being buffed by a shaman. The goblin shattered his sword, and right after that, an assassin attacked. In terms of raw stats, Chen wouldn't lose. But the real problem was the shaman's buffs. The enhanced stats made them dangerous. He had to take out the shaman first. These monsters had many attack methods. Brute force alone wouldn't work. Since weapons were their advantage, he came up with a plan. He would use weapon types to counter and suppress them. He spent 1,200 souls to buy a lesser dagger. The one-handed sword wasn't fast enough, so he switched to a dagger. He forced the assassin goblin to drop its weapon. Through perception, he realized the buff required the staff to gather star energy. As long as he destroyed the staff, the buff would stop. He struck the staff. Just as he expected, once the buff ended, their movement slowed down. He slit the goblin's neck and gained 2,500 souls. Then he jumped back to avoid the warrior goblin's sword. Against enemies using one-handed swords, a lesser greatsword worked best, so he bought one for 1,500 souls. He slashed the goblin's face and gained 4,000 souls. The archers released arrows, so he bought a lesser shield for 1,100 souls to block their attacks. While blocking, he charged forward. One arrow slipped past the shield, and a goblin with a shield rushed in. 3 tanks stood in front, blocking his attacks and protecting the shaman. To break through those shields, he spent 1,500 souls to buy a lesser warhammer, and with one strike, he crushed the shield goblins. The shaman goblin was horrified. It was the last one left. So it ran. But it was stabbed from behind. Chen threw his sword at it. He spent 1,100 souls on that one-handed sword and gained 7,000 souls from killing the shaman. More goblins came. He watched them carefully. At that moment, he spent 100 souls to buy a stamina potion. He drank it and recovered his stamina and mental energy. He already knew he wouldn't get any rest that night, since these goblins kept coming to him. It saved him the trouble of hunting them. The wish mission forbade him from using Abyss to clear Grilalfa's treasure palace, and the hidden mission was to survive until the second day. It was quiet when the sun rose. Apparently, Chen had wiped out all the goblins. He rested on a pile of corpses. Chen used breath control, and his mental energy returned to full. The boss was impressed that he survived. He honestly thought Chen would die there. Chen replied that it was thanks to the stamina potion and breath control that he managed to kill them all. The system congratulated him for completing the hidden mission, to survive until the second day. As a reward, the talent Mist was unlocked, and one of its skills was spirit enslavement. This skill allowed him to capture and control the souls of defeated targets. The enslaved souls retained their abilities and memories from when they were alive. It also detected the host's potential, and the attributes of souls controlled by spirit enslavement were increased by 20. He was surprised that the hidden reward was a new talent. There were actually 2 types of talents. He wondered if this was some kind of second awakening, but it confused him, since the previous test labeled him as an apostle. He couldn't figure out what was going on. The boss asked what was strange about it. Every demon god usually possessed more than one authority. As an apostle of a demon god, it was natural for him to have multiple abilities. Now Chen understood. Seeing that Chen had dealt with the goblins and gained Mist, the boss couldn't help but comment that Sadazoth, the creation demon god, was truly unpredictable. But he didn't mind. Chen growing stronger would benefit him as well. Since this power was different from Abyss, Chen believed using it wouldn't violate the mission rules. The boss wondered why he hadn't been using Abyss all this time. That was when he learned it was restricted by the mission. Chen tested spirit enslavement. The spirit of the shaman goblin rose and there were no issues with the mission. It seemed his guess was correct. According to the system, new skills also benefited from strength bonuses. It was a good thing he had invested so much into his stats earlier. And the souls retained their memories from life. He asked the soul where Grilalfa's palace was. He ordered it to lead the way. His strength increased from 15 to 20. Heavy Strike rose from level 2 to level 3. His agility increased from 10 to 16. Godspeed remained at level 2, with agility bonus at 17. His spirit increased from 10 to 17. His breath control stayed at level 2. His divine sense rose from level 9 to level 15, and the Eye of Authority holder reached level 2. He didn't expect controlling souls continuously to be this exhausting, so he decided to invest more into spirit next. The shaman goblin pointed toward the palace. Chen didn't expect such a massive structure inside the rift. It looked almost like a human town. The civilization had already surpassed Grilalfa's palace, and the goblins lived in an organized way. He couldn't help but be impressed by the creation authority behind it. But with so many monsters, he knew charging straight in wouldn't work. He assumed the unique building at the center was Grilalfa's palace, and the boss was inside. He noticed some goblins pulling a wagon full of supplies. They stopped chatting when they saw the shaman goblin. They asked the Lord Shaman why it was there. In the next instant, their heads rolled on the ground. The last goblin standing was shocked. It realized this was a raid, but it didn't survive the next moment. The shaman goblin had already stabbed it. Chen didn't expect it to work. He wondered if they really couldn't tell something was wrong. If that was the case, things would be much easier. He ordered his spirit goblins to pull the wagon, but they were stopped by guards. The guards asked why they were so slow. The king was getting impatient. The spirit goblins simply apologized, and the guards waved them off, telling them to hurry. Chen was hiding inside the wagon. He simply ordered the goblins to act normal, and they weren't exposed at all. Even their dialogue sounded natural. He realized the skill was more useful than he expected. The cart stopped in front of the throne. Grilalfa, the goblin king, sat on it. Chen couldn't see any of its information. He realized his divine sense wasn't enough. After all, this was a boss, and it was within his expectations. Grilalfa grabbed his weapon and threw it. Chen was forced to jump out of the cart to avoid getting chopped. One of the goblins called for the guards. There was an intruder. Grilalfa attacked Chen without hesitation. Fortunately, Chen was agile enough to dodge the axe. The goblin guards arrived. Chen cut them in half with a single strike. The goblins under Chen's control snuck behind Grilalfa. Without even looking, Grilalfa cut their torsos in half. Chen threw a sword at Grilalfa. The sword was easily deflected with a single swing of the axe. A brief silence fell over the battlefield. Grilalfa asked if he had a death wish for sneaking into his palace. He declared he would chop him into meat paste. Chen didn't expect him to speak human language. He told him he had no plans of dying. On the contrary, he was here to take his life. He summoned the goblins. Grilalfa scoffed when he saw Chen using his own subjects against him. He called his axe back into his hand. Now he held one axe in each hand. Grilalfa moved quickly. He raised his axe to strike Chen. Chen summoned 2 goblin tanks to defend. Grilalfa cut them down without hesitation, calling them traitors. Chen used that moment to slip behind him and attack. But Grilalfa blocked the sword with his axe. As he was occupied, an assassin goblin charged. He jumped back to dodge it while cursing the humans. He demanded to know how Chen had turned his own forces against him. Chen simply said he would find out soon. The system notified that combat fanaticism was activated. It increased allies' strength and speed by 10%, but the caster couldn't move during the effect. Grilalfa couldn't believe even the shaman had betrayed him. He noticed his guards standing in a daze, so he ordered them to kill the traitors and the human. The goblins and spirit goblins clashed. 3 goblins teamed up to take down the shaman spirit goblin, but tank goblins stepped in and blocked their attacks. Then, in a blink, an assassin spirit goblin beheaded them. Chen gained souls. 2 goblins gave 1,100 each, and 1 gave 1,300. Grilalfa noticed they were stronger than before. He was caught off guard when Chen closed the distance. He deflected the attack with his axe. Grilalfa admitted Chen had skill. Chen was stunned when his swords shattered. Grilalfa declared the fight was over. With 1,500 souls, Chen bought a lesser greatsword. He used it to parry the next attack, surprising Grilalfa. He struck back. The impact pushed Grilalfa away. A deep cut opened across his torso, and blood spilled out. Enraged, Grilalfa activated Goblin King's pressure. He commanded everyone to kneel. Chen and the spirit goblins felt their bodies dragged down by gravity. With this, Chen could no longer control Grilalfa's subordinates. Grilalfa admitted he admired the human's strength. He told him to kneel and beg for mercy, and he would grant him a quicker death. Chen thanked him for the offer, but pointed out that the goblins seemed more willing to obey him. Suddenly, arrows struck Grilalfa. He was confused and demanded to know what Chen had done. Arrows rained down on him. He deflected them by spinning his axe. He didn't sense the assassins approaching, so they stabbed him from all 4 sides of his upper body. He let out a loud scream. He dropped to his knees, still refusing to believe it. Chen declared that it was time to end the fight. His silhouette, raising the sword, was reflected in Grilalfa's terrified eyes. Then blood sprayed everywhere. and Chen was notified that he gained plus 50,000 souls. He completed the mission to clear Grilalfa's treasure palace without using Abyss. He obtained the Goblin King Grilalfa's crystal and unlocked the intermediate shop. The system also notified him that the monster drop rate would increase significantly. There was also a higher chance to directly obtain rare treasures. Chen realized the affix effect had been upgraded, though he had no idea what the rare treasures actually were. The boss told him the exit was now open. He decided to leave. But before that, he made Grilalfa and his army his subordinates. He stepped through the portal and immediately received a message. It had only felt like a few days, yet he had so many messages waiting. Then he realized he entered the rift on the 19th and it was already the 22nd. Early in the morning, in the student council meeting room, they were discussing the formation of a mixed rift. Because a randomly spawned rift overlapped with the Academy's capture rift, it created this situation. The good news was that the rift had stabilized. To ensure student safety, they wanted the student council to dispatch an advance team to explore it first. One student said the rift was around C rank, or possibly even B rank based on its size. They were frustrated with the timing of its appearance. The one speaking was the acting president, Lu Yunzhou, a B rank level 9. He stated that according to regulations, a B rank rift must be explored by a team led by an A rank, or at least 3 peak B rank oracles. But a mixed rift had too many unknown variables. Che Li, the vice minister of the executive department and a B rank level 10, questioned what there was to fear. He believed the 3 of them would be enough. The student council secretary, Ji Yun, a B rank level 7, said that the opening of the Golden Radiance Rift was near, and all high-level combatants in the academy were preparing for it. There were no better candidates than them. Su Han said she had someone to recommend if they lacked manpower. Although he was only a freshman, she explained that he could solo a D-rank boss, and his strength was definitely not weaker than a peak C rank. Lai was unimpressed since the person was just a freshman. Yunzhou reminded them that safety must come first. Yun had already looked up the person and showed them the data. She explained that he had completed nearly 40 commissions in less than a month, cleared every rift he entered, and there were no casualties among his team members. His potential had been evaluated as a unique class just a few days ago, making him a key target of the Academy's protection. She was referring to Zhou Chen. Lai insisted that no freshman had reached C rank yet. If Chen were truly that strong, his star rating shouldn't be low. Yunzhou also felt the data might be exaggerated. Without seeing it himself, it was hard to judge. He asked where the student was. Han admitted she contacted him yesterday, but there was no reply. According to people who knew him, no one had heard from him for several days. She had already informed him about gathering at the site tomorrow, but she didn't know if he would show up. This made Laik angry. He said she shouldn't make decisions about such a dangerous matter on her own. She defended herself, saying she only told him that a special rift had appeared and hoped he could help. Yunzhou said it was fine since they didn't even know if Chen would show up. He decided they would wait and see tomorrow. Han thanked him, while Li stayed silent. He adjourned the meeting. They would meet again the next day, in front of the rift. The 4 of them gathered. It seemed like it would just be them, so Yunzhou suggested they head in. Han felt disappointed that Chen didn't come. But suddenly, someone called out to her. She recognized the voice and lit up. She was glad Chen showed up. He asked why she was looking for him. Lai whispered to Yun that Chen didn't seem like anything special. Yunzhou acknowledged that Chen was the one Han recommended, and said time was limited, so he kept it brief. He explained that a special B-rank mixed rift had appeared in the academy. It was extremely dangerous, and he could lose his life at any moment. If he wasn't confident, he should leave. Now Chen understood the favor his senior mentioned. Since it was a mixed rift and also B-rank, he became curious about the rewards. He said he would join, but with 2 conditions. First, only the 5 of them could enter the rift, and once inside, no one else would be allowed to join. Second, rewards would be distributed based on contribution. Whoever contributed more would receive more. Lai reacted strongly. He found Chen arrogant for making demands. But Chen had already guessed it was a mixed rift. If left unchecked, it could merge with others and become even more dangerous. Even so, they still needed a newcomer like him for the investigation. That meant the student council was severely short on manpower. Yun was surprised he could draw that conclusion so quickly. He added that, even though it was Han's recommendation, the student council must have already investigated him thoroughly before inviting him. He pointed out their aligned interests. They needed manpower, and he wanted rewards. so asking for contribution-based distribution wasn't unreasonable. Yunjo didn't expect him to be this observant. For a freshman, it was impressive. He agreed to the conditions, but added a warning. If the mission was close to failure, all conditions would be void. Chen would also be responsible for his own safety, and the student council wouldn't be liable for casualties. Chen said that was fine, and they shook hands. Inside the rift. Yunjo confirmed it was a mix of B-rank and lower-ranked rifts. Chen asked how he knew. He explained that they were in a forest, yet there was netherlight moss, something that only grows deep in caves. Only B-rank and above rifts have forest environments, while lower-ranked rifts are almost always caves. Chen recalled the rift he obtained from the shop, and realized it might also be B-rank or higher. Yunjo added that based on the size of the entrance, it likely wouldn't exceed B-rank, which was good news. If two B-rank rifts fully merged, the difficulty could rival an A-rank rift, and that would put them in serious danger. Suddenly, something appeared behind them. Lai prepared to fight, and knocked the creature back. It was struck in the face. The creature was a B-rank gargoyle. Lai found it interesting. He charged forward, eager to fight. Yunjo opened his book, and granted a divine blessing to Lai, boosting all his attributes by 20% for 8 seconds. Lai cut the gargoyle in half. He said this level of difficulty was easy for the three of them, but Yun warned him not to get ahead of himself, because the real trouble hadn't arrived yet. More gargoyles were flying toward them. The gargoyles attacked them. Chen released shadows from his palms and struck the gargoyles mid-air. Yunjo was stunned by what he saw. Chen pierced through a B-rank gargoyle in one hit, even without divine blessing. He asked what kind of ability that was. Lai yelled at him to stop spacing out. He said he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Suddenly, the gargoyles were electrocuted. It came from a golden staff, which Yun held. She told them she would hold the line, while they found a way to take them down one by one. Han jumped behind one of the gargoyles. She stabbed its wings, then told the vice minister he had an opening. He charged with full power, and crushed the gargoyle. They managed to take one gargoyle down, but more gargoyles rushed in. Yun was overwhelmed by their numbers. Lai was annoyed that they just kept coming. Han slipped behind them again, but to her surprise, the gargoyle anticipated her and tried to strike. It made her wonder if they had seen through her stealth. She froze in horror. She dropped to her knees and clutched her injured arm. While she was crouched, a gargoyle took the chance to attack her. Lai grew worried. Fortunately, a shadow spike crushed the gargoyle in half before it could hit her. They rushed toward her, but Lai scolded her for standing still. After checking, they found she was infected with a cave spider's paralyzing toxin, and the concentration was over 10 times higher than normal. Yunjo healed her. Lai was shocked to hear she was poisoned, but he kept defending her. Yunjo noticed that not only the terrain, but even the demonic beast's traits had fused. He knew Li and Yun had already used up a lot of stamina. If this dragged on, casualties were inevitable. As expected, they needed reinforcements. He ordered Yun to cover them while everyone prepared to retreat. Yun created a lightning barrier. They started running. It electrocuted the gargoyles that stepped forward. But then they saw Chen just standing there. Lai yelled at him to move. Chen told them to go ahead. He would stay behind and clear the rift. They were all shocked. Lai got angry that he still wanted to play the hero. He told him not to throw his life away. Yunjo told him that his strength had already exceeded expectations. But for now, their investigation was complete, so there was no point wasting more energy. He wanted to retreat first and discuss a proper battle plan. But Chen said he wasn't trying to play the hero. He simply didn't need to. He summoned his spirit army, and they were hungry for a fight. They immediately charged at the gargoyles. A gargoyle delivered a heavy blow, but the tank blocked it, and the assassin goblins cut it down. The goblin warrior wiped out several gargoyles in a single strike. Broken pieces of gargoyles scattered across the battlefield. After that, Chen told his army to return, and they obeyed. Yan, Li, and Yunjo were stunned. They asked what those things were and who he really was. Chen told them that if they wanted to leave, they could, but they shouldn't forget their earlier agreement, that rewards would be based on effort. The four exchanged looks and nodded. They all chose to follow him. In the forest, they reached a stone door. They expected the boss to be behind it. Chen sensed something. A large, menacing gargoyle appeared in front of the door. This was a B-rank gargoyle commander. It spread its wings and let out a loud roar. A swarm of gargoyles answered its call. The swarm surrounded Chen and the others. Lai said he had been wondering why they hadn't seen any demonic beasts for so long. Turns out they were all waiting here. Chen told Yunzhou to protect the wounded. Chen summoned his army. They all appeared. And the battle began. A gargoyle tried to overpower a goblin spirit holding daggers in both hands, while another goblin warrior slashed at it, but it managed to fly away. Then the gargoyle sensed the incoming shadow spike, and it parried it. Chen noticed its fast reaction speed, but while it was distracted, the goblin warrior attacked from behind. It cut off the gargoyle's wings, sending it crashing to the ground. The gargoyle was still alive, even without its wings. Chen walked toward it and pierced it with shadow spikes, completely destroying it. From this, he gained plus 30,000. He also received the Gargoyle Commander's Crystal and the Demonic Beast Hunter effect activated. He also obtained equipment. It was Gargoyle Heavy Armor, formed from the rock armor of a Commander-class Gargoyle. It had extremely high physical defense and reduced blunt damage. But it was very heavy. Now he understood what the system meant about rare drops. The equipment looked strong, but heavy armor didn't suit him, so he decided to keep it and sell it to you later. Then he noticed his Goblin Warrior. He knew they could use weapons, so he wondered if they could also use other equipment. He handed it to the Goblin Warrior and told it to try it on. It was equipped successfully. The armor adjusted to fit the wearer's body. He was satisfied it worked. That meant any equipment he got in the future wouldn't go to waste. Lai killed the last gargoyle. He asked if they were done on their side. When he turned around, he saw Chen turning the gargoyles into his spirit army. Yunzhou approached Chen and invited him to join the student council after they cleared the rift. He even said Chen could name his terms, but Han said Chen had already been reserved by Lin En. He was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. Lai admitted he had doubted Chen before, but now he realized Chen was stronger than all of them combined. Chen told them it was time to meet the Lord. He immediately pushed the door. Upon entering, they saw a massive lizard covered in spikes, and it looked ferocious. It was an earth dragon. From its size, they could tell it was around A rank. Chen simply thought that being big just made it easier to hit. He told them to stay outside while he went in alone. The B rank lord, the Earth Dragon King, stood on its hind legs. Chen stepped forward and challenged it. The Earth Dragon King formed a rock in its mouth and fired it at Chen, who easily dodged it. Chen struck the Earth Dragon King's face, but the force blasted him away. He realized its body was incredibly hard. He summoned Grilalpha. His army charged at the Earth Dragon King, but they were instantly wiped out when the dragon raised spikes from the ground. Grilalpha held his position. Chen made his move. He attacked with shadow spikes. The Earth Dragon King was pierced in several spots. Chen aimed for the areas not covered by its shell. He summoned his gargoyle army next. And they flew toward the Earth Dragon King. They struck it, trying to break through the hard shell. The Earth Dragon King's torso began to glow. It released a burst of fire breath and wiped out all the gargoyles. Chen stood behind a defending gargoyle, but that was burned down too. The Earth Dragon King mocked him, saying those lower life forms could never kill it. The boss in book form appeared. Chen replied that the dragon was nothing more than an oversized lizard. This enraged it. The dragon prepared to show its wrath. But it suddenly felt something. Chen asked if it had finally noticed. It was paralyzed. Chen knew the toxins wouldn't last long, but he had plenty of gargoyles carrying poison. This dragon was now at his mercy. He asked the dragon who the real lower life form was now. The dragon panicked. The system notified that the conditions for Eye of Fear had been met. Shadows engulfed the Earth Dragon King, killing it, and Chen gained plus 80,000 souls. The Demonic Beast Hunter effect activated. When it died, a crystal dropped from its mouth. Chen wondered if it was a skill stone. The system identified it as lava breath. It gathers earth fire energy and releases lava in a fan-shaped area, capable of burning a wide range of enemies. He thanked the boss for the help. The boss said to treat it as a reward for helping it recover power. Though even without its help, Chen likely would have handled it. Chen said he could manage, but in truth, he only had a few spirits left. Grilalpha and the others couldn't be summoned again until tomorrow, and it consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Now that it was over, his next goal was long-awaited treasure hunting. He went to check for valuable materials. They exited the rift. Chen let them handle the reward calculation and just transfer his share to his account. Yunzhou told him the student council had unanimously decided that the full 1.5 million reward for clearing the rift would go to Chen. Chen was surprised, especially since he had said earlier it should be split based on effort. He acknowledged that they had contributed too. But Yunzhou explained that without him, They wouldn't have closed the mixed rift, so he deserved it. They also hoped to work with him again in the future. Chen agreed and thanked them. While walking, En appeared and asked where he had been. She pointed out he hadn't replied to her messages and expected a proper explanation. He had completely forgotten. He explained he had been inside the rift the whole time and couldn't reply. He had just finished dealing with a mixed rift, and since he hadn't slept well, he asked to go rest. She reminded him to reply faster next time. She noticed his star energy hadn't increased much, but his aura felt completely different. Han admitted she was the one who asked Chen. She could tell Chen had cleared the mixed rift alone. Yunzhou confirmed it. She asked them all to keep Chen's abilities and the recent events a secret. The next day, Chen wanted the shaman goblin to learn a skill. He gave it a stone, but used it the wrong way at first. Then he told it to place the stone in its palm and treat it like part of its own body. The stone began to glow brightly in its hands. Chen watched, amused. So, it could learn. That meant enslaved spirits could use the same things oracles used. The boss knew these skill stones weren't cheap, so he wondered if Chen really wanted to use it like this. Chen explained that the rift En mentioned, the one where they snatched the golden radiance, was opening today. He needed every boost he could get. Lava breath was strong, but it took too long to prepare and drained too much mental energy. Right now, this was the only practical option. The boss suggested taking the earth dragon as an enslaved spirit instead. That had been Chen's plan at first. But when he released his mist toward the earth dragon like usual, he saw something strange. A massive dragon silhouette. After that, the earth dragon's soul completely vanished from his senses. The boss hadn't seen any of that, but based on Chen's words, he figured it was due to the dragon race's aura interfering. Dragon souls were far tougher than normal demonic beasts. Even with a thin bloodline, the earth dragon still carried some of that power. There was no point regretting it now. Chen shifted his focus back to what mattered, preparing for the Golden Radiance Rift. Since enslaved spirits could use equipment and skill stones, he decided to stock up on useful ones. Our boy arrived at the designated location. The ex-thug boss greeted him. Chen asked about the items you reported earlier. You told him everything was ready. He laid the items out on the desk for inspection. There was a weapon enhancement stone, which could temporarily boost weapon power. There was also a shadow step, short-range teleport stone that let the user instantly appear behind a target. Chen gave a small nod. It wasn't bad. Yu proudly said these were the most cost-effective combat tools he could find. Then he asked why Chen needed so many. Chen simply said it was for the Golden Radiance Rift. Then, without warning, Chen took out several items and told Yu to sell them. Just like before, they would split the profit 50-50. His share would go toward covering the expenses. Yu froze when he saw the dragon scales. He never thought he'd see something like that in his life. Chen told him if the money still wasn't enough, he'd cover the rest himself. Yu quickly said it was more than enough. Chen handed everything over and left. As he stepped outside, a car was already waiting for him. He paused. Something felt off. The window rolled down. It was En. She asked if he was fully prepared. She came to pick him up and clearly expected he hadn't forgotten what day it was. The car drove away. En told him not to be nervous. She said she hadn't been looking into his private life. She just wanted to explain the rules of the Golden Radiance Rift clearly before they arrived. To enter the rift, a person needed a ticket, the Golden Radiance Fragment. These fragments only appeared inside the rift at certain times. Some demonic beasts would gain powerful star energy after consuming them. That was how the rift they were heading to, the Shattered Gold Wasteland, came to be. As long as he defeated those glowing demonic beasts, there was a chance to extract fragments from their bodies. Although she couldn't let Chen enter the Golden Radiance Rift under Shenhua's name yet, he could still obtain a fragment on his own. Once he had one, he could enter freely. Chen asked if he would be going alone. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she said that if it felt too difficult, he could say so, but Chen cut her off. He admitted that this was exactly what he wanted. She was left speechless. There were already many people gathered at the entrance. Chen looked around and asked if all of them were here just to fight over fragments. En told him it was more than that. The entrance in front of them was only one of many. More people would arrive in waves later. Chen spotted Shenhua's team and said they lived up to their reputation. En, however, thought they looked like a disorganized mess. She explained that her father had disappeared in a rift years ago, leaving only her and her grandfather behind. Now that her grandfather's health was declining, they needed to choose a new president soon. Her father had vanished 8 years ago, and no one knew what had happened to him. With her grandfather growing weaker, the pressure to choose a successor was rising fast. Chen assumed she was the rightful heir. En replied that while she was the heir on the surface, Shenhua was a top-tier guild. In terms of strength and resources, she couldn't fully convince everyone. She added that several people in the guild were also aiming for the president's seat. Some of them were even stronger than her. Others controlled most of the guild's resources. One of them was Shen Xinghe, a mid-A rank who joined later, but quickly gained massive popularity. Many members had already recommended him as the next president. Then there was Qin Mo, a low A rank who looked harmless at first glance. But in every major guild battle, she managed to secure a large share of resources and hide it well. En had only recently noticed, but still had no solid proof. Aside from them, there was one more person they had to watch closely. Pojin, a peak A-rank oracle, and the strongest of their generation. Although he respected En's grandfather, he led a militant faction within Shenhua. He believed En wasn't strong enough, and he was one of her biggest critics. Someone noticed En's arrival and greeted her as the eldest young miss. Then they glanced at Chen and questioned where this unfamiliar man came from. En turned to Dao Minghui. She acknowledged that his father had made great contributions to the guild. Then she questioned his own achievements. She bluntly called him trash, someone who hadn't even reached A rank yet still acted arrogant in front of others. Pojin then asked if the man beside her was the reserve member she had recruited at a high price before. His eyes swept over Chen. A D rank. He asked if she was trying to humiliate him, or Shenhua itself. Chen met his gaze without backing down. Someone quickly stepped in and told them to stop. En and Pojin both lowered their heads and bowed. The president had arrived. It was En's grandfather. He told them this wasn't the time for internal conflict. En greeted her grandfather. The president scolded Pojin, reminding him that as a core member of Shenhua, every word he spoke represented the guild's image. Pojin replied that he understood and thanked the president for his guidance. En's grandfather announced that it was time to depart and told them to witness the true strength of Shenhua. They soon arrived at the shattered gold wilderness. It was Chen's first time seeing the place. If a rift of this level was only being used to compete for tickets, he could not imagine what the Golden Radiance Rift would look like. His objective for this trip was simple: find an opportunity to leave the group and act alone. Then someone who knew him approached. It was En's grandfather, whom he respectfully addressed as President Lin. Chen asked whether he needed something. He had not even noticed when the old man approached. President Lin told him not to be nervous. He mentioned that he had watched the previous Outer Ring District exchange match and was impressed by Chen's performance. He also pointed out that Chen was already aware of Shenhua's current situation. His granddaughter was facing many challenges and was still far from being qualified to inherit the position of president. He explained that En had spent a tremendous amount of resources to recruit Chen into Shenhua, which meant she trusted him greatly. He then asked what Chen thought about the situation. Would he be willing to assist her, or would he choose to support someone else? Chen answered honestly that he had no interest in power struggles and did not wish to become involved. However, En had helped him many times. If she truly needed assistance, then he would help her as well. That was his only answer, and President Lin was satisfied with it. He had heard countless flattering words over the years and could tell that Chen was not that kind of person. Since that was the case, he advised Chen to do whatever he needed to do. He wanted to see what Chen was truly capable of. Chen's expression became serious. He headed toward a secluded area. He assumed that no one else was there, but then he sensed something. Suddenly, he came under attack. He activated the Eye of the Authority Holder. The enemy was identified as a Firethorn Python, a C-rank monster whose body was covered in fiery red thorns that could be launched as projectiles. The python swung its tail and fired a barrage of thorns. Chen activated Death Touch while mocking the monster for only knowing a single attack. He deflected the incoming projectiles. The monster was caught completely off guard. With a single strike, its head was severed from its body. The boss observed that the demonic beasts in the area were nowhere near as powerful as the gargoyles they had encountered earlier. Chen replied that their true targets were the glowing demonic beasts. In the end, those ordinary creatures were nothing more than side dishes. The commotion attracted the attention of a man resting on a tree branch in the distance. Curious about the source of the explosion, he decided to investigate. After finishing off the ordinary demonic beasts, Chen decided to search elsewhere. He noticed sand scattering across the ground. Before long, he found himself surrounded. Then he sensed someone standing behind him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a strike while demanding to know who it was. The man casually blocked the attack with one hand. This person was Amir. an A-rank oracle. He immediately realized that the individual responsible for the explosion was a familiar ace. Chen recognized him as well. He had not expected Amir to come and compete for the Golden Radiance fragments. Amir remarked that Chen possessed a very unusual power. His intuition had confirmed it. Chen was the lone star. Chen had no idea what he was talking about. Amir replied that there was no need for him to understand. He informed Chen that he would not survive the night. In an instant, Amir appeared behind him and launched an attack. Fortunately, Chen managed to parry it. The impact forced both of them backward. Chen scoffed. Amir acknowledged that he had some skill. Our boy then stated that regardless of Amir's reasons, killing him would not be easy. Then he summoned his fighters. Amir watched Chen. He quickly realized that Chen possessed the ability to control dead souls. He asked whether Chen truly believed he could bridge the gap between them through sheer numbers. A giant undead fighter attacked first, but Amir used Sand Shadow Step to evade it. Chen was able to follow the movement trajectory. Amir instantly appeared behind him. Chen deflected the attack, then his undead soldiers charged forward. Amir found it hard to believe that a mere D-rank could track his movements. He admitted that he was genuinely surprised. He then unleashed Sunwheel Slash against the undead. The undead soldiers were instantly destroyed. Chen retaliated with his own abilities. To Chen, this level of seeing through an opponent was nothing special. He effortlessly avoided the incoming spikes. Energy crackled around Amir's legs. He activated Hot Sand Purgatory. The sand beneath Chen's feet immediately began to swirl. Chen leaped away, but chains suddenly emerged from the sand and wrapped themselves around his feet. Amir told him that no matter how strange his abilities were, as long as his star energy remained below Amir's, escaping the purgatory was impossible. He declared that it was time to end the battle. He activated Blazing Sun Judgment, but a dead soul mage suddenly appeared behind him. Amir immediately realized that Chen must have arranged it while jumping away earlier. The undead mage summoned a massive dragon head and unleashed a torrent of flames. Amir was determined to complete his primary mission, eliminate the anomaly. He prepared to move in and kill Chen, but unexpectedly, someone shouted for them to stop. The newcomer unleashed an ice barrier that blocked the fire attack. Ice rapidly spread across Amir's sword and arm. Chen was surprised to discover that the person who had arrived was En. Amir asked the little princess why she was there. He thanked her for helping him block the lava attack, although he admitted that he was not entirely sure whether that had truly been her intention, or whether she had come to stand in his way. En clarified that Chen was one of her people. Regardless of whatever conflict existed between him and Amir, she could not simply stand by. Amir explained that Chen was the anomaly mentioned in the prophecy, the one destined to change the landscape of the world. Because of that, he was determined to eliminate him. To Chen, the entire thing sounded ridiculous. He could not believe that Amir wanted to kill him over nothing more than a prophecy. After all, everything he had done so far was simply to live a better life. Amir argued that the prophet's predictions had never once been wrong. He told En that if she insisted on protecting Chen, then he would have no choice but to strike her down as well. En shouted that enough was enough. She stated that she understood how important the prophet was to Amir's country, but Chen was currently a student of the Breaking Dawn Branch Academy and a reserve member of Shenhua. Therefore, attacking him would be no different from declaring war on her nation. She assured Amir that if Chen ever truly did something that endangered the world, she would personally hand him over. Amir scoffed. He tightened his grip on his sword and shattered the ice covering his arm. Both of them became alarmed. However, Amir turned around and told En to remember her promise. He warned that if Chen ever showed any signs of becoming an anomaly, he would not show mercy a second time. Then he disappeared. Chen thanked her. En replied that it was nothing because she believed in him. En asked whether he had come out there to search for a special demonic beast. She happened to know of a demonic beast nest nearby and asked whether he wanted to try his luck there. Chen immediately agreed. Chen asked whether she had known the man they met earlier. She explained that her father once had close ties with Country E. Amir's family and Shenhua had been allies in the past. However, after her father disappeared, the guild fell into internal turmoil, and many of those old alliances now existed in name only. What concerned her most, however, was the prophecy Amir had mentioned. As far as she knew, Chen's background and academic performance had always been completely ordinary. Yet when she first met him in Blackwater District, the talent and strength he displayed were anything but ordinary. She remarked that the difference was enormous. It was almost as though he were a completely different person. She asked what exactly he was hiding. Chen replied that now was not the right time. The only thing he could tell her was that he would never use his power to harm the world. He added that when the time was right, she would be the first person he told everything to. Until then, he asked her to trust him. She fell silent. The boss quietly watched the two of them. In the end, she decided to believe him. Moments later, they arrived at the Wasteland Hyena lair. And they were fortunate because an intermediate C-rank Wasteland Hyena appeared almost immediately. Chen noticed that it was one of the demonic beasts affected by a golden radiance fragment. En told him that she would attack first, and that he could look for an opportunity to join the fight afterward. Chen replied that there was no need to make things so complicated. He walked directly toward the Wasteland Hyena. Several more hyenas quickly gathered around him. They charged at him simultaneously, and in an instant all of the monsters were eliminated. En could hardly believe it. He had just gone through a battle moments earlier, yet he still had enough stamina left to fight. Our boy quickly defeated most of the hyenas. The one carrying the golden radiance suddenly leaped toward him. Before it could even reach him, Chen had already struck it with his power, and it collapsed to the ground. He observed that the golden radiance had dissipated, and that the fragment within the hyena's body had completely vanished, and told him not to get discouraged. The golden radiance fragments were the very reason he had come there in the first place. A system notification suddenly announced that the demonic beast hunter effect had activated. Moments later, a stone emerged from the hyena's mouth. Our MC picked it up and asked if it was the fragment. En was stunned. She explained that under normal circumstances, a fragment would only drop from roughly 1 out of every 30 special demonic beasts. Looking at what Chen had obtained, she remarked that his luck was simply unbelievable. She added that with this fragment in hand, he would be able to enter the Golden Radiance Rift directly once it opened. However, she warned him that obtaining a fragment was not necessarily a good thing. Fragments could be stolen by others, and because the total number of fragments was fixed, the competition would become incredibly fierce once the rift opened. She then suggested returning to camp first. If they stayed away much longer, people would begin asking questions. Chen told Senior Lin to return first. The guild members did not need to concern themselves with his whereabouts. Furthermore, he believed it was best if the other factions never learned that he possessed a fragment. She urged him to stay safe. If he encountered any trouble, she told him to contact her immediately. Meanwhile, at Country E's camp, Amir informed the Prophet that he had failed to eliminate the anomaly. She told him there was no need to feel guilty. She knew his personality better than anyone. Even if the target was an anomaly, if that person had not committed any actual crimes, it would be difficult for Amir to deliver a killing blow. She added that she'd sent him there precisely because she understood that aspect of him. Amir could hardly believe that she had anticipated the outcome from the beginning. She instructed him to focus on searching for golden radiance fragments. According to the prophecy, a massive mutation would occur within that year's golden radiance rift, and the mutation was most likely connected to the anomaly. Hearing that made Amir regret not finishing Chen off earlier. However, the prophet clarified that she was referring to the Eastern anomaly, which meant there was more than one anomaly. At the Corporate Alliance headquarters in Central City, a man stood by the window and gazed into the distance. Ling Hancheng, one of the Corporate Alliance's supreme administrators, declared that it was finally time to reclaim their power. Over the years, the guilds had grown stronger and stronger, gradually becoming an obstacle to the corporation's influence and authority. Someone asked why he seemed to be in such a hurry. Another supreme administrator of the Corporate Alliance, Yun Wuye, remarked that 8 years ago, he had made Lin Qiming disappear without a trace. Without its backbone, Shenhua had only managed to survive until now through sheer persistence. As long as Shenhua collapsed, taking down the remaining guilds afterward would be effortless. They would become nothing more than easy prey. Someone argued that Shenhua possessed far too many valuable resources, and that there was no reason to continue delaying their plans. This man was Qin Daoyi, another supreme administrator of the Corporate Alliance. He stated that if anything happened to Shenhua and En inside a rift, he planned to dispatch their own people to take control of the situation. In his view, all of the resources Shenhua had accumulated over the years rightfully belonged to the corporation. Hancheng remarked that none of that mattered, as long as they all shared the same objective. He then revealed that he had recently recruited numerous powerful oracles from across the nation. Those individuals would participate in that year's Golden Radiance Rift as representatives of the corporation. He confidently proclaimed that the era of the guilds was coming to an end. The next day, at the Shattered Gold Wilderness, someone activated a compass. The signal remained stable, so they assumed they were in the correct location, but there was nothing there. One of them asked whether the device was broken. The owner of the compass remarked that the quality of equipment produced by their company should not have been that poor. However, when he first heard from upper management that the device could directly pinpoint the location of Golden Radiant's demonic beasts, he had thought it sounded somewhat unreliable. Suddenly, the compass began glowing brightly. This meant that the reaction was growing stronger. They understood that the target was extremely close to them, yet they could not see anything at all. What they did not realize was that Chen was standing directly behind them. They were startled when they suddenly noticed him. They demanded to know who he was. However, before they could react further, they were struck and immediately fell unconscious. Chen picked up the compass. He was amazed that the company possessed such a device. Now he finally understood why people always seemed able to follow his movements. The boss observed that the compass could only detect the direction of Golden Star energy. Whether the target was a person or a demonic beast, the device had no way of distinguishing between them. Chen did not want to remain a tracked target forever. He decided to keep the compass for the time being. Since it belonged to Lin Yu's company, he believed he would eventually find a way to counter it. The boss was surprised to learn that the kid had come as well. Chen confirmed that he had. According to Yu, his rank was at most equivalent to a team leader, and he had come to search for Golden Radiance fragments on behalf of the higher-ranking elites. The boss questioned why someone would willingly do such a frustrating job, helping others collect fragments while being unable to use them himself. Yu informed Chen that he would establish a camp in the southern region and leave markers behind as a trail. Since the location should not be too far away from where he currently was, Chen decided to find Yu first. At Lin Yu's camp. Everyone was busy moving crates around. Yu noticed Chen's arrival and asked what he was doing there. Chen said that he wanted to show him something. Yu was shocked when he saw the Golden Radiance mark on the back of Chen's hand. Yu immediately invited him inside to discuss it. After learning that Chen had already obtained a fragment in just 2 days, Yu became excited. He exclaimed that Chen was simply too fierce. Chen replied that he had only gotten lucky. He also mentioned that obtaining the fragment had attracted some trouble. He expected Yu to know what he meant. Yu immediately understood. Chen must have been targeted by a radiance tracker, which was indeed troublesome. Since the tracker was now in Chen's possession, it meant someone had already found him through it. Chen asked whether there was a way to solve the problem. Yu handed him a bracelet and told him to put it on. It was a storage bracelet issued by the company and specially designed to store Golden Radiance fragments. As long as the fragments were kept inside, they could not be detected by a radiance tracker. Chen found it amusing because the oracles from the company he had encountered earlier did not seem to possess such a bracelet. Yu explained that only team leaders and those of higher rank were qualified to receive one. Yu warned him not to even think about stealing someone else's storage bracelet. Every bracelet had a unique serial number. According to company regulations, each team leader was required to submit at least 3 fragments. If the higher-ups discovered that someone had stolen company property, the consequences would be severe. However, Chen was free to use his bracelet however he liked. Chen asked what Yu would use if he handed his bracelet over. He wondered whether the company could simply issue another one. Yu replied that replacements were not allowed and that he would be fined. Now that Chen possessed a fragment, Yu suggested that he leave the area immediately. The Shattered Gold Wilderness would only become more chaotic as time passed, and leaving now would be the safest option. Chen was concerned. The Golden Radiance Rift only opened once every 2 years. If Yu failed to submit fragments and also lost his bracelet, the company would not let him off easily. Chen considered removing the fragment first, and returning later to give the bracelet back. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had to clear the Shattered Gold Wilderness within 5 days. He immediately realized that someone did not intend to let him leave peacefully. Clearing the rift itself was not difficult, but collecting so many fragments would inevitably create conflict. At the same time, he also had to look after Yu. The situation had become rather troublesome. Then an idea suddenly came to him. He asked Yu what was required to clear the rift. Yu explained that, generally speaking, the rift would close once all the Golden Radiance fragments had been collected. Based on previous estimates, the total number of fragments was around 30,000. Even in the fastest years, collecting all of them had taken at least half a month. However, with the company's newly developed Radiance Tracker, the process would likely be much faster this year. Chen stated that he had a business proposal. He asked whether Yu was interested. Yu was overwhelmed that Chen was discussing business at a time like this. Since everyone wanted golden radiance fragments, all they had to do was collect them before everyone else and sell them afterward. As long as the fragments were distributed among various buyers, Chen would no longer need to worry about becoming a target. At the same time, Yu would be able to submit fragments to satisfy the company. Chen also believed that golden radiance fragments would undoubtedly sell for a very high price. Yu did not mean to doubt Chen's abilities, but he pointed out that the drop rate for golden radiance fragments was notoriously low. He honestly had no idea where they would find enough extra fragments to sell. Chen revealed that he already had a solution. The real issue was that such a business would inevitably attract the attention of various factions. What they truly needed was a secure sales channel. Yu understood that if the company discovered the scheme, Chen could end up implicated as well. But after thinking about it, he realized that the company had never truly treated people like them as human beings. So he agreed to the plan. He knew that Chen was looking out for him, and he could not bring himself to let Chen down. Yu promised to find people capable of distributing the fragments. Together, they would make a fortune. Meanwhile, in another setting, some men were struggling against a giant spider. Two guilds were arguing over ownership of the target. The North Wind Guild claimed that the monster belonged to them. However, the Frostwolf Guild strongly disagreed. Suddenly, the monster was struck down. Everyone was shocked and demanded to know who had killed it in a single attack. They spotted a hooded man standing nearby. Chen collected the Golden Radiance fragment. The members of both guilds immediately charged toward him after realizing that he had taken the fragment. Determined not to let him escape, they rushed after him. The men chasing after Chen shouted at him not to run. They quickly realized just how fast he was. One of them specialized in agility, yet even he could not keep up. Our boy found them incredibly troublesome. So, he struck the ceiling of the cave. The men immediately panicked as the cave began collapsing around them. Chen assumed that this would be enough to stop them from catching up. He had successfully obtained his second Golden Radiance fragment. The boss commented that things were going surprisingly smoothly. He remarked that the more he examined the fragments, the more familiar they seemed. Chen replied that they should continue moving and search for the next fragment. He activated the compass. Not long afterward, he defeated another monster and obtained the third fragment. Later, he encountered a giant crab-like monster and secured the sixth fragment, and before he knew it, he had already collected his 11th fragment. At Shenhua Camp, a guild member reported to En that something was wrong with the area that year. They had sent out 7 or 8 teams to investigate the demonic beast lairs, but every team had returned empty-handed. He explained that every lair showed traces of battle, as if someone had already defeated the demonic beasts before them. She pointed out that the area was extremely close to their camp. She questioned how anyone could have moved faster than them and cleared the lairs first. Sister Shi arrived and informed her that someone had left some items at the entrance of their camp, along with a note stating that they must be given to her, and asked what the items were. The guild member admitted that she did not know, but guessed that they might be used to locate special demonic beasts. They were surprised when they heard that. For something that important to be sent to her, she could only suspect that Chen was the one who had done it. A guild member arrived and apologized for being late. She explained that there were simply too many people at the entrance, making it impossible to get through the crowd. The woman was with her squad. En replied that they had arrived just in time. She wanted to test whether the compass was useful or not. Meanwhile, at Yu's camp, several subordinates raised their concerns that Chen had not only taken the storage bracelet, but had also seized their radiance tracker. They asked whether they were really supposed to keep wandering around like that. One of them complained that if things continued this way, they would never be able to complete the company's quota. Yu told them not to panic. He explained that Chen had gone to retrieve the fragments, and that they only needed to wait for him to complete their quota, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. However, the men expressed that none of them actually knew what they were planning, so simply waiting around made them anxious. At that moment, Big Brother ordered the others to leave. He then instructed them to pass along a message that there was a supply channel for Golden Radiance fragments to Boss Liu, Boss Li, and Boss Sun. He told them to be as discreet as possible and not let anyone know the source of the goods, especially the company. The men finally understood, and they promised not to betray his trust. Yu knew that those old fools would definitely not pass up that kind of deal. He expected them to promote it heavily, and it would be perfect for drawing attention away from them. Back at the battlefield, some men were walking around as they talked about how the demonic beasts had become increasingly difficult to find in recent days. Another agreed, saying that he had heard there were groups outside selling ready-made fragments. He had no idea where they were getting them from. The third person suggested that they should buy some as well. One of them yelled at him to stop talking nonsense. The company had just issued a notice prohibiting the private buying and selling of fragments, so if they got caught, they would be doomed. He pointed out that if those people did not have a radiance tracker, it was a mystery how they had gathered so many fragments. One of them suggested that it could be the work of someone from their own group. The other man agreed that it made sense. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the company to be inspecting everyone so strictly. Suddenly, something caught their attention. A man was desperately fighting against two wolf monsters. He was already breathing heavily. The three men were spooked, because the monsters were shadow beasts. They ran away as fast as they could since those creatures were B-rank, pack-living demonic beasts. They already knew that the man was as good as dead. A shadow beast leaped from behind the man, but it was suddenly restrained. It was Chen. Chen noticed that his soul count had not increased yet, so he knew that the shadow beast was not dead. The shadow beast dissipated. He realized that it possessed an ability similar to his own. The man warned him to watch out. Because the shadow beast had sneakily attacked from behind him, Chen deflected its claws, but to his surprise, the attack did not bounce off, and he was scratched. More shadow beasts approached him. One of them was the Shadow Wolf King, a B-rank advanced creature. Chen realized that he would have to spend a bit more time dealing with them. The shadow beasts surrounded him. Chen told them not to block his way. He struck one of them, but the Shadow Wolf King leaped toward him. He blocked its claws with his sword. Our MC was immediately pushed back by its power. A man pointed out that the smaller shadow beasts were not dead yet. At that rate, they would keep coming forever. Chen replied that he knew, but physical attacks did not seem to work on them. The man explained that shadow beasts were not immune to physical attacks. They simply possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities. As long as attacks were delivered faster than their regeneration speed, they could be killed completely. Now that Chen knew the weakness, he charged forward. He activated Abyss Space. Then he used Godspeed and slashed at them with lightning-fast speed. With this, he got 3,600 souls. He was glad that it worked. The beasts were decapitated. But he sensed something. The Shadow Wolf King was still standing. He realized that its abilities and stats were similar to those of the Abyss. He observed that it could not only change its shape at will, but also move through shadows. He summoned his undead army and ordered them to stop any shadow beasts that got in his way. The undead clashed with the shadow beasts that continued to appear. Meanwhile, Chen focused on the king. He struck the Shadow Wolf King with his spikes and cut off its front legs. He activated Godspeed and continued slashing it at an insane speed. He landed the final strike. Unexpectedly, he sensed something behind him. To his surprise, the Shadow Wolf King was still alive. It had regenerated faster than even his full-speed attacks. He blocked the attack with his arm. Considering that he was only D rank while the boss was B rank, he thought that fighting a monster 2 ranks above him was truly too much of a stretch. The boss, appearing in book form, observed that the shadow beast was continuously absorbing energy and growing stronger. He wondered if the fragment was the reason behind it. If they left it alone, it could soon reach A rank. By that point, even Chen would not be able to handle it. He suddenly heard someone scream. The man had cut off the Shadow Wolf King's arm to help Chen. The Shadow Wolf King immediately threw him away. Chen observed that he still was not fast enough. He decided that he would upgrade his stats and finish the battle with a single strike. A system notification appeared, informing him that his total stat values had reached the maximum limit for his current star rank. He was instructed to upgrade his star rank first. He did not expect that such a restriction actually existed. The Shadow Beast King charged toward the man. Chen had no time to think. He immediately pressed the button to upgrade. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body and shot into the sky. The Shadow Beast froze in place. A system notification appeared, congratulating him on successfully breaking through to C rank. His current rank level was now rank 1. His stat cap had been lifted, and his summons had also been upgraded. The summons immediately attacked the Shadow Beasts. Meanwhile, the Shadow Beast King lowered its body and prepared to launch itself forward. But Chen struck first. He was overflowing with power. He hit the Shadow Beast King with several spikes at the same time. He saw that it was trying to escape, so he chased after it, and slashed it repeatedly from all directions. Chen earned 100,000 souls, and the demonic beast hunter effect was triggered. He obtained 10 fragments from the Shadow Beast King. Now it made sense why it had been so powerful. The boss praised him for a job well done. He realized that Chen had been hiding a trick up his sleeve. The man noticed the bracelet and asked whether he was from the corporate alliance. In his impression, people from the corporate alliance always focused on cost-effectiveness, so he questioned why Chen was in a place like that. Regardless, he thanked him for the help. He introduced himself as Wan Li and asked for Chen's name. Chen gave him one fragment and advised him not to casually let others see the fragment mark on his wrist. Wan Li was stunned. He asked why Chen was giving it to him. Chen replied that he had just saved him, so he deserved it. Before leaving, Chen added that it would be best if he did not tell anyone that he had seen him. Wan Li was left speechless. He muttered that Chen was a weird guy. 5 days later. There were 7 hours, 56 minutes, and 34 seconds remaining. For Chen's hidden mission, his progress had reached 614 out of 500. The time was almost up. The fragments should have already been scattered, and there should not have been many special demonic beasts left. But he had no idea where they were. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people. 2 guilds were facing each other. One guild confronted the other, claiming that they had been very active lately and therefore must have collected a large number of fragments. Their leader demanded that all of them be handed over. A mage asked a man named Dao Minghui whether he truly intended to kill them all. A guild member from the mage's side suggested that they attack together since they had the advantage in numbers. Everyone charged forward to fight. The mages unleashed their spells. Dao Minghui smirked. He ordered the tanks to form a barrier. The barrier protected them from the incoming attacks. After that, he unsheathed his sword. He charged forward alongside his men. He activated Phantom Shadow. The mage was completely overwhelmed. His staff shattered when he used it to block the attack, and his body was covered in cuts. From a cliff above, Chen watched the battle unfold. He observed that the competition had become increasingly fierce, with people risking their lives for fragments. However, according to Yu, that was exactly why the fragments were selling so well. The boss estimated that those people probably had dozens of fragments in their possession. He wondered whether Chen should make a move. Chen dismissed the idea. With his current identity, he knew it would not be wise to appear in front of Dao Minghui. They saw a rainbow-colored vortex appear in the sky and realized that the rift was about to close. It seemed that all of the special demonic beasts had already been wiped out. That saved Chen the trouble of searching for them. Meanwhile, Dao Minghui forced the mage onto his knees. The mage gritted his teeth. Dao Minghui asked whether he still wanted to continue fighting. The mage looked at his guild members with concern. In the end, he decided to concede. He ordered his guild members to hand over the fragments. At the entrance of the rift, many people could be heard complaining that it had ended after only 5 days. In previous years, it had lasted at least half a month. Most of them were angry because they had not even caught a glimpse of a single fragment. Someone else added that they had heard fragments had been appearing everywhere recently, and people were obtaining them with surprising ease. Meanwhile, Chen received several notifications. He completed the mission Clear the Shattered Old Wilderness within 5 days and earned a reward of 150,000 souls. He had also completed the hidden mission to defeat at least one special demonic beast strengthened by Golden Radiance fragments. The total reward he received was 300,000 souls. He was surprised to receive so many. When he had forcibly broken through his star rank earlier, his souls had nearly been depleted, and the demonic beasts within the rift had been fiercely contested. At the time, he had been worried that he would not be able to replenish his souls. Now, however, if he encountered any unexpected situations again, he finally had a safety net. He was then interrupted when someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was N. She was surprised to see that he had broken through to C rank in just a few days. He replied that he had encountered some opportunities inside the rift and had been lucky enough to break through. She was glad that the trip had not been in vain. She lowered her voice and thanked him. She explained that with the item he had provided, finding fragments had become much easier and far more efficient. He replied that she had already helped him a great deal, so this was only a small favor in return. She smiled and said that she was looking forward to seeing him in the Golden Radiance Rift. He promised that he would not let her down. His response made her smile. Number 1 waifu was already falling for our boy. The ship is definitely sailing. Then she left. Later that night, a news report announced that the Shattered Gold Wilderness had been cleared in just 5 days, something unprecedented. The report stated that this meant all the Golden Radiance fragments had already fallen into the hands of various factions. It further explained that the Golden Radiance Rift would officially open the following day. All factions holding fragments would be able to enter the rift at the very first opportunity. According to the report, such a situation had never happened before. The interviewer thanked their guest, Qin Daoyi, one of the supreme administrators of the corporate alliance, for taking time out of his busy schedule to accept the exclusive interview. The interviewer asked Mr. Chin whether the unusually early clearing of the Shattered Gold Wilderness had been largely due to his company's newly developed Radiance tracker playing a key role. Mr. Chin replied that although the device was still in its internal trial phase, the results had been quite effective. The interviewer then brought up rumors circulating on the market, claiming that someone was also using a Radiance tracker and had even started a fragment trading business. Mr. Chin responded that, first, corporate alliance personnel were strictly forbidden from buying and selling fragments. The rumors that had been circulating recently had nothing to do with the company. Second, regarding someone using a Radiance tracker without the company's permission and selling fragments, they already had some clues, but it was not convenient to disclose any further details at that time. This made Chen worry that something might have happened to Yu. Suddenly, he received a call. Yu excitedly shared that they had made a huge profit, around 16 million gold. Chen told him not to get excited yet. He asked if he had watched the news. He informed him that the company seemed to have some clues regarding the fragment sales. Yu assured him that he did not need to worry because he had everything covered on his end. Even if they investigated, the company could no longer trace the matter back to him. Of course, if there truly was any anomaly, he would definitely notify Chen. Chen accepted that and told him to stay safe. Yu informed him that he would transfer his share to his account. The call ended. Chen happily lay on his bed. He could not help but think about how much they had earned. Moreover, he had already broken through to C rank, and there was still a month left before he officially joined Shenhua. Now, he no longer had to worry about money. However, the formal process of entering the guild would definitely have to wait until after the Golden Radiance Rift ended. For now, he decided to focus entirely on the Rift. A system interface appeared before him. He checked the intermediate store, which had Abyssal Erosion for 100,000 souls, Rift Fragment for 150,000 souls, and Armament Upgrade for 80,000 souls. He had 467,150 remaining souls. He realized that he had not carefully checked the intermediate store when it was unlocked earlier, so now seemed like a good time to study it. He observed that the costs in the intermediate store were on a completely different level. After taking a closer look, he realized that most of the items were one-time purchases, so he figured the prices were still acceptable. He noticed that the store even contained combat skills like Abyssal Erosion, an Abyss-type combat skill that infused attacks with the Abyss, causing Abyss energy to continuously remain within an enemy's wounds. It cost 100,000 souls, leaving him with 367,150 remaining souls. With this combat skill, he thought that if he encountered enemies that did not feel fear, he would have more offensive methods available, so he wanted that skill. He selected Armament Upgrade, which cost 80,000 souls. That left him with 287,150 remaining souls. According to his usual playstyle, directly upgrading the weapons in the store would likely provide a decent boost. However, he decided not to buy a new Rift Fragment for now, and instead keep the remaining souls for unusual emergencies. Now, he was satisfied. After that night, some people gathered in Central City beneath the World Tree. En saw that Chen had arrived. She introduced Ling Xiao, Bai Ya, Hu Po, Shi Lan, Fei Yan, and Shi Yue to him. Those six were like him. They were the new generation of Shenhua with extraordinary strength, whom she had recruited from all over. She claimed that everyone there was a trustworthy partner. He was puzzled to hear that from her since she had mentioned before that almost no one in Shenhua, from top to bottom, could be trusted. This led him to think that those six were direct forces she had personally cultivated. Shi Yue extended her hand to him while telling him that En had told them about him. She told him to take care of them from then on. He was left speechless as he realized his seniority over them. Fei Yan teased Yue, saying that she had scared Chen. Chen replied that it wasn't that. He had just thought of some acquaintances. He told them to take care of him from then on. She replied yes. Minghu approached them and asked if there was a welcoming party. He recalled Chen from back then. He knew that Chen wasn't on the list for fragment distribution, so he suggested that Chen's fragment had been brought from outside. Yue was annoyed with him. She wanted to beat him up, but Yan stopped her, saying that it wasn't time yet. Xinghe placed a hand on Minghu's shoulder and told them not to say that, since everyone was a partner of Shenhua. He told Chen that how he got the fragment wasn't important, and that being able to get it also required skill. Mo also agreed. She stated that even if it had been bought, having such connections was also considered a kind of strength. She pointed out that Minghu was the least qualified person to judge him. Minghu couldn't believe that even Qin Mo had spoken up for that kid. Then, Po Jun noticed them. He watched Chen carefully. And, in his point of view, there's something different from our boy now. Pojin then asked if Chen was already C rank. To be able to break through in such a short time, he stated that Chen was truly qualified to join Shenhua. But he added that wanting to carry the main burden of Shenhua at that level was still far from enough. Minghu was surprised since back in the Shattered Gold Wilderness, the kid had only been D1 rank. Now he knew why they had all spoken up for him. He assumed that those two old foxes had taken a liking to the kid's talent. Then, suddenly, the tree emitted a strong light. A man exclaimed that the rift had opened. Chen simply watched it. The Golden Radiance Banquet had officially begun. Alright, that's it for today's story. If you want the weekly chapter updates for this series, those will now be uploaded on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So if you don't want to miss what happens next, make sure to check it out and join the update gang. Thanks for watching, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.